has once again done a no-show, skipping 10th CBI summons yesterday, citing health reason.
After the former Education Minister Prashant Chatterjee, it is now the turn of another Mamata close aide, Anubrata Mondal. He is under investigation in the cattle smuggling case. In fact, a security guard was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and the allegation was essentially leveled that it was the security guard, or rather the personal bodyguard, who was actually taking all the instructions and he was working at the behest of Anubrata Mondal in terms of providing protection to those who were transporting the cattle across the border.
As Mondal has sought 14 days' time to appear before the probe agency, according to sources, the CBI is having none of it and is weighing legal options against TMC's Birbhum president.
It turns out that the Central Bureau of Investigation is no longer in any mood to grant further time to Anubrata Mondal. In fact, sources now indicating that the agency is mulling legal options as to how exactly should they be tackling this entire matter, given the fact that several summons have been sent to Anubrata Mondal and he hasn't really responded.
With the opposition gunning for Mondal's head,
इतना बढ़िया एजेंसी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी जिसको डायरेक्टर का चयन करता है प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने, अपोजिशन लीडर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का चीफ जस्टिस ने, ये इसका खिलाफ चार्जशीट में भी डाल दिया ये लोग, जे ही इज इन्वॉल्व। 10 बार बुलाया, नहीं आया। इसको कार्रवाई होना चाहिए, नहीं तो ये एजेंसी के खिलाफ तो पब्लिक परसेप्शन खराब हो रहा है।
जो आधा इंसान के नाम सिर्फ तृणमूल नेता का निकाला गया, वो एक ही केस में बहुत सारे सीपीएम कांग्रेस के नेता भी हैं, उनके नाम नहीं निकाला गया। इसका मतलब सामाजिक सम्मान सिर्फ तृणमूल नेता का खराब कर दो, उन लोगों का मत करो। सिर्फ तृणमूल नेता का 19 आदमी का नाम और बाद बाकी आदमी का नाम, वो कांग्रेस है, वो सीपीएम है, उसको हम ढांकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये ठीक नहीं है।
will Mamta's man Anubrata Mondal go the Partha Chatterjee way?
পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় তিনি এই মুহূর্তে জেলে, এবং তারপরেও শুনতে পাচ্ছি অনুব্রত মণ্ডলকে ইডি সিবিআই এরা ডাকছে। তো স্বাভাবিকভাবে বোঝাই যাচ্ছে, এবং আপনারাও দেখেছেন কলকাতা হাইকোর্টে 19 জন বাঘা বাঘা তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের নেতা, তাদের মধ্যে কয়েকজন অবশ্য এই মুহূর্তে আর আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, তাদেরও নাম বেরিয়ে গেছে এবং তাদের সম্পত্তি নিয়ে ইডিকে সংযুক্ত করে মামলা চলছে।
And for how long can the TMC turn a blind eye? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After the Enforcement Directorate of the CBI made its first arrest in connection with the School Service Commission recruitment scam, the CBI arrested former advisor of SSC Shanti Prasad Sinha and former chairman of SSC Ashok Saha after interrogating them for hours in connection with the scam.
Yesterday, CBI made the first 2 arrests in the SSC scam. The duo was arrested after a day-long questioning by the CBI and will be produced before the court today.
Now, as per our sources, we are given to understand that these 2 persons who have been arrested in the recruitment scam, the Central Bureau of Investigation essentially believes that they collected the vacancies of Group C in an unauthorized manner after the expiry of the panel in violation of the provisions of the School Service Commission rules 2009, and then issued recommendations of unsuccessful candidates to those vacancies by issuing fictitious memos of the regional commissions and by using scanned signatures of the chairpersons of such regional commissions in absence of their knowledge. Now, that's exactly what the Central Bureau of Investigation has to say with regards to the arrests that they have made. We are given to understand that in all likelihood they would be produced before the court today, where the Central Bureau of Investigation is essentially going to lay out the entire investigation that has been carried out. In this particular case too, Partha Chatterjee was actually called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. He had actually appeared and he was questioned by the agency. As far as this entire panel is concerned, remember the court had come down heavily on the constitution of this panel, which the court essentially believes was unconstitutional, and the fact that it was illegal. And that is the reason why several action was actually taken by the court itself when this matter was being heard by the Calcutta High Court.
Shanti Prasad and Ashok Kumar Saha were named by the CBI in the FIR filed on 22 May. In fact, the order on 31st March mentions Shanti Prasad Sinha as one of the kingpins of this corruption. Paresh Adhikari and his daughter Ankita Adhikari were also questioned by the CBI earlier and faced a CBI FIR over illegal appointments. Meanwhile, the Kolkata police detained ABVP workers who carried out a massive protest over the SSC scam yesterday. The ABVP workers held protest over SSC recruitment scam. Protesters were later detained by the police. In parallel investigation by the ED in the scam, former Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita Mukherjee were arrested. It remains to be seen.
सीधे दृश्य आप ये देख रहे हैं। नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ राजघाट पहुंचकर बापू की समाधि पर श्रद्धांजलि उन्होंने अर्पित की, श्रद्धा सुमन अपने अर्पित किए और आज 12:30 बजे उपराष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ लेंगे। बेहद बड़ा एक सियासी सफर जगदीप धनखड़ का। भारत के 14वें उपराष्ट्रपति के रूप में आज वे शपथ लेंगे। नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ सीधे दृश्य राजघाट से आप देख रहे हैं। किसान परिवार से संबंधित हैं, एडवोकेट भी रहे हैं और इसके साथ ही अपने सियासी सफर के लिए भी जाने जाते हैं, कई महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धियों के लिए जाने जाते हैं। 2022 का चुनाव उन्होंने 74.37% वोटों के साथ जीता और 1992 के चुनाव के बाद से चुनाव जीत का अंतर सबसे अधिक उन्होंने दर्ज किया। तो एक बड़ा उपलब्धिपूर्ण सियासी सफर और आज देश के 14वें उपराष्ट्रपति के रूप में शपथ लेंगे जगदीप धनखड़। राजघाट से ये सीधे दृश्य आप देख रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल एक शानदार जीत इन्होंने यहाँ पर दर्ज की है और उसके बाद जो अपनी प्रतिद्वंदी थी मार्गरेट अल्वा उनको भारी मतों से हराया भी। और उसके बाद आज का दिन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है क्योंकि आज ये शपथ लेंगे और उस शपथ को लेकर तमाम तैयारियां हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी समेत तमाम गणमान्य वहां पर शिरकत करेंगे और वहां पर उपस्थित रहेंगे। आपको बता दें कि काफ़ी शानदार इनका व्यक्तित्व भी रहा है। इससे पहले ये पश्चिम बंगाल के गवर्नर रहे हैं और वहाँ पर भी उन्होंने जो उनका कार्यभार था उसको बहुत अच्छी तरीके से संभाला भी और उसमें तमाम बड़े कार्य इन्होंने यहाँ पर किए और तमाम नीतिगत फैसले भी उन्होंने वहाँ पर लिए। तो राजघाट की ये तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जिस तरह से श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए उन्होंने और बापू को श्रद्धांजलि दी और उसके बाद अब 12:30 बजे के से इनके जो शपथ ग्रहण है वो उसकी शुरुआत होगी और राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू उनको पद और गोपनीयता की शपथ दिलाएंगी।
और इसका सीधा प्रसारण आप डी न्यूज़ पर देख सकते हैं, दूरदर्शन के माध्यम से देख सकते हैं। आगे बढ़ेंगे लेकिन उससे पहले नया सवेरा में
President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to be elected Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, at Rashtrapati Bhavan at 11:45 a.m. today. Now, Dhankar was elected as the Vice President on August 6th. He defeated the opposition's Margaret Alva to emerge as a winner. Now, he comfortably won the election with 528 votes against Alva's 182. Now, President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to the elected Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, today. He has reached Rajghat and he's the former West Bengal governor, and the NDA's candidate will take oath as the next vice president today. And he visits the Rajghat ahead of his oath today. Now, Dhankar secured 74.36%. He has the highest winning margin in the last 6 vice presidential elections held since 1997. Now, he won the election comfortably with 528 votes against Alva's 182. Now, on August 7, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar and Election Commissioner Anup Chandra Pandey jointly signed the certification of the election of Jagdeep Dhankar as the next Vice President of India. Now, he visits Rajghat ahead of the oath as seen in those visuals. He's from a farmer family to the vice president post, a huge day. He's been an MLA, MP, minister and governor. He will be elected as the vice president. He defeated the opposition's Margaret Alva to emerge as the winner. All eyes on Jagdeep Dhankar as he's set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of India.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
The top leaders of BJP, including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, have come here. They are protesting in BJP office.
जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा देने का काम किया, उसके बारे में कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। जनता इसे कभी माफ नहीं करेगी और निश्चित तौर पर वक्त पर इनको सबक सिखाने का काम करेगी।
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देखने एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Right now, the instructions that have been given is all of these FIRs registered against Nupur Sharma, all of them would be clubbed, consolidated FIR, and they would be transferred to the national capital.
FIR एक से ज्यादा है, अलग अलग जगहों पे दर्ज हैं, उन सबको दिल्ली में ट्रांसफर कर दिया है।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट पे काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स, क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
The CEO of BJP workers who are chanting slogans against Nitish Kumar, the top leaders of BJP, including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister Atar Kishore Prasad, all the parliamentarians of BJP have come here. They are also holding some placards. BJP has upped the ante against Nitish Kumar and they are protesting in BJP office.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir. Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Leaders of BJP, including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, have come here. They are protesting in BJP office.
जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा देने का काम किया, उसके बारे में कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। जनता इसे कभी माफ नहीं करेगी और निश्चित तौर पर वक्त पर इनको सबक सिखाने का काम करेगी।
Srikant.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Sharma. First up, the headlines. The Income Tax Department. All eyes are on Jagdeep Dhankar as he's set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of India. After mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Tyagi to be produced in court today. Trouble mounts for Mamata Banerjee's man after a 10-time no-show. The CBI noose is tightening around Anubrata Mondal. The freebie face-off heats up. Top court to hear the case today. Terrorists target an army camp in Rajouri. Both terrorists are gunned down in an exchange of fire. 5 army personnel are injured, 3 martyred. Well, the Income Tax Department has attached properties and assets worth about 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Jalna. On the 3rd of August, the Income Tax Department had conducted searches at various locations in Jalna linked to this industrialist. Let's go across live to Alicia, who has all the details on this. Alicia, good morning. Alicia, what we are hearing right now is that about 390 crore worth assets have been attached by the Income Tax Department already. Give us more details on the case, please.
Well, yes, Nupur, the search that was conducted by Income Tax Department in Jalna, that was on the 3rd of August, where getting information about the illegalities and unaccounted cash, where Income Tax Department were conducted searches at an industrialist where in the multiple location in Jalna on 3rd of August. More importantly, what we know that 390 crore property assert has been seized, on which 58 crore unaccounted cash and 32 kilo of gold that has been confiscated by Income Tax Department. Moreover, what we have been told that when the searches was conducted, department has keep it confident over the action that has been initiated by the Income Tax Department. But moreover, it was 300 IT officials who conducted searches at a multiple location in Jalna that is linked to an industrialist. An official statement that is going to be released by Income Tax Department is what we have been known. But yes, it's a major action that has been initiated by Income Tax Department on 3rd of August, where multiple locations in Jalna that was raided, and around 390 crore the property that has been attached by the Income Tax Department.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, this does seem to be a huge seizure that has been made by the Income Tax Department. You know, just in terms of gold itself, it's about 38 kgs.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's a major seizure that has been made by Income Tax Department after getting an information, and there were multiple locations, as we have been told, that was raided in Jalna. It's linked to an industrialist is what we have been told, and importantly, yes, it's a 58 crore cash, unaccounted cash that was recovered, that is seized, and also 32 kilo of gold that has been recovered. So overall worth rupees 390 crore has been seized by Income Tax Department, and what we have been told that a detailed statement is going to be released by Income Tax Department. We'll wait for it, but there were around 300 IT officials that were present. They were conducting searches at various locations in Jalna on 3rd of August.
All right, so those details coming in. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of the raids that were conducted. As Alicia is pointing out, about 300 IT officials were involved. Now, Alicia, any more information as to, obviously this is a case of income tax evasion, but any more information as to what this industrialist was engaged in terms of his businesses?
Well, Nupur, we have to wait for an official statement because this is something very important and getting an information of an industrialist because during the raid that was conducted, there was a strict confident action that has been initiated by Income Tax Department. But yes, the seizure has been made and we can see in the visuals as well where 58 crore unaccounted cash has been seized. Moreover, 32 kg of gold that has been seized, and overall the property asset, as we can see, that it is 390 crore of property asset including cash and gold has been confiscated by Income Tax Department. The raid that was conducted in Jalna, that is a multi-location that was searched by Income Tax Department, and what we have also been told that there were 300 IT officials. So of course it's a something very major action that has been initiated by Income Tax, but we have to wait for an official press release because the 390 crore that has already been attached by Income Tax Department is something related to an industrialist. We have to wait in which case this raid were conducted. But overall, what we have been told, and we can also see in the picture that 58 crore unaccounted cash, 52 kilo of gold, that is the property asset, overall 390 crore has been confiscated by Income Tax Department.
All right, Alicia, bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. Well, China once again stands with terror, has blocked the terror designation for Abdul Azhar. Azhar, one of the masterminds of the IC-814 hijacking. And India and the US had jointly wanted Azhar listed as a terrorist under the UNSC Sanctions Committee. Azhar is the brother of the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar. And this is the second time in a month that China has blocked the terror designation for him. Now, do remember that India and the United States had wanted Abdul Azhar to be subjected to a global travel ban as well as an asset freeze. Such a move has to be agreed upon by all 115 members of the Security Council Sanctions Committee. However, China has continued to stand with terror and has delayed the proposal on Wednesday. Let's go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's reporting on this. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, once again, China delaying action against this man who should ideally be designated as a global terrorist.
Well, absolutely. Abdul Rauf Azhar, he is also younger brother of Maulana Masood Azhar. He is one of the accused in the IC-814 hijacking of 1999. And China, like last month it did, has again put on hold, on technical hold as it is called, his designation under the 1267 United Nations Al-Qaeda Sanctions Committee, which is a mechanism at the UN for designating some individuals as global terrorists. And just imagine how the brazenness of the Chinese that of the 15 members at the UNSC, 14 voted in favor of this US and India sponsored motion. But China blocked it, obviously because they have a veto. They are permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. They could do that. We saw how last month in the case of Abdul Rahman Makki, who is brother-in-law of Hafiz Saeed and effectively number 2 of Lashkar-e-Taiba, again China had used its veto and put it on technical hold. So I think there has to be some pressure on the Chinese that while they continue to bully its neighborhood, like we saw in the case of Taiwan over the last fortnight, and when it comes to global consensus or consensus on dealing with terror, we see the Chinese really brazening it out. So I think it's high time that the world community really holds a mirror to them. But again, we have seen how yesterday, last evening in fact, the Chinese have again used their veto in support of terror, in support of Pakistan, obviously because Pakistan happens to be their all-weather friend. But this is something which is really not being appreciated by the world community, and it is hoped that individually all these nations which wanted Abdul Rauf Azhar to be designated a terrorist would take up with the Chinese missions perhaps in their respective capitals and try to impress upon the Chinese that they can't for long continue to stand in isolation in support of terror, in support of Pakistan.
Absolutely, Abhishek, as you're pointing out, obviously China needs to answer on this. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, thank you for joining us. All right. Well, we are cutting across to visuals that we are now getting from Delhi, where a Tiranga Yatra is taking place. To remember that the centre has put out a host of measures for the celebration of India's 75th Independence Day.
को विरोध करना है कर लो, हम तो भाग रहे आगे हमें पकड़ लो, अब तो तिरंगा थामे है देश सारा, तुम सोचो क्या होगा तुम्हारा।
बिल्कुल, मतलब आज हर प्रश्न का उत्तर आप गाने के जवाब में दे रहे हैं।
हाँ, आज तो वही है। कुछ दिन में वो साफ हो जाएंगे, कुछ दिन में हो जाएंगे बेसहारा, काला कपड़ा भी नहीं होगा गंवारा।
जिन लोगों ने सरकार में धोखा दिया, आप लोगों को छोड़ दिया, उनके लिए भी कुछ गा दीजिए 2 लाइन।
उनका निकलेगा जल्दी फवारा, न घर के रहेंगे न घाट के आवारा।
बहुत बढ़िया। तो यहाँ पर देखिए आप सीधे तौर पर मनोज तिवारी ने आज अनोखे ही अलग ही अंदाज में यहाँ पर जो है हमारे सभी प्रश्नों का उत्तर दिया। रिपब्लिक भारत में उन्होंने गाकर तिरंगा जी।
All right, so pictures on your screen are of a mega Tiranga rally that is taking place in the national capital. Do remember that as part of the 75th year of India's independence celebrations, we've been seeing functions like this being organized across the country. Well, in a terrorist attack about 25 kilometers from Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on an army company operating base. Both terrorists were killed while 3 soldiers unfortunately lost their lives. The operations are still underway to try and sanitize this area. So search and cordon operations still underway in this area. Gursimran is reporting live from here. Gursimran, good morning. Gursimran, give us more details of what really transpired. We're given to understand that this appears to be a suicide mission.
Yes, Fidayeen attack has been foiled by the security forces, and this was an attempt to carry out a series of strikes on the security forces ahead of the 15th of August. What we are getting to know from the sources that the 5 terrorists that have been killed in the past 24 hours, including these 2 Fidayeen attackers, and the recovery of 30 kg of IED in Pulwama, clearly hints at a larger plot of the Pakistani terrorist outfits to carry out a major terror strike ahead of the August 15th. Because you see, there is a regular intent with the security forces that the terrorists will try to carry out a major terror strike ahead of August 15th, and all the forces were on the alert, and that's why a major tragedy has been averted. Otherwise, had they been able to enter the operational base of the Indian Army in the Pargal area of Daral, in Rajouri, they would have caused a maximum massive damage. But due to the alertness of the sentry that was deployed on the gate, he alerted the company commander, and then the retaliation took place. Unfortunately, 3 brave hearts have lost their life, but those terrorists who have come with the intention to carry out the spectacular strikes on the Indian Army, those intentions have been foiled, and now we are getting to know that the senior army officials, they are also maintaining a communication with the unit, and also the Jammu and Kashmir police senior official, including SSP Rajouri. He's on his way to the offsite, wherein he will be reviewing what has happened, because what we are getting to know that a larger plot of the Pakistani terrorists have been foiled, and now it has to be seen how things actually pan out, because there is a high alert on the entire union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. We can see the visible movement of the ambulances outside this army's operational base in Daral, where the ambulances are moving out with the injured from the operational base of the Indian Army.
All right, Gursimran, of course, is bringing us the latest on that attack that took place early this morning. Pictures on your screen are coming from that area where a search and cordon operation has been launched. You are watching Republic TV. When we return, we bring you the latest on what's happening in that operation 25 kilometers away from Rajouri.
Rahul.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions.
जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित हैं।
The CEO of BJP workers who are chanting slogans against Nitish Kumar, the top leaders of BJP including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister Atar Kishore Prasad, all the parliamentarians of BJP have come here. They are also holding some placards. BJP has upped the ante against Nitish Kumar and they are protesting in BJP office.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
प्रतिक्रिया आपकी leaders of BJP including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh have come here. They are protesting in BJP office.
जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा देने का काम किया उसके बारे में कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। जनता इसे कभी माफ नहीं करेगी और निश्चित तौर पर वक्त पर इनको सबक सिखाने का काम करेगी।
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Right now, the instructions that have been given is all of these FIRs registered against Nupur Sharma, all of them would be clubbed, consolidated FIR, and they would be transferred to the national capital.
FIR एक से ज्यादा है, अलग अलग जगहों पे दर्ज हैं, उन सबको दिल्ली में ट्रांसफर कर दिया है।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है। इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
Welcome back. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo and Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has demanded that a referendum should be held on whether the taxpayers' money be spent on providing quality services like healthcare and education or on one's family and friends.
Countering Prime Minister Modi's remarks that freebies will increase the burden of taxpayers of the country.
बिजली बनाने से लेकर घर घर पहुंचाने तक का जिम्मा जिनका है उनका लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए फंसा हुआ है। ऐसी स्थिति में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, भविष्य की जरूरतों पर निवेश हो पाएगा कि नहीं हो पाएगा?
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that taxpayers would feel cheated only when their tax amount will be used to waive off loans of some of the friends of the BJP.
ऐसा माहौल बनाया जा रहा है जैसे आम लोगों को फ्री बिजली देना
गुनाह है। आम लोगों को फ्री बिजली बंद कर देनी चाहिए, फ्री बिजली केवल मंत्रियों को मिलनी चाहिए। ये माहौल बनाया जा रहा है, मंत्रियों को फ्री बिजली मिले, आम लोगों को फ्री बिजली नहीं मिलनी चाहिए। जो ये माहौल बना रहे हैं, इन लोगों ने देश के कुछ चंद लोगों का 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा माफ कर दिया। पता है आपको? 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कुछ चंद लोगों का इन्होंने कर्जा माफ कर दिया। कहा जा रहा है कि उन चंद लोगों में कई इनके दोस्त थे, पक्के वाले दोस्त थे।
Kejriwal also suggested that a referendum should be started to know whether government funds be used for a family or for some friends, or should be used for providing facilities like good education, schools, hospitals, roads to the common people. Meanwhile, welcoming the suggestions of the Supreme Court to set up an expert panel to brainstorm the issue of freebies announced during elections by parties, the Election Commission has told the Apex Court that it, being a constitutional authority, can't be made part of it. The Apex Court had on August 3rd asked stakeholders like the Centre, Niti Aayog, Finance Commission and the RBI to brainstorm on the serious issue of freebies and put forth constructive suggestions to tackle it. The Supreme Court is now all set to hear the matter of freebies of political parties during elections today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
The CEO of BJP workers who are chanting slogans against Nitish Kumar, the top leaders of BJP including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister Atar Kishore Prasad, all the parliamentarians of BJP have come here. They are also holding some placards. BJP has upped the ante against Nitish Kumar and they are protesting in BJP office.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Leaders of BJP including Ravi Shankar Prasad, Giriraj Singh have come here. They are protesting in BJP office.
जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार ने धोखा देने का काम किया उसके बारे में कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। जनता इसे कभी माफ नहीं करेगी और निश्चित तौर पर वक्त पर इनको सबक सिखाने का काम करेगी।
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Right now, the instructions that have been given is all of these FIRs registered against Nupur Sharma, all of them would be clubbed, consolidated FIR, and they would be transferred to the national capital.
FIR एक से ज्यादा है, अलग अलग जगहों पे दर्ज हैं, उन सबको दिल्ली में ट्रांसफर कर दिया है।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है,
Welcome back. Republic. You are watching Republic TV. Now, it is a new high for Indian diplomacy as the Mexican president decided to propose a committee made of three personalities, including Pope Francis, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The commission will be set up to promote a 5-year ceasefire without war or trade wars across the world.
The Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador today announced PM Modi's name in a proposed peace commission he sought to submit to the United Nations. The proposed commission would work to establish a 5-year ceasefire to stop all ongoing military conflicts and trade wars. Other than PM Modi, Obrador proposed the names of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, and Pope Francis. The announcement comes as China concluded its military exercises around Taiwan amid Nancy Pelosi's controversial visit. The inclusion of Prime Minister Modi in the name suggested by President Obrador signifies India's growing clout in global affairs, not just in soft power but also in the hard power domain. The significance cannot be diminished as the Prime Minister being put on the same pedestal as the Pope by the head of the second largest Catholic country in the world cannot be lost.
You are with Republic TV, and still to come on Live and Breaking Next, all eyes are on Jagdeep Dhankar as he's set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of India. And after mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Srikant Tyagi is to be produced in court today.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The Supreme Court has given Nupur Sharma protection, interim relief, and clubbed all the 10-odd FIRs against her, and that's great because Nupur Sharma deserves equality before the law. She can't be left to fend with death threats and murderous calls and denied the protection that she deserves as a citizen of India under the law. Yes, Nupur Sharma deserves complete equality before the law. And so do those who are still even today getting threatened, attacked for supporting Nupur. If they support Nupur's views and that breaks the law, there is a legal process to deal with it. Then why in Karjat has 23-year-old Sunny Pawar been attacked with swords and slashed by a murderous group because he backed Nupur? Has Nupur Sharma become an excuse to unleash any form of violence in this country? Is there any doubt that Nupur Sharma has become an alibi to kill, to attack, and Nupur Sharma has become an alibi to violate every single aspect of the law? Is there any doubt? Is there any doubt that Nupur has over the last few weeks become an opportunity to threaten and to randomly stab and randomly bleed and even behead in different incidents across the country? What's going on? And honestly, viewers, haven't you asked, for how long will this continue? I know you've asked yourself that question. For how long will this random violence continue? Why should it continue? And that is why today's Supreme Court protection for Nupur, the Supreme Court interim protection, interim relief for Nupur Sharma should be a turning point. Enough violence. Now I say it's time for the law. Only the law in this great country of ours.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
right now the instructions that have been given is all of these FIRs registered against Nupur Sharma, all of them would be clubbed, consolidated FIR, and they would be transferred to the national capital.
FIR एक से ज्यादा है, अलग अलग जगहों पे दर्ज हैं, उन सबको दिल्ली में ट्रांसफर कर दिया है।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
It's 9 a.m. viewers, and these are the top stories. All eyes on Jagdeep Dhakar as he is set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of India. Five terrorists wiped out, 30 kg IED recovered, forces in all-out mission mode now. After mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Tyagi to be produced in court today. Trouble mounts for Mamta's man after 10-time no-show. CBI news to tighten on Anubrata Mondal. Freebie face-off heats up. Top court to hear the case today. We're going across straight to a breaking update, viewers, on Live and Breaking here, where we are getting that 5 terrorists have been wiped out, 30 kg IED recovered, forces in all-out mission mode now. Now, remember, we are bringing to you the details of the kind of IED that had been recovered by the authorities, and terrorists had entered Rajouri army base camp, in fact, and forces had given a befitting reply. Both the terrorists who had been there have also been neutralized, is what we're learning. Now, 5 terrorists had been wiped out by the authorities, by our forces who are active there, who are defending our country. And even as the IED had been recovered, at least 30 kgs of IED that has been recovered, forces are in an all-out mission mode now. And the terrorists, in fact, had entered the Rajouri army base camp, and forces have been giving a befitting reply. And both the terrorists, in fact, have also been neutralized, is the latest that we're getting to you with respect to how the IED and the explosives, in fact, that had been recovered by the forces on the ground. And viewers, on this big story, Gursimran, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about the 5 terrorists that have been neutralized now, and what more investigation is being carried out by the authorities to look into this entire matter.
See, this was an attempt by the Pakistani terrorists to sneak into the Indian Army operational base in the Pargal area of Dral in Rajouri. And the attempt of the Pakistani terrorists to enter the Indian Army's operational base has been foiled by the security forces well within the time due to the alertness of the Santri. And when the encounter took place, 2 terrorists have been neutralized in totality. 5 terrorists have been neutralized in the past 24 hours, 3 in Badgam, 2 in Rajouri, and 30 kilogram of IED was recovered in the Pulwama. And this was a larger plot of the Pakistani conspiracy to carry out a series of attacks in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Independence Day. This is what we are getting to know from the intelligence sources, and the Pakistan is desperate because despite there being a peace on the line of control, Pakistan wants to vitiate the peace process in Jammu and Kashmir. They want to carry out as much as terror attacks they can in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the 15 August to show the presence of the terror groups as well as the Pakistani proxies in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And right after this attack, an alert has been issued in the entire Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. We are getting to know that the senior officials of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also in touch with each other on the prevailing security scenario. And all the establishments of the Indian Army, they have been asked to maintain the
all the establishments of the Indian Army, they have been asked to maintain the high vigilance. However, this was a general alert that was issued earlier, also keeping in view the sensitivity of the August 5 and August 15, and all the operational bases of the Indian Army too are on the alert to foil any mischief from the Pakistani side, because there is a regular input which is hinting that Pakistan is planning something big ahead of the August 15.
Well, Gursimran, that is a very important point that you're also making with respect to how you also picked up this information from your sources. I would like you to expand on this as well, because as you rightly pointed out, 15th August is right around the corner and we see these kind of incidents coming to light from Jammu and Kashmir. Speak to us a little bit more about the nexus that the authorities are also looking into. Who really is responsible for these kind of actions, and any particular accused that they're looking at, terrorists that they have looked at in terms of the mastermind of this entire plot?
Right now the militancy in Jammu and Kashmir is being run on the modules model, and that's why the searches are on to nab the terrorists wherever they are. See, this is an operational details that however cannot be shared that who is on the target, but yesterday we got a specific information from the top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir police that the deputy chief of the resistance front, which is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Basit, is on the radar of the security forces. Apart from that, there are many terror commanders who are operating from the Pakistan and are planning a major terror strike ahead of August 15, for which the forces are prepared. And the incident that has been reported today morning from the Pargal area of Rajouri, where the Indian Army camp was on the target. The Fidain terrorists, they were trying to sneak into the Indian Army's camp, but was retaliated by the Santri that was deployed on duty, and due to the alertness, this attempt was foiled. However, 3 brave hearts of the Indian Army, they too have attained the martyrdom.
Well, absolutely, Gursimran. Thank you for getting us all those very crucial updates as far as this IED has been recovered by the authorities in J&K. We trust you to keep us ahead on that story. And cutting across to some more breaking updates now here, viewers, on Live in Breaking. After Prime Minister's black magic jibe, Rahul Gandhi is now on the defensive, and he's tweeted, and I quote, "Does the Prime Minister not see inflation? Don't you see unemployment? To hide your black deeds, stop lowering the dignity of Prime Minister's post by saying superstitious things like black magic and misleading the country, Prime Minister, and the people's issues have to be answered." Now, this is a tweet that has come in response to the Prime Minister's jibe, in fact, and Rahul Gandhi also once again trying to take a dig at the Prime Minister and claiming that the Prime Minister should abstain from talking about superstitious things like black magic and misleading the country, he has said in this tweet. And he has stated that there are severe issues of the people that need to be focused upon, especially things like inflation and unemployment. These are the statements made by Rahul Gandhi in this tweet, in this latest tweet, in fact, that we are putting across for you on your screens right now. And you can see the tweet itself that has been sent out in response to the Prime Minister. And Anuj, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast, on the phone line, in fact. Anuj, tell us more about this tweet that we are now seeing, where Rahul Gandhi is once again taking a dig at the Prime Minister, and he has said that he should abstain from talking about superstitious things and he should focus on the real issues of the people.
Well, exactly. That's Rahul Gandhi, who is now reverting back, or rather hitting back at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And let me read and let me quote what Rahul Gandhi has stated. Does the Prime Minister not see inflation? Does don't you see unemployment to hide your black deeds? Stop lowering the dignity of the PM post by saying superstitious things like black magic and misleading the country Prime Minister. People issue have to be answered. This is something which has been stated by Rahul Gandhi. But let me tell you, this is a guide which has been taken by Rahul Gandhi. Now, we have seen how the Prime Minister yesterday targeted the Congress party and called it a kind of black magic.
Called it a kind of black magic which Congress party was trying to do, and black magic was something which was used, the name which was used by the Prime Minister himself yesterday. And there, this was on the protest which was done by the Congress party, where everybody, including Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, was wearing the black clothes, and that's where the Prime Minister has hit it on the Congress party and the kind of protest that has been done, where there was a target on the Enforcement Directorate and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this was regarding when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was called in, and the kind of investigation that was done by the Enforcement Directorate. And later yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi when targeted Congress party. Now this is Rahul Gandhi who has tweeted on the same. A day later, now Rahul Gandhi is coming out and hitting back at the Prime Minister, where he is stating, does the Prime Minister not see inflation? Don't you see unemployment? To hide your black deep, stop lowering the dignity of the PM post by saying superstitious things like black magic. So this is something which the line has been taken by Rahul Gandhi. We have seen the Congress party again and again hitting back at the Bharatiya Janata Party Prime Minister himself and the Enforcement Directorate. The frustration was seen on the roads of the national capital when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi was called in for the investigation and for the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. And later, when we have seen that how the office of Young Indian was sealed in the part of the investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, then also it was the frustration of the Congress party which was seen on the streets of the national capital. And when 144 was imposed in the national capital, this was the Congress party who planned for a protest. And there we have seen what exactly has happened, on which an FIR rather had been registered, how the police personnel even was manhandled by the Congress party senior leader and including Priyanka Gandhi. After that, this was the reaction of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which we have seen yesterday, where Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the country, has hit it on the Congress party, and name is a black magic which has been done by the Congress party, and rather which Congress party was trying to do. And that is something which has been stated by the Prime Minister. But now this is Rahul Gandhi, who is coming early in the morning with a reaction, who has tweeted the same and who is talking about the inflation. And this is the war of word which is again seen within Congress party, with the Congress party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now it is expected that the Bharatiya Janata Party senior leadership will also be reverting back on the same, and this is again going to be the war of word, what we are expecting. But yes, Rahul Gandhi early in the morning, a day after now coming out with this tweet and hitting at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's reaction, which we have seen yesterday. Yes, back to you.
Well, Anuj, also expand upon this for our viewers, because we have seen these kind of political war of words breaking out as far as the massive Congress protest is concerned, where everybody was donned in black. And of course, we saw those visuals as they had panned out, with the kind of physical altercations that had also broken out with the top leadership of the Congress and the police officials as well. So expand upon this a little bit more about the protest that had gone on and the kind of reactions that you're also picking up in the Congress party with respect to the Prime Minister's scathing remarks.
Well, exactly. This was the protest which was called in by the Congress party. Rather, they were naming it that they have called this particular protest for the inflation, for the unemployment, for the farmers issue, for Agnipath scheme. But let me remind you, this was the word terminology which was used then and there by the senior Congress leaders also, and they were targeting again the Enforcement Directorate. Let me remind this to our viewers that this was the frustration of the Congress party, which was very much seen there on the streets of the national capital when Enforcement Directorate was in action and was questioning the duo Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. So there now Congress party's frustration could be clearly seen when Rahul Gandhi again coming out and hitting back at the Prime Minister. Prime Minister yesterday has made in this reaction, on which Rahul Gandhi is reverting now. We have seen yesterday Jairam Ramesh first coming out with a tweet and targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now this is Rahul Gandhi who is again back with a tweet and targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Yes.
All right, Anuj, thank you for getting us all those details on this big story that we are tracking for you now, viewers, where now the Prime Minister had taken a jibe at the Congress party with respect to the protests that they had carried out, and now Rahul Gandhi hitting back. Well, viewers, we're cutting across to how the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of Maharashtra and the Shinde faction are there to offer prayers at Balasaheb Thackeray's memorial. I believe Alisha, my colleague, is there on the ground tracking those images for you as well. Alisha, if you can hear me, speak to us about these visuals that we are seeing right now of Eknath Shinde and the Shinde faction who reached there at the Balasaheb Thackeray memorial.
Well, yes, Priyanka, we can see the visuals here where the ministers from the Shiv Sena who has recently inducted into cabinet minister in the Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, that is BJP government. We can see it's where the minister has already reached here, and any time from now where the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also going to reach to the Balasaheb Thackeray memorial in Dadar. What we have been told that this is something after yesterday there was the first cabinet meeting of all the newly inducted ministers, but right after that, we are seeing that the Shiv Sena, the newly inducted ministers who are taking the blessings in the Balasaheb Thackeray memorial. Importantly, what we have been told that this is something, a procedure that they are before starting their work for the people of Maharashtra, they are taking a blessings of Balasaheb Thackeray at the memorial. And here we are clearly seeing the visuals where Deepak Kesarkar, Samburaje Desai, Dada Bhuse, Gulabrao Patil, Sandipan Bumre, Uday Samant, Sanjay Rathod have all reached here, and they are going to speak to media. We'll try and we'll see, but we can see the visuals here where the Shiv Sena newly inducted ministers who have already reached here at Balasaheb Thackeray memorial to offer prayers. And what we have been also told that any time from now that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also going to reach. It is something, a new start, a new beginning of the Shiv Sena as inducted as a minister here. So before starting their work, they have come here to offer prayers to Balasaheb Thackeray, take the blessings of the Balasaheb Thackeray is what have been told by Deepak Kesarkar while speaking to the media. So here the visuals are from Balasaheb Thackeray memorial where the Shiv Sena's newly inducted ministers are taking blessing from in Balasaheb Thackeray memorial.
Well, all right, and of course, Alisha, the political significance of these visuals that you are getting to our viewers there from Dadar are also very important to note. And of course, this is just less than 24 hours after the cabinet expansion has also taken place. And now we are seeing that as 18 more people of the Shinde faction had taken oath, just 40 days after Eknath Shinde had become the chief minister. And of course, we are seeing Deepak Kesarkar there, perhaps going to speak to the media. Let's listen in.
प्रणाली मैम
तुझा मोबाईल पण खाली घे मोबाईल खाली घे
हॅलो
आम्ही रितसर जाऊन आम्हाला जी डिपार्टमेंट दिलेली असतील त्याचा आम्ही कार्यभार स्वीकारू, परंतु हा कार्यभार स्वीकारण्यापूर्वी बाळासाहेबांचं दर्शन घेणं हे आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या दृष्टीने आवश्यक होतं. कारण त्यांच्या प्रेरणेने महाराष्ट्राचा विकास करायचा आहे. त्यांचे जे विचार होते हे विचार आपल्या मनाशी बाळगून आपल्याला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर जायचं आहे, एक चांगलं राज्य द्यायचं आहे. आणि हे राज्य देत असताना बाळासाहेबांचे विचार सातत्याने आम्हाला प्रेरणा देत राहतील आणि त्यांना जे जे अपेक्षित होतं महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसाठी ते करून दाखवण्यासाठी आम्ही या राज्याचे मंत्री म्हणून सर्वजण प्रयत्न करू. या ठिकाणी ज्यावेळेला मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांनी मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा कार्यभार सांभाळला त्यावेळेला आम्ही त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी केवळ आम्ही मंत्रीच नाही तर आमच्या 50च्या 50 आमदार आम्ही भर पावसात भिजत या ठिकाणी बाळासाहेबांच्या स्मृतीस्थळाला आलेलो होतो. त्यांचे दर्शन घेतलेले होते, त्यांचे आशीर्वाद घेतलेले होते आणि त्यांची प्रेरणा घेऊन आम्ही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये चांगलं काम करू. आणि केवळ आम्हीच नाही तर आमचा सहयोगी पक्ष भाजप हे सुद्धा आमच्याबरोबर तेवढ्याच बाळासाहेबांचे विचार घेऊन लोकांच्यापर्यंत जातील आणि एक चांगला आणि
मंत्रिमंडळाच्या बैठकीत तुम्ही काय निर्णय घेतले, काय चर्चा झाली?
कॅबिनेट ही एक संयुक्त जबाबदारी असते आणि त्याच्यामुळे तुम्हाला छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टी सांगते, मोठे निर्णय तुम्हाला कळले असतील, परंतु तुम्हाला एक मी साधं उदाहरण देतो की कोकणामध्ये गणपतीचा उत्सव चालू आहे आणि MSEBने सगळ्या स्ट्रीट लाईट बंद केलेल्या आहे. मग लाखो लोक
We have already started our work, and most importantly, this work will be for the people of Maharashtra, for the benefit of the Maharashtra. The development will be the first priority.
ताबडतोब तिथल्या सगळ्या स्ट्रीट लाईट सुरू झाल्या पाहिजेत असे आदेश त्यांनी ऊर्जा सचिवांना दिले. अशा एवढ्या जलद गतीने निर्णय घेत असतात. प्रत्येक गोष्ट जी कॅबिनेट
There are still decisions that has been ongoing over the portfolios. Importantly, it's very important to think over what exactly the decision can be taken, and the portfolio has been picked. Is just the official announcement will be made.
दुसरं कालचं आमचं एक अत्यंत महत्त्वाची चर्चा झाली की इन्शुरन्स कंपन्या ज्या
Our first priority is to work for the people of Maharashtra. The work that has been on standby since many days and years. So we are working for the development of the people of Maharashtra.
सेना असतील, भाजप असतील, सर्व आमदारांचा एकच विषय होता की शेतकरी सुखी राहायला पाहिजे, तर त्याला न्याय दिला गेला पाहिजे. मग हे जे प्रश्न येतात आणि त्या प्रश्नावरती निर्णय होतात ते निर्णय सर्वसामान्य लोकांच्या हिताचे असतात.
The main motive is to work for the common people of Maharashtra. What we can do to make a relief
आणि त्याच्याच बरोबर 75वा
and
स्वातंत्र्य
to solve all the problems of the people of Maharashtra.
थांबवलं तिथं, नाहीतर आम्ही आता सर्वजण इथून पु ल देशपांडे सभागृहामध्ये जाणार होतो. तिथं स्वातंत्र्य दिनानिमित्त एक चित्रांचं प्रदर्शन भरवलेलं आहे ते आपल्या.
And viewers, we just heard Deepak Kesarkar also talking about the portfolios of the cabinet ministers and which portfolios will be given. He's saying that we will all be happy with whatever portfolios will be given to us because we are working with the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray and working for the people of Maharashtra. Now, those were the statements made by Deepak Kesarkar. Of course, remember, he had been a very important face when this entire Maharashtra political crisis had been going on as well, and now we are seeing Eknath Shinde as the chief minister and his new cabinet berth also already. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakkar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida. In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In the terrorist attack, 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
On the other side of the break, we are tracking the big story where Prime Minister Narendra Modi black magic jibe. Now Rahul Gandhi hitting back and coming out with a tweet. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa Club in Millennium City and had lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion.
ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे, तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. A lot lined up for you in this edition, starting with headlines first. All eyes on Jagdeep Dhankar as he is set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of the country. After mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Tyagi to be produced in court today. Five terrorists wiped out, 30 kg IED recovered, forces in all-out mission mode now. After mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Tyagi to be produced in court today. Trouble mounts for Mamta's man after a 10-time no-show. CBI news to tighten on Anubrata Mondal. Freebie face-off heats up top courts to hear case today. And starting with the breaking news coming in, this one over the massive furor over the remarks that were made by the AAP Neta earlier with respect to Divya, the Commonwealth Games medalist. What we understand is that now the AAP MLA has tried to spark divide with the remarks that were made earlier. The question arising whether AAP MLA will apologize for the remarks that were made earlier. In fact, remember the AAP Neta had tweeted, and I quote, "Maybe I'm wrong, sister, but when I searched, I found that you have always been playing for Uttar Pradesh, not from Delhi. Today, the whole country is proud of you. I pray to God that you go ahead." That was a tweet that was put out earlier by the AAP Neta, following which the wrestler Divya replied saying 2011 till 2017 she had played for Delhi and that she even has certificates to prove the same. So massive furor there over the tweet that was put out by the AAP earlier. In fact, now we have the BJP also that has hit back over the remarks that were made by the AAP Neta. In fact, BJP Shehzad Poonawalla, who has taken to Twitter, he said, and I quote, "It is beyond disgusting that a player who raises the honor of the country has to give evidence to prove herself. Instead of helping Divya, the chief spokesperson of AAP, Saurabh, kept ridiculing her. This is how AAP lies and takes credit, but in reality insults our youth." That's the tweet that has been put out by BJP Shehzad Poonawalla. So a massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which the the medalist, the Commonwealth Games medalist, was forced to take to Twitter to prove that she has been playing for the Delhi, and not just she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017, and she even went on to mention that she has 17 certificates to prove that as well. And we have Anuj tracking all that updates very closely. Anuj, we understand that a face-off that has now erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP Neta earlier. If you could take us through the political reactions coming in on this story.
Well, this is going to be the political ramification of the same if we talk about...
All right, Anuj, I'll have to interrupt you there. Just stay with us. We have BJP Shehzad Poonawalla also joining us. Sir, if I can get your response as well. We understand that you've taken to social media to hit out at AAP. Very shocking indeed, the kind of remarks that were made by the AAP Neta earlier.
This is the true face of the Aam Aadmi Party, the anti-Aam Aadmi Party actually. The manner in which Divya Kakran and other athletes who raise the pride of our country. She has won the bronze medal in this edition. She has won multiple medals. She has been living in Delhi for 20 years. She has won multiple laurels for Delhi. The manner in which instead of helping her, giving her support, when she said that in 2018 and in 2022, Kejriwal did nothing to support her except for photo op, chief spokesperson of AAP, Saurabh Bharadwaj, insults her, humiliates her, ridicules her, and plays divide and rule card and says, "Tum Delhi se nahi ho." How dare he say this to any athlete, and particularly a woman athlete who is doing so much proud for the country? This time, then she was forced to put out her documents. Imagine how insulting this would be, that somebody on social media has to put out a document, a certificate saying that yes, indeed, she represented Delhi. She has won multiple medals for Delhi. She has won 8 Bharat Kesari. She has won 17 golds for Delhi. She represents state of Delhi. She has put out that certificate. And Mr. Kejriwal's party insults an athlete. This is their true face. They will do nothing. They will only give advertisements. They will only do marketing. But when the real time comes to help these athletes, and when the athletes remind them of their promises which have been broken, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Aam Aadmi Party insults an athlete, and that too on a day like Raksha Bandhan. On a day when we stand with our sisters, with the women of this country, on that day the Aam Aadmi Party has incited, humiliated the national pride of this country. I would request Arvind Kejriwal to immediately sack Mr. Bharadwaj. He must act on Mr. Bharadwaj if he is true to his word, or else it will be seen that this is sponsored by Arvind Kejriwal as vendetta against Divya, because Divya spoke the truth that Mr. Kejriwal has not helped her even one bit.
Well, absolutely, sir. And that's the point, that instead of taking cognizance of these remarks that were made by the Commonwealth medalist, we have the AAP, kind of making these charges and saying that she has never played for the national capital. So even a sorry or an apology, do you think, would suffice with the kind of remarks that have been made by AAP?
This is the most insulting, humiliating, ridiculing behavior where an athlete who has won us medals in Birmingham, has won us medals in international platforms, has to now prove to this spokesperson of AAP that she is a person representing Delhi state. How humiliating it must have been for Divya. I shudder to think that on one hand, Prime Minister motivates these athletes personally, he calls them up, talks to them, Khelo India, Tops India, these schemes are being used to help these athletes, so that we become a global sporting giant. And on this other hand, this spokesperson and close aide of Kejriwal, he humiliates an athlete and says, "Tum kahan se ho? Tera certificate dikha." This attitude, I would demand Mr. Kejriwal, because he watches a lot of television, sack Mr. Bharadwaj. Sack him. If you are true to your word, sack him, or else this is being done at your behest.
All right, so that's a big demand there being made by the BJP, demanding the sacking of the AAP MLA who made these remarks. Well, thank you so much. So that was BJP's Shehzad Poonawala. If Anuj is still with us, Anuj, if you could give us the reactions coming in, any clarification latest coming in by the AAP with respect to the statements that were made earlier by the AAP MLA?
Well, as if till now there is no clarification from the Aam Aadmi Party, but this is going to be an embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party and specifically Saurabh Bharadwaj. And Chief Minister himself will have to reply on the same, because now we are seeing the political ramification of the same, where BJP is hitting hard on the Aam Aadmi Party, because this seems like to be without having the knowledge of the same. Saurabh Bharadwaj has tweeted. Saurabh Bharadwaj has tweeted against a bronze medal winner who has won the bronze medal in the CWG games in 2020. So she's a wrestler. Divya is a wrestler who is now on the Twitter platform showing her certificates, claiming that she has played for the Delhi, she represents Delhi, and how many medals she has bought in for the Delhi. The certificates has been put out there on the Twitter. And today, let me break this also, at 4 p.m. Divya is going to do a press conference. Divya will be interacting with the media, and where Divya will be coming out with the papers and the certificates and the kind of insult that she is feeling, because she has represented the Delhi, and that is what she has put in there on the Twitter also. But this is going to be an embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, because as of till now there is no clarification, no apology from the Aam Aadmi Party or Saurabh Bharadwaj. So we are still waiting for the reaction of Aam Aadmi Party, what their exactly stand is. If we talk about their particular stand, if it is in his own view, if we talk about Saurabh Bharadwaj, that has to be made in very much clear by the Aam Aadmi Party or the Chief Minister himself, that what exactly the party stand on the same is. If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have to make it clear what exactly has happened and how he can say someone that she did not represent the Delhi.
Yes, Anuj, interrupting you for just a moment, we have Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP also joining us. Sir, if I can get your reaction as well. Earlier we spoke to Shehzad Prashant Poonawala, who demanded nothing less than sacking of the AAP Neta who made these shocking remarks against the Commonwealth Games medalist.
देखिए, इससे पहले भी ये को पहली बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की कहनी और कथन में अंतर हो, बार बार उन्होंने ऐसा करके दिखाया जब वो बोलते कुछ हैं और रियलिटी कुछ होती है। अगर हम इस पर्टिकुलर केस की बात करें तो अगर आपने देखा हो तो प्लेयर ने खुद भी अपने 2018-19 के मेडल भी और सर्टिफिकेट भी शेयर किए और बताया कि मैं दिल्ली से यही पहले खेलती रही हूँ और दिल्ली से ही खेलती रही हूँ, क्योंकि दिल्ली ने कोई सपोर्ट नहीं की तो शी वॉज फोर्स्ड टू पे फ्रॉम अदर स्टेट। आज वो खुद बोलते हैं कि मेरे साथ ये बेइंसाफी क्यों। एक तरफ तो आप कहते हैं कि जो मेडल जीत कर ला रहे हैं उनका स्वागत करते अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा कि दिल्ली उनको यह भी सुविधा देगी, और उन्होंने मीटिंग में भी कहा इससे पहले मेरे साथ ऐसा अकेला नहीं हुआ, मेरे अलावा भी पहले भी प्लेयर्स के साथ ऐसा हो चुका है। और मैं देख रहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी के MLA सौरभ भारद्वाज जी ने उन पे ये इल्जाम भी लगाए कि आप दिल्ली से नहीं खेलते, लेकिन मुझे इस बात का खेद है कि जब एक प्लेयर को अपनी सफाई देनी पड़े और ये बताना पड़े कि मैं दिल्ली से ही खेलती रही हूँ और ये मेरे सर्टिफिकेट हैं और ये देश के लिए गौरव, अब देश को गौरवमय करने वाले प्लेयर्स को अगर अपना साबित करना पड़े, तो मुझे लगता है ये बड़े दुख और खेद की बात है। इसके ऊपर आम आदमी पार्टी को न केवल सफाई देनी चाहिए बल्कि उस बेटी को अडॉप्ट करके जो उसका बनता हक है कॉमनवेल्थ प्लेयर के तौर पर उसको वो भी देना चाहिए।
जी Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji, thank you हमसे बात करने के लिए. So that was BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also demanding action and saying that things of course have come to a state when the Commonwealth Games medalist has to take to Twitter to prove that she's played for the national capital. So very shocking indeed, the kind of remarks that were made by the AAP MLA who tried to spark divide. We have BJP's Anila Singh also joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your response as well. Very shocking indeed, the things that have come to this state when the Commonwealth Games medalist has to prove that she's played for the national capital by putting out her documents on social media.
It is very unfortunate. And this shows the real face of Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party or the mindset of Arvind Kejriwal. He is the same chief minister who talks too much and does nothing, especially if I talk about the sports people living in his state. And under his leadership, we have seen that how the misuse of stadiums was done by his officers. Action was taken against those officers who use the stadium to give walk to the dog, instead allowing the sports people to play there. So if Divya is saying something, instead of honoring that, instead of recognizing that, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that she doesn't belong to Delhi, though she lives in Delhi. Today I might be residing anywhere in the country and I might be belonging to some other state, but if I'm living in that particular state for long enough, then definitely I will expect some sort of recognition from the government, from the state where I live in. Instead, the leadership says, अरे आप तो हमारे स्टेट की हो ही नहीं, अब जबकि 20 साल से मैं उसी स्टेट में अगर रह रही हूँ, तो I really appreciate what Divya has done because she has shown the real face of Arvind Kejriwal. He's unanswerable, conducting PC and then telling that she doesn't belong to my state, Delhi state. I have to tell Mr. Kejriwal, she has brought honor to this country. She has brought pride to this country and she belongs to whole of the country. So if she says, I belong to Delhi, you should be proud of it, rather politicizing the matter.
Well, absolutely, Anila Singh. And she's even went on to put out her documents also and saying that I have won 17 goals for the national capital. So does the AAP government has no idea that the girl who has won a medal at the Commonwealth Games has even won 17 gold medals for the national capital by representing representing Delhi?
This proves that Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have any idea. He is busy in distributing freebies. फ्री का बिजली ले लो, फ्री का पानी ले लो, टैक्स पेयर्स का पैसा उड़ा दो, पर मुझको वोट देकर मुझको चुनकर ले आओ. This is what Arvind Kejriwal is doing. He is a harmful virus for this country.
All right. Well, Anila Singh, we'll leave it at that. So demand now only growing for the sacking of the AAP Neta who made these remarks. Very unfortunate indeed that the medalist had to take to Twitter to put out her documents to tell that she's been playing for the national capital and it's even won 17 gold medals. And a quick roundup of all that's making news from the world of sports. Tommy Paul recorded one of his best wins of his career, beating second seed Carlos Alcaraz at the Montreal Masters. Alcaraz had led by a set and a break and even enjoyed a match point of his own, but Paul forced his way back into the match and captured the win with his 5th match point. Nick Kyrgios produced a superb comeback to beat world number 1 Daniil Medvedev and booked his place in the 3rd round of Montreal Masters. Kyrgios has now won 14 of his last 15 matches, backing up his maiden appearance in a Grand Slam final where he lost to Djokovic. UAE FA Champions League winner Real Madrid all set to take on UEFA European League winners in Frankfurt in the UAE Super Cup. The UEFA Super Cup will be played in Helsinki Olympic Stadium in Finland. Table tennis gold medal winner Srija Akula, who won the mixed doubles gold medal with Achanta Sharat Kamal in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, received a grand welcome at Hyderabad airport after she arrived from Birmingham. The Telangana Sports Minister, meanwhile, was also there to give a warm welcome to Srija Akula. Serena Williams wore her game face when she stepped out into the stadium for her first match since telling the world that she's ready to leave professional tennis. The second round match at the hard court came a day after she announced the countdown has begun on her playing career.
Big embarrassment for Aam Aadmi Party. Commonwealth Game bronze medalist now coming out with the proof that she has represented Delhi. Earlier this was Saurabh Bharadwaj who said that she has never represented Delhi. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. जगदीप धनखड़ देश के उपराष्ट्रपति पद पर सुशोभित हैं।
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign minister Ahead of 75th Independence Day, BJP organized an event in Surat's Tapi River. The visuals that surfaced showed numerous river boats sailing in Tapi River. The entire fleet of boats was seen decked up in tricolour. To mark the 75th year of independence of India, the RSS leader Indresh Kumar flagged off a Tiranga Yatra to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, saying that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is a moment of pride for all Indians.
ये है समय भारत की स्वतंत्रता का उत्सव मनाने का है। आपस के अंदर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का नहीं है, बांटने का नहीं है, भड़काने का नहीं है, लड़वाने का नहीं है। यह तो प्रेम से गले मिलकर एकजुट हिंदू ना एकजुट भारत और एकजुट भारतीय, एकजुट हिंद, एकजुट हिंदुस्तानी बनाने का है। आओ गले मिलें और भारत को महान बनाने की ओर तेज गति से आगे बढ़े।
Days ahead of Independence Day, Telangana police organized a 5-kilometer run to mark 75 years of independence. The police commissioner C.V. Anand was seen flagging off the Tiranga campaign. A Tiranga Yatra was taken out by BJP leaders in presence of UP cabinet ministers. The participants carried flags and slogans and chanted slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Gorakhpur Municipal Corporation flagged 350 vehicles with tricolour to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Municipal Commissioner of Gorakhpur and Mayor of Gorakhpur were seen present to mark the 75 years of independence. A very short break. Lots on the other side. After mega unsparing Yogi action, Goon Neta Srikant Tyagi to be produced in court today. Trouble mounts for Mamta's man after a 10-time no-show. CBI news to tighten on Anubrata Mondal.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces. News in brief, Income Tax Department attached properties of assets worth 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Maharashtra's Jalna district. This comes after IT conducted searches at multiple locations linked to an industrialist. A mega Tiranga rally took place in the national capital as part of celebrations of 75th year of independence. Several celebrations have unfolded in the country ahead of the auspicious occasion. Slipping into a very short break, don't go anywhere, stand by for an exclusive news break on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The Supreme Court has given Nupur Sharma protection, interim relief and clubbed all the 10 odd FIRs against her, and that's great because Nupur Sharma deserves equality before the law. She can't be left to fend with death threats and murderous calls and denied the protection that she deserves as a citizen of India under the law. Yes, Nupur Sharma deserves complete equality before the law. And so do those who are still even today getting threatened, attacked for supporting Nupur. If they support Nupur's views and that breaks the law, there is a legal process to deal with it. Then why in Karjat has 23-year-old Sunny Pawar been attacked with swords and slashed by a murderous group because he backed Nupur? Has Nupur Sharma become an excuse to unleash any form of violence in this country? Is there any doubt that Nupur Sharma has become an alibi to kill, to attack, and Nupur Sharma has become an alibi to violate every single aspect of the law? Is there any doubt? Is there any doubt that Nupur has over the last few weeks become an opportunity to threaten and to randomly stab and randomly bleed and even behead in different incidents across the country? What's going on? And honestly, viewers, haven't you asked, for how long will this continue? I know you've asked yourself that question. For how long will this random violence continue? Why should it continue? And that is why today's Supreme Court protection for Nupur, the Supreme Court interim protection, interim relief for Nupur Sharma should be a turning point. Enough violence.
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
Good morning and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Sharma. A look at the top headlines this hour. All eyes are on Jagdeep Dhankar as he takes oath as the 14th Vice President of the country. CWG hero bags glory of India at the world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Furor over the Aam Aadmi Party MLA's remark on the CWG hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic TV's news break. After the Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul Gandhi is in defensive mode now, raises unemployment and inflation. Five terrorists are wiped out, 30 kgs of IEDs recovered, full forces in all-out mission now. And after mega unsparing Yogi action, Nupur Tyagi is to be produced in court today. But in fact, after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant, now Prashant Bhushan has attacked the top court, saying that judges effectively issue orders thinking about post-retirement benefits. So that's a scathing attack that's coming in from Prashant Bhushan. Prashant Bhushan made these remarks at a webinar. We are given to understand now there have been remarks like this one that have been coming forth. Another attack on the judges over there. Let's listen into what actually Prashant Bhushan said.
On the Supreme Court's recent rollback of civil liberties, or rather its assault on civil liberties, one needs to understand that the Supreme Court is charged with a very, very important responsibility to protect fundamental rights, human rights of the citizens, as well as non-citizens who are in India, such as Rohingya refugees, etc. In the recent years, since the Narendra Modi government has come to power, we have been seeing a sort of rampant trampling of rights of people. There is, of course, a full-blooded assault on minorities in this country. There are lynch mobs out on the streets. There are lynch mobs on the social media. Laws are being made to somehow reduce them to second-class citizens. All kinds of things are being done. There are fake encounters being done of Muslims. There are houses of Muslims being demolished just because they are protesting. But apart from that, we have been seeing an assault on the civil liberties of any dissenter, anybody who stands up and speaks out against this government, especially journalists or activists, etc. A very large number of our activists and journalists are in jail. Some of our finest human rights activists have been arrested in the Bhima Koregaon case. Many of them were also arrested in the Delhi riots case. Many others are charged with sedition like Siddiq Kappan, etc., or charged under UAPA and are being kept in prison for years altogether and are being denied bail. So in such a situation, the role of the Supreme Court and the High Courts, the higher judiciary in India, becomes even greater because it is really their responsibility and their power. It is their power, their duty, their responsibility to protect the rights of people whose rights are being trampled. Justice Arun Mishra, who was another infamous judge who immediately or soon after retirement was made the chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, was allowed to retain his official bungalow for 9 months totally in violation of the rules, and thereafter made the chairman of the Human Rights Commission. Now, Justice Khanvilkar, who has delivered these other 3 judgments, including Zakia Jafri, Himanshu Kumar, PMLA, and he had delivered the Batali judgment. He's just retired. We don't know what post he will be given. There are many posts which are vacant. The chairmanship of the Law Commission, the Lokpal's post is also vacant. Let us see what post he is given. But we have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, who had delivered that Ayodhya judgment, who also delivered that Rafael judgment just before retirement, and soon after retirement he was made a member of the Rajya Sabha. There are a few good judgments, but those judgments kind of stand out as exceptions. And we are seeing that in general, the Supreme Court has, by and large, abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens. And as I said, one of the reasons for this is this lure of post-retirement jobs, but there are all kinds of reasons why the Supreme Court is behaving in the way that it is. We are seeing that the independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. Seriously under question. Recently, Mr. Sibal said that he had lost faith in the Supreme Court, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country. But I still feel that we should not completely lose hope in the Supreme Court. There are still a large number of honest and upright judges, and we need to give them strength. And the way to give them strength is that when they do something which is right, which we see as being correct and by way of protecting civil liberties and human rights, etc., we should applaud them. And when they do something wrong, we should criticize them and criticize them strongly. That way, the good judges who want to stand up but who may be feeling weak right now or isolated right now will get the strength and the courage to stand up. And those who are kind of becoming or have become virtually the rubber stamps of the government, they will be deterred from behaving in the way in which they have been behaving.
Mr. Nalan Kohli from the BJP on the phone line with me. Mr. Kohli, good morning. Mr. Kohli, how do you see these remarks that are coming in from Prashant Bhushan? He made them at a webinar that he attended.
As a practicing advocate, and Mr. Prashant Bhushan himself is in that sense a colleague at the bar, we all have the collective responsibility of ensuring that we have measured words when we speak about the highest judicial institution, the highest constitutional court, the Honorable Supreme Court, or even the high courts and other courts, because they are involved in the dispensation of justice on which millions of people and their hopes on a daily basis are hinged. Now, certainly one can argue that under Article 19, Mr. Bhushan or anyone else has a freedom of speech and expression. But this tendency that is happening by a set of advocates to run down the institution, and especially the Supreme Court and its judges, whenever they feel a judgment hasn't gone to their liking, is something that has to be criticized in the harshest possible manner. Because this is a trend. It is not a one-off incident. It has happened by trying to politicize judges. It has happened repeatedly in judgment after judgment in which they had their own angles. Every judgment finally will go in favor of somebody and against somebody. One can have a point of view quite correctly that I don't agree with the judgment for these reasons. But to run down and make a genuine statement against 30 plus judges who slogged day and night in the Supreme Court, just because you are unhappy with a judgment is not the correct approach. And certainly it calls for a counter-criticism. The second part, there is a set of people whose entire raison d'etre or their desire is to create an angularity on a global forum as if India and democracy is in threat. There are elections, there are free elections. Globally, it is seen that these are free elections. Now, this set of people are opposed to Narendra Modi and the BJP. In a democracy, they are entitled to be against any political party. They are entitled to have a counter viewpoint to the BJP. But to run down everything in India just because a person or a set of people are unhappy with the current dispensation is also something that cannot be tolerated in that sense, and or will call for a counter-criticism. And here we have an organization, the United States, that is known to have a positioning which is anti-India, that is known to have a communal orientation, to use its platform and then give them a handle to beat India's global image for their own considerations and for the political considerations of the person who does so, certainly is not correct, and it harms Indian democracy. And we all have a collective responsibility and obligation to strengthen our democratic tradition rather than weaken them, and particularly with these kinds of agendas.
All right, Mr. Kohli, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. I think we've also got Mr. R.P. Singh on the phone line with us. Mr. R.P. Singh, good morning. What do you make of these comments that have come in from Mr. Bhushan? He made them at, I think, a webinar where he participated?
Well, Mr. Bhushan and likes of Mr. Bhushan probably don't believe in democratic processes and the institutions. They more believe in the anarchism. And a party also which was leader categorically stated that I'm an anarchist. Mr. Bhushan and Mr. Kapil Sibal both have a track record of criticizing the judges and the judgment out of my way or highway. If it's judgment suiting to me or as per my will is good, otherwise we will criticize the judgment both. And in that process, they criticize the government also. Actually, they want to hit the government. Actually, they want to hit the Prime Minister Modi, and they are used judiciary and Supreme Court judges as tool to hit the government. But in this process, they also hit the country. The image of the India is damaged or is hampered worldwide, and especially when they talk about the judiciary. I accept Mr. Kohli's point of view that they have all the right to bring out the objectives. But 20 Supreme Court to the same the Supreme Court judiciary system has collapsed and it's not delivering. Rather, Mr. Prashant Bhushan and Mr. Kapil Sibal should see into their track record of losing cases. And because of their losing cases in the courts, they have started criticizing the judiciary now.
All right, Mr. R.P. Singh joining us there. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Also joining me right now is Mr. Gaurav Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, good morning. Mr. Bhatia, how do you see these comments that have been made by Prashant Bhushan, largely seen to be against the Supreme Court and the judges?
Whether it is Kapil Sibal or Prashant Bhushan, they're doing great disservice to the country. And let me say this with some responsibility, that the judiciary of the country is an institution which has always stood for civil liberties and the rights of the people of the country. Mr. Prashant Bhushan is the same one who was punished under contempt of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court found that the allegations that he made were scurrilous. And yet again, this lobby has come out because the judiciary is doing its job, but the agenda of this lobby is only to divide India, to destroy credible institutions of the country, and we see how they speak in one voice, but the country will also unite to speak in one voice now and give them a befitting reply.
Right, Mr. Bhatia, thank you for speaking to us. I think we've also got Swapnil Kothari on the phone line with us. Mr. Kothari, good morning. Mr. Kothari, what do you make of these comments that have come in from Prashant Bhushan? He made them at a webinar that he was attending.
Well, I think these comments are absolutely uncalled for, and especially they do not befit a senior advocate of his stature, possibly having spent about 4 to 5 decades in the very Supreme Court that he, so possibly idolizes at one point in time, and now suddenly feels disheartened by the same. This seems to be some sort of a concerted effort, from one comment made by Mr. Sibal the other day and one by Mr. Prashant Bhushan. Both supposedly have some sort of an affiliation with the Congress party. But I don't want to get into politics of this at all. I would rather view those comments on the merits of the fact that they have been made by both senior advocates and have been made by about the highest judicial court, and especially overall the judiciary as one. I believe that it's the judiciary pretty much which is running the country in association with the media today, which gives a signal service to the judiciary in spreading out all the judgments of the judiciary and all the courts and the observations made by the judiciary, and conducts debates on the same and tries to reach out to the general public as such, which all of you channels do. So I believe that these comments really bring down the judiciary into a disrepute and tend to dishearten and convey a wrong message to the people of the country that seem to, the 125 crore people that seem to have ultimate faith in the court of the land. Till date, you will know that whenever there is a fight or there is some sort of a squabble, people still say, "Main tujhe court mein dekh lunga." That means they still have faith in the judiciary. And all of these statements which have been made in the past couple of weeks, or a couple of days, should I say, by senior advocates, bring the judiciary down into complete disrepute and tend to diminish the trust of the 125 crore people that they have. Because the faith of the people in the executive and the legislature is always wishy-washy. But in the judiciary, it is still unerring, and people still have that faith that if these two do not function well, then the third arm of the democracy, the judiciary, will do the justice to us and will give it, albeit delayed, but will give it to us, because so far the Supreme Court especially has done a sterling job. And of course all the high courts of the country and all the lower courts also, but the Supreme Court in particular has laid down the path for the country as such, and has given the signal service to the country as such. And this is where the senior advocates need to be really watching their words, and especially when they comment about the judiciary. If they cannot comment positively, then I think they should refrain from commenting negatively. It is a very sad situation.
Right.
This is what we are facing on the 75th year of our independence eve. It is extremely disheartening and disgusting, if I may say so.
Right. Mr. Kothari, he also then goes on to say that there is a lure of government jobs for judges. Do you think these kind of statements actually do quite a bit of disservice to normal people who are looking at the law to solve their issues and problems?
Well, very much so. You cannot, to say that I am giving judgments because I have some government job in the line post-retirement is to say that I am bending the rule of law, I am compromising on my integrity, and I am at the service of the government, which is absolutely abhorrent to say, simply because our judiciary is one of the most independent judiciaries across the world. And trust me, I've practiced quite a bit across the globe in many jurisdictions, particularly the United States and England, especially where the judiciary is extremely independent. And trust me, I put the Indian judiciary very much on par with them, and more so at times in certain cases. So to say that because there is a government job at the end of the rainbow or at the end of my retirement, I will pass certain judgments. Yes, you may have one or two judges here and there who could do that, but that doesn't mean that the entire orchard is rotten. It may have one or two rotten apples, but to say that the entire orchard is rotten and I don't have that faith that the judgments are passed in this manner is an absolutely disreputable and a disgusting statement to make, and it tends to lower down the confidence of the people in the judiciary.
So it is an absolutely uncalled for statement to make that even if you harbor those sentiments, even if you have proof of some of those things, then still you ought to refrain being an officer of the court. You cannot make that being a senior lawyer or being any lawyer or advocate you are an officer of the court first, and you have to protect. It's like, your own family. Within the family, if there are some troubles or there are some squabbles, you need to keep them within the family itself. You can convey them in the harshest terms to the people one-to-one, but do not make statements in public, especially when you are a senior advocate. You ought not to. I can pardon a junior lawyer or a junior advocate, but not somebody who is of a certain stature and at a seniority level. They ought to refrain themselves, and they need to be a little bit more prudent and circumspect before making comments in public, even if they think them to be true or even if they have proof of the same. But to say that, to tar the entire judiciary with the same brush, to paint it with the same brush is something which is absolutely uncalled for.
All right.
Certainly not.
All right, Mr. Kothari, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. So Swapnil Kothari over there reacting to the comments that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. He made these remarks at a webinar that he'd attended. At that webinar, of course, he was speaking on about the role of the judiciary. We're going to play out those remarks for you once again. So those comments that have come in from Prashant Bhushan, of course, coming in for a fair bit of criticism from various senior advocates. Prashant Bhushan, of course, did make these remarks at a webinar of the Indian American Muslim Council. He was speaking there, and that's where he made these comments. Now, these comments, of course, as I was earlier saying, have been criticized by various senior advocates as well as political parties who believe that Mr. Bhushan may be doing a great disservice to the country. I'm going to play out those. We're going to try and play out those remarks again for you in just a bit.
On the Supreme Court's recent rollback of civil liberties, or rather its assault on civil liberties, one needs to understand that the Supreme Court is charged with a very, very important responsibility to protect fundamental rights, human rights of the citizens, as well as non-citizens who are in India, such as Rohingya refugees, etc. In the recent years, since the Narendra Modi government has come to power, we have been seeing a sort of rampant trampling of rights of people. There is, of course, a full-blooded assault on minorities in this country. There are lynch mobs out on the streets. There are lynch mobs on the social media. Laws are being made to somehow reduce them to second-class citizens. All kinds of things are being done. There are fake encounters being done of Muslims. There are houses of Muslims being demolished just because they are protesting. But apart from that, we have been seeing an assault on the civil liberties of any dissenter, anybody who stands up and speaks out against this government, especially journalists, or activists, etc. A very large number of our activists and journalists are in jail. Some of our finest human rights activists have been arrested in the Bhima Koregaon case. Many of them were also arrested in the Delhi riots case. Many others are charged with sedition, like Siddiq Kappan, etc., or charged under UAPA and are being kept in prison for years altogether and are being denied bail. So in such a situation, the role of the Supreme Court and the high courts, the higher judiciary in India, becomes even greater because it is really their responsibility and their power. It is their power, their duty, their responsibility to protect the rights of people whose rights are being trampled. Justice Arun Mishra, who was another infamous judge who immediately or soon after retirement, was made the chairman of the National Human Rights Commission. Was allowed to retain his official bungalow for 9 months, totally in violation of the rules, and thereafter made the chairman of the Human Rights Commission. Now, Justice Khanvilkar, who has delivered these other 3 judgments, including Zakia Jafri, Himanshu Kumar, PMLA, and he had delivered the Batali judgment. He's just retired. We don't know what post he will be given. There are many posts which are vacant. The chairmanship of the Law Commission, the Lokpal's post is also vacant. Let us see what post he is given. But we have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, who had delivered that Ayodhya judgment, who also delivered that Rafale judgment just before retirement, and soon after retirement, he was made a member of the Rajya Sabha.
Go across to lawyer Deshrata Nigam on the kind of language that is yet again being used by Prashant Bhushan. Deshrata Nigam, we remember once there was a contempt proceedings against him, but the kind of words that are being said, the threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
Well, Rhythm, in fact, if you look at Prashant Bhushan's career, he's a frustrated man. The moment the Congress went away from power, the hand which was on his head was removed. And I believe Supreme Court was very lenient when, they punished him for contempt of Supreme Court. It was kind of a token punishment. He is the kind of urban Naxal belonging to the very same lobby. And when the judgments do not go the way they want, which they probably were used to during Congress time, then they start, leveling allegations, all kind of outlandish allegations that amounts to contempt of court and as well as, contempt of parliament. And he is forgotten and probably he is absolutely blind that these appointments are made subject to the provisions of the Act of the Parliament, because these acts want that a retired Supreme Court judge should be made based on National Human Rights Commission. So there are provisions made by the Parliament. So only people who are retired from a particular judge, court, say for example the High Court or the Supreme Court, there is a particular qualification laid down by the Parliament, and therefore they are appointed not on the whims and fancies of a particular government. So he is misleading, and this is also a very serious provocation. I think some criminal action has to be initiated. Despite the fact he belongs to a profession, I am very clear that he's provoking people, and he's probably got that, motivation, that intention, probably because what happened in Bihar. He thinks that their kind of people are coming back. So look at the timing that has been done, and I think this is an act to be punishable by law.
Absolutely, I agree. Criminal action is the call of the day. People are trying to say too much, whether it's on social media, whether it's senior advocates who have an axe to grind since they're not winning cases, or whether it is people who have motivated options. We have to see how this will go. Deshrata Nigam, I thank you for being with us. We slip into a quick break, but this is a top focus today, all day on Republic TV.
Rhythm, thank you for joining us as well. So that's the big story that we're tracking here on Republic TV. Prashant Bhushan, of course, made these remarks at a webinar that he was attending. And still to come, the CBI enters Anubrata Mondal's residence. The house is cordoned off by the CRPF. 45 vehicles, we are told, are standing outside.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking, and we are getting you at the top of this hour, getting you the biggest update from West Bengal and how trouble is mounting now for Anubrata Mondal, where now we're getting to know that the CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal as well. Remember, there had been the kind of investigation that was being carried out in the entire matter by the CBI in Anubrata Mondal, a very top counterpart of Mamata Banerjee as well. And we had seen those visuals as well, how the CBI team had reached the TMC leader's residence, and the CBI had carried out searches at the residence as well. And now we were learning that early in the morning, there was CRPF that had been deployed and the entire area had also been cordoned off. And now we are learning that the CBI has now officially arrested Anubrata Mondal as well. Now, we had seen how over the course of the investigation, 10 times there had been summons that had been sent to Anubrata Mondal, but there had been an absolute no-show. And now we are seeing that the CBI has arrested Mamata's top man, the TMC leader, Anubrata Mondal as well. And he was in fact being questioned in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. And Anubrata Mondal in fact had earlier also skipped several summons, at least 10 of them. He had cited several reasons, including that of health problems. And we are now learning in the morning, early morning, the CRPF had cordoned off the TMC leader's house. And now the CBI has officially arrested Anubrata Mondal as well. And Shravan Sen is joining us on the broadcast. He's breaking this story for us as well. Shravan, tell us more about this arrest that has now been made. Anubrata Mondal officially arrested. Tell us more about what lays ahead for the top Mamata man.
Hello. Look, this is a big news now coming in, Priyanka, because Trinamool Congress's right-hand man, or rather Mamata Banerjee's right-hand person, Anubrata Mondal, has now been arrested. In fact, he is a district leader from Birbhum, a man who's not contested in the election, but someone who was extremely influential in Birbhum district itself. Now, what are the allegations that have been leveled against Anubrata Mondal to start with? It is basically his role in the cattle smuggling. In fact, his bodyguard was arrested. Saikal Hussain was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And after his arrest, the Central Bureau of Investigation came across evidence with regards to role of Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling. This is what we know so far, Priyanka, is that when the cattle was basically being smuggled across the border from Bengal to Bangladesh, there is a certain kind of a protection that is given to the cattle transporters. Second, there is an entire modus operandi in which you've had the BSF officials who have been part of it. In fact, they've also been charge sheeted in this particular case. And another person who goes by the name of Inamul Haq. There were cut money that was basically taken, and it was Anubrata Mondal who was basically running this entire racket in terms of the money, in terms of giving the protection. In fact, he was given multiple opportunities by the Central Bureau of Investigation to basically put across his case. What turns out, as far as this case is concerned, is the fact
Shravan, now this is a big setback. Because he's evaded summons, he's tried everything possible under the book, tried to play up a medical sort of an excuse, but it appears that it's all options have run out. He's been arrested. Take our viewers through the charges against him. Shravan, and why the CBI has been after him to sort of get responses, but he's evaded them all along.
Well, as far as the charges that are concerned, as I was trying to explain it to Priyanka, you have Mamata Banerjee's right-hand man, Anubrata Mondal, someone who was extremely influential in the district of Birbhum, played a crucial role in cattle smuggling, in the illegal cattle smuggling that was operating for a long period of time. In fact, if I can take you through some of the evidence that has been gathered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, it starts with multiple arrests that were made. One, obviously, of one of the BSF commandants who was one of the prime accused in this particular case. Then you have another man who goes by the name of Inamul Haq, and of course, Saigul Hussain. Saigul Hussain is someone, a close aide of Anubrata Mondal, a security guard of Anubrata Mondal. And in fact, what turns out from the investigation that has been carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation is that Saigul Hussain, following his arrest, has basically taken Anubrata Mondal's name. Name in which sense, Niranjan, that is only with regards to when the cattle is basically smuggled across the border. There is a certain kind of a protection that is provided to the cattle transporters. As far as this particular case is concerned, here too we are given to understand that the cattle transporters were basically given the protection by Anubrata Mondal, and for which there was a certain amount of money that was being given to them. Now, what turns out is that who was really collecting the money? Saigul Hussain, who was basically collecting the money, turns out was actually doing it at the behest of Anubrata Mondal. Secondly, there are certain call data records which the Central Bureau of Investigation has matched with those who have already been arrested in this particular case. So what is very important to point out here is the fact that these details that are basically emerging only nails the role of Anubrata Mondal as far as the cattle smuggling case is concerned. And with the arrests that have been made, just to remind our viewers that in fact the CBI had given multiple opportunity to Anubrata Mondal to try and explain his position. What has happened in the process is that at least 10 summons were sent out, most of which he had not responded. He has only appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation on 2 occasions. Just on 2 occasions when he had appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation.
No, very serious charges, and this puts Mamata Banerjee in a huge fix, isn't it, Shravan? With a second leader now arrested, few of our ministers also under the scanner, some of them also in the SSC recruitment scam. This puts immense pressure on the Trinamool Congress and also the West Bengal government on how they perhaps let this happen under their own watch once again, Shravan.
Well, as far as the political role is concerned, that is within the ambit of the investigation. So let's wait for what the Central Bureau of Investigation figures out from the investigation that is being carried out. But it would be certainly safe to say this, that all of this was basically happening with several other people who may have been involved in it. The Trinamool Congress certainly has some answering to do. When you have some of the senior-most members of the party basically being who facing some very serious charges like this, then it becomes even more embarrassing for a party, given the fact that they are basically talking about corruption. And what turns out here is that in this particular case, you are looking at a man called Anubrata Mondal. For those who are outside Bengal, just to understand who exactly is this person and why is he so very important. Now, remember the clout that he has within the party. There are tales from the party that, he is so very close to the chief minister, and the fact that he is a man who's not even contested an election, but despite that, he holds a lot of, there is a lot of influence that he wields in the district of Birbhum. In fact, we are given to understand he's got a palatial house in Birbhum, which also operates like the Trinamool Congress's party office. So he is someone who's considered to be very close to the top leadership of the Trinamool Congress. And the fact of the matter here is that over the last few days, the Trinamool Congress seems to have also changed their tactics. If you really look at the arrest of Partho Chatterjee, who was almost considered to be the number 2 in the party at some point in time, one of the senior most leaders, following his arrest, the Trinamool Congress had basically dropped him like a hot potato. As far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned also, if you take a look at the developments that have taken place in the last 24 to 48 hours, we are given to understand that there were multiple calls that were being made by Anubrata Mondal's close aides to the top leadership of the party. What turns out in this particular case is that there was no response that really came in from the top leadership with regards to the action that was imminent from the Central Bureau of Investigation. Because let's understand one thing. What has happened in this particular case is that multiple summons were sent out. At least 10 summons were sent out. Only in 2 occasions where he's basically responded appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation. What has happened in most of these cases is that he's basically taken the refuge of SSKM hospitals and seeking for more time from basically showing certain medical documents. In fact, even yesterday, counsel of Anubrata Mondal had appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation in Kolkata, and they had basically attached 2 documents. One was basically a prescription from the SSKM hospital, and the second was another prescription from Bolpur hospital. Now, what turns out is that in both the cases, he is basically trying to cite the fact that there is a health condition that he's facing, and that is the reason why he needs more time. He needs to be given more time by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Shravan, this is a huge development, and way on top of that story, Shravan Sen has been breaking every detail from Delhi to Kolkata. Right on top of that story, even when Partho Chatterjee broke, Shravan, ace reporter when it comes to investigations, agencies, nobody does it better than Shravan. Fantastic scoop once again, Shravan. In fact, even the local media, Shravan, did not know about it. Republic Bangla, first channel to break it across India. And what next? What next for him? What next for him? Because he's been playing this health card. He went to the hospital a few days back. They called him. He was greeted with chor chor slogans.
Well, what next is certainly he has exhausted all possible options. In fact, I think he's basically dug a grave for himself simply on 2 counts. One being that even on the very day that he was supposed to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation, what turned out, Niranjan, is that he landed up at the SSKM hospital with the intention that he wanted to get himself admitted. Turns out that the SSKM hospital refused to do so. They burned their fingers once in the case of Partho Chatterjee. Remember scathing remarks that were made by the Calcutta High Court as far as Partho Chatterjee's arrest is concerned, and in which he was basically making the attempt to stay there on the grounds that he, deteriorating health condition. The same modus operandi was also adopted by Anubrata Mondal. He was turned back by the SSKM administration. In fact, he returned to Birbhum. Meanwhile, the Central Bureau of Investigation basically strengthened the case. I am given to understand that there was a board that was basically looking into this entire matter. They were looking into all sort of reports. That's the reason why, if you've seen, they were not in a hurry to basically place him under arrest. They've taken adequate amount of time to basically understand the merits of the case, one. Secondly, with regards to what are the legal options that are available before the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, they had also mulled the option of moving the court, but before that would have been done. Remember, there was also a lot of speculation or rumors that were basically doing the rounds yesterday. Is that there was the district administration in Birbhum had basically put a lot of pressure, or rather there was a pressure that was put by Anubrata Mondal to basically ensure that some doctors within the district actually says that he needs to be put under bed rest. And that is something that has gone completely, that's boomerang, if I may say so, because what has turned out, Niranjan, is that the Central Bureau of Investigation has acted on it, and they have now landed at Anubrata Mondal's residence. We are now given to understand that he is now being placed under arrest by the CBI.
Shravan, thank you for that. We have to take a short break. Shravan, stay with me. We'll take a short break here on Republic TV. Breaking the story first across India once again. We told you first when Partho Chatterjee was arrested, first when Anubrata Mondal is arrested. Leading the coverage from Bengal with our channel Republic Bangla. Stay ahead. for the latest breaking news updates on Republic.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Couples have one question. Couples have one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep.
Staying on the big breaking story from Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, a very, very senior leader, a heavyweight in the Trinamool Congress, very close to Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee's man in Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, whom the Trinamool Congress has for long shielded, claimed there were no allegations against him and that it was a witch hunt all along. He skipped summons at least 8 to 10 times and he's been arrested this morning. Republic TV breaking the story at least 10 minutes before the rest. Let me go across to Kishale. Priyanka, you were also there reporting the story. Let's get a question in from Kishale. Also, there are some live pictures coming in via Republic Bangla, so we'll keep monitoring that feed, Kishale. The moment we have action there, we'll keep cutting across. Live pictures coming in from Bengal as well. Kishale, what's the update? What's the update?
Well, Niranjan, the biggest update is that Anubrata Mondal is arrested, and right now we can see that a huge deployment of CRPF team has been deployed outside his house. So right now CRPF and the CBI is ensuring that even a small animal cannot go away, cannot pass through that area. As much security has been provided in that, and Anubrata Mondal is right now in that house and CRPF is outside that house deployed to prevent any kind of situation that is uncalled for. for. Right now, CBI team is inside that house and Anubrata Mondal is arrested, and we are learning that in a few minutes from now, Anubrata Mondal can be taken out of that house and he can be brought to Kolkata. It is to be noted, Niranjan, that 10 times this man has evaded CBI summons. CBI has multiple times summoned him, multiple times called him in this cattle smuggling case and post-poll violence case, but this man has evaded all those summons. Right now, CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal and a huge team of CRPF is deployed right outside his house so that nothing can go beyond what the CBI wants right now. CBI wanted Anubrata Mondal in their custody. Right now, he is arrested and CBI will bring him to Kolkata. That's what we are learning from our sources. There can be interrogation inside his house as well. We do not know right now whether Anubrata Mondal's lawyers... So right now we do not know that whether Anubrata Mondal's lawyers are coming and trying to defend him or not. Right now only CBI team is present inside the house. The outside is fully deployed with CRPF Jawans, and we can see also some women CRPF personnel also there. So we will be coming back to that story and with more on Republic after a short break.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in Vice Presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa Club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well,
Welcome back. You're watching the story broken on Republic TV. Anubrata Mondal, top Trinamool Congress leader, one of the heavyweights of the Trinamool Congress. He's been arrested in the cattle smuggling case, which agencies have been investigating for several years now. My colleagues Kishore and Priyanka also joining. Priyanka, you've been tracking the developments when Partha Chatterjee was arrested. You see what's happened now in the case of Anubrata Mondal. How do you see the Trinamool Congress handling this latest issue? It's a double setback, within this month. You saw the uneasiness within the Trinamool the last time when Partha was arrested.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. When we were on the ground and we were tracking all of the TMC leaders, and at that time as well, we had seen how the TMC had completely, distanced themselves from Partha Chatterjee, and it seems as though they're doing the same this time because there is absolutely no response. There is no action also being taken. This is a top Mamata Banerjee man. He's a counterpart of Mamata Banerjee, a top TMC leader as well, and he had skipped 10 summons, is what we're getting to know. Apart from that, Niranjan, of course, the CBI had carried out these raids in which they have also recovered these 17 lakhs of cash. There is pen drives, there are documentation. So all these incriminating documents as well, that is going to be the story. That is also going to be something that will tell us the investigation, the trajectory of the investigation of the CBI, and perhaps Kishle could also come in on this since he's there right now. Kishle, if you can hear me, the kind of investigation that the CBI has carried out in this, the CBI in fact had also sent out a statement and they had said that they have the documents now and they do need, Anubrata Mondal in their custody so that he can be questioned. What is the movement right now on the ground? Will he be taken into custody right now and taken to the medical? And because the question then also arises about the medical, whether or not he will be taken to SSKM or some other hospital as well. Kishle, tell us more about what's happening on the ground.
Well, exactly. When yesterday night we saw that there was a big team of CBI that was being moved from Kolkata to Birbhum, and today morning we saw that CRPF was slowly being deployed outside his house. It was quite clear that there's going to be a movement. CBI entered his house a few hours back and then now he is arrested, and a huge team of CRPF and central Jawans are outside his house so that no situation can happen which is uncalled for. And what you asked Priyanka rightly, that whether he'll be taken for medical test or not, he can be, according to our sources, after his arrest brought to Kolkata via roadways, and then he can be taken to medical tests. However, we are learning that if he is taken for medical tests, he will be taken to some central operated hospitals such as ESIC or Commando Hospital, not SSKM for sure, because CBI and ED usually takes whoever they take in their custody to ESIC hospital, as we saw in Partha Chatterjee's case. However, we will be keeping a track on this story, and Anubrata is arrested. That's the big story for now. We will be coming back with more on Republic after a short break.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
To Kishale, who's bringing us the latest on this. So, Kishale, give us a sense of what's happening outside his residence. Of course, there's a huge posse of policemen as well as of other agencies who are present outside his residence as he's arrested.
We are showing first visuals. Anubrata is taken out of his residence right now. He's inside that car. He'll be probably taken to Kolkata. We are looking at that. Right now, the first visuals are coming on Republic Bangla and Republic Network, Republic TV. We have broken this first here. Anubrata Mondal is arrested right now and he's taken out of his house. A huge deployment of security forces outside his house and a CBI team has escorted him out of his residence, and right now he's being taken out in this car. He's inside this car right now. That car we are showing, that car, Anubrata Mondal is inside that. That car is left now. Probably he will be brought to Kolkata. CBI has arrested Anubrata Mondal and probably he will be directly brought to Nizam Palace. However, that's a long journey. That's quite a long journey from Birbhum to Kolkata. We can see movement there, how the car is moving forward with Anubrata Mondal, and journalists are trying to understand, trying to take a bite of Anubrata Mondal. But however, there is a huge deployment of CRPF force just right at that area. That's Anubrata's house. That lane is Anubrata Mondal's. The lane is just in front of Anubrata Mondal's house, and that car, Anubrata Mondal, is taken away by CBI. He's carried away by CBI right now. Mamta's man, who evaded 10 times CBI summons, right now taken forcefully. He's arrested. He's taken by CBI right now. Arrested by CBI right now, and he's being taken probably to Kolkata. According to our sources, there'll be interrogation after medical checkup, and probably he'll be also produced in court. We will see that. But however, in Republic, we broke this first. This is the first time that we are breaking in Republic before any other channel, any other network, that Anubrata Mondal was arrested by the CBI and he's being taken out of his residence, and he's being taken probably to Kolkata, and he will be taken to medical checkup to ESIC. Probably that's what our sources are telling us from CBI. However, CBI is also trying to understand that who else are connected in this case after Anubrata Mondal, in this case of cattle smuggling. And right now Anubrata Mondal is out of his house. He's taken away, and right now he's moving towards Kolkata in this car. Back to the studio.
All right, so As you're pointing out, of course, now give us a sense of, how many times the CBI had actually tried to question him and thereafter had to arrest him after he evaded questioning, and also the focus on, medical.
Right now, what we are showing on screen is that car in front of that. You can see how Anubrata Mondal is taken. We are following him and en route, and our car is just behind Anubrata Mondal's car. He's being taken away. He's being escorted by the CBI. The CBI is taking him towards Kolkata. He's arrested after evading 10 summons. He skipped 10 summons. CBI repeatedly sent him notices that please come to our office. We have to interrogate you in this case. However, his doctors, his lawyers multiple times showed different reasons that Anubrata Mondal cannot come before the CBI, cannot appear before the CBI. However, right now today we saw in the morning a huge team of CRPF was deployed outside his house, and then CBI entered his house, and right now he's being taken out of his house and he's arrested, and he's taken, probably he's en route to Kolkata, and he'll be brought to Nizam Palace, the CBI headquarters in Kolkata, and then he'll be interrogated further, and there can be a medical checkup as well. We saw how previously yesterday there was an audio footage leakage where it was seen, or where it was heard that a local doctor is being instructed by the super of local government hospital that how that doctor should write on a piece of paper that Anubrata Mondal is unwell and he should be kept in bed rest. So all that drama which was previously planned, which was pre-planned, has now no value because Anubrata Mondal is finally arrested. Mamta's man who's evaded CBI, who skipped CBI summons for 10 times, is finally arrested, and right now we can see that visual on the left hand side of our screen how Anubrata Mondal is escorted by the CBI and he is being taken inside that car. He's entering that car with the CBI officials, and that car leaves, and in the right hand side of our screen we are showing how we are tracking Anubrata Mondal's car, and that car is probably coming towards Kolkata, and if that car comes to Kolkata then he'll surely be taken for medical checkup before he is taken into custody, and he will be also produced in the court. There are several cases against him, which includes the post-poll violence case, which includes the cattle smuggling case, as Shawan was rightly pointing out in the morning a few minutes ago, that in this cattle smuggling case there are several cases registered against him in the CBI. Also ED has several cases against him. CBI is looking right now how Anubrata Mondal tried to influence the whole cattle smuggling business in Bengal, how he tried to favor the cattle smugglers from Bengal to Bangladesh, and in return he got a huge amount of money. We saw that how Anubrata Mondal rose into power, and after his rise into power how he accumulated a huge amount of money and property. All that is under scanner, and right now that man, Mamta's favorite man in Birbhum, is being taken away by CBI, arrested, and right now towards Kolkata. Back to the studio.
The CBI did file its fourth charge sheet in this case, I think on the 8th of August, in which they have detailed, how he was involved in the cattle smuggling case. And also what we're given to understand is that a particular policeman who was in close contact with him, there were deeds of properties that were recovered from him. So for our viewers, detail that as well.
Whom we were talking about, Saigal Hussain, that man was also arrested previously. Saigal Hussain had a property of 4 crore rupees. A bodyguard of Anubrata Mondal, a bodyguard of a local politician has 4 crore rupees worth property. That was the question. And when CBI started to investigate this matter, they saw how the whole business of cattle smuggling was running, and how this particular person called Saigal Hussain was helping in the whole process, working as an agent between Anubrata Mondal and the cattle smugglers. And this person was arrested after that. Saigal Hussain was arrested after that. And then after questioning him, CBI today came with a huge amount of documents at Anubrata Mondal's house. And that document included his medical papers, included his different medical examination papers, and also the documents which were recovered from various places which are related to this case. So CBI made its case very strong. so that this man could not evade this arrest in any case. And therefore, when Anubrata Mondal was finally being questioned by CBI today morning, and then he was produced with all those papers, there was no way that Anubrata Mondal could evade that arrest. So Anubrata Mondal, who skipped CBI summons 10 times, that man is right now in that car, which we are showing in the car just before this car, and he is being taken away by CBI in this cattle smuggling case. Also to remind you that there is also the most important case of post-poll violence which is being registered against him. The post-poll violence case is mainly related to all the violence that happened after the assembly elections in West Bengal. After the assembly elections, Trinamool Congress won that assembly election, last assembly election. There was a huge amount of violence that happened in different parts of West Bengal, and a large number of people, party workers who are in BJP, CPM and other parties were killed. And this Anubrata Mondal is one person who is charged in this post-poll violence case as well. So it is to be seen whether CBI clubs these two cases of post-poll violence and cattle smuggling and questions him together, or there are two separate cases registered and again an arrest warrant will be brought against him. That is to be seen. But right now he's being arrested in this cattle smuggling case, which is especially related to smuggling of cattle from West Bengal to Bangladesh, and Anubrata Mondal helped in the process, staying in an area which is quite near the border area, and he helped in this process. He used his bodyguard Saigal Hussain in this process, who got a property of 4 crores worth his name, and then cash and then jewelry. CBI got hold of that man, questioned that man, got enough information, and there is no way Anubrata Mondal can evade now. So that's what we are seeing right now. Anubrata Mondal is taken away by CBI, probably en route to Kolkata, and if he is brought in Kolkata, he'll be brought to Nizam Palace first. There'll be some procedural official process that will be followed, and then he will be taken to medical examination as per our sources, and that will be ESI or Commando Hospital, that we have to see, and then he'll be produced in the court. That's what we'll be following. We will be following throughout the day, and this is the biggest story from Bengal. Mamta's man Anubrata Mondal is finally arrested after evading CBI 10 times, and now 11 times CBI goes to his house and arrests him.
Now, Kishali, also look at the sequence of events. This man is questioned, is asked by the CBI to appear before it so that he can answer questions related to the cattle smuggling case. However, he decides to evade that. And thereafter, the CBI now is also investigating how a doctor who held a position at a state-run hospital superintendent can actually direct a junior doctor to issue a false medical certificate to Anubrata Mondal. So in that sense, he used everything in the book to try and evade the law.
Well, exactly, that shocking audio clip that we broke first here in Republic Bangla and also in Republic Network. We heard how a particular doctor called Chandranath Odhikari, he was instructed by the super of local Bolpur Mahakuma Hospital. That's a local government hospital. The super is named Buddhadev Murmu. That super instructed this doctor over phone that go to Anubrata's house and then write on a piece of paper as a doctor that this man needs bed rest. He is not well. He is sick, and therefore he needs to be kept in medical surveillance in his house in bed rest, so he cannot travel to Kolkata. Let me remind you that from Birbhum to Kolkata is quite a long journey, about 4 or 5 hours. So that doctor went to Anubrata's house and he wrote that this man needs bed rest, 14 days of bed rest, and therefore the lawyer came to Kolkata. Anubrata Mondal's lawyer came to Kolkata and he told the CBI officials that we have a doctor now who is officially saying that Anubrata Mondal is sick, Anubrata Mondal needs time, therefore give us 14 days of time. So this whole plot, which was pre-planned, that audio leakage opened up everything for CBI, opened up everything for the public. This whole plot which was leaked, this whole pre-planned drama which was there, that Anubrata Mondal will be declared sick by a doctor, and over the phone a superintendent of a government hospital is instructing the local doctor who works at that hospital that go and do this, go to his house. That doctor was asking, should I go to his house? It is not right that a government doctor will visit his house. This super was saying, yeah, you have to go to his house and do this. This is my instruction to you.
Stay with us. I'm going to come across to you in just a bit. But also joining us right now on the phone is Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar, Good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. Mr. Majumdar, how do you see this sequence of events that is now playing out? The man who's, of course, been arrested has tried to evade the CBI's questioning for about 10 times in a row. And thereafter, of course, he also did try to portray that he was unwell.
See, it was obvious, and it is a matter of time. And Anubrata Mondal was trying to play hide and seek with the CBI, and it was quite obvious, and it should be done long before, because everybody now, it is the data or the information, those are coming out of media. Everybody now know that this man is behind all these things, and even his bodyguard, Saigal Hossain, is who has been arrested. He's the owner of several properties. So it is not possible in the legal way. So his involvement, that is Anubrata Mondal's involvement in the cow smuggling, is quite evident. And I feel so that only the Anubrata Mondal is not only the kingpin, some other people are there, and there is a nexus which is distributed throughout the state of West Bengal, especially the borderly districts, and they all should be arrested.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the other part of it, Mr. Majumdar, you know, what's scary is that this man tried to use everything that he could in his power to make sure that A, he was able to evade summons from the CBI, and B, that he was, he pretended that he was actually unwell. So that also is very, very questionable in the manner in which he was supported.
Yes, after some day, the Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress will disown this man. But from the beginning, they were trying to save this man. Even yesterday, when the SSKM, one of the premier government institute of our state, denied to take admission of Anubrata Mondal, at that time, some pressure from some so-called higher authority came to the super of a subdivisional hospital, and he sent his doctors, 4 doctors, according to the media report, to the home of Anubrata Mondal. I don't know in which medical service rules of any state is there any provision that he is neither a MLA nor a MP or he is not having any constitutional post. But even in our case also, if we have any problem, we visit any CGHS center or West Bengal government hospital. The doctors don't come to our home. The people are not getting the proper treatment, and these people, the so-called higher authority, and that should be investigated by the CBI from where the phone came to the super.
Well, Mr. Majumdar, also to ask you this, as a reporter, Kishle had also been pointing out that Anubrata Mondal is somebody who has antecedents as well. He was somebody who was at the epicenter of the post-poll violence as well. And now we are seeing more and more TMC leaders who are involved in these entire scams. Then be it cattle smuggling or the SSC scandal that had come to light. And already we are seeing Partha Chatterjee there in custody. And of course, that investigation will go on as per the agencies. But speak to us a little bit about Anubrata Mondal and also his links to Mamata Banerjee, because this is not just the counterparts of Mamata Banerjee who are involved in this. This goes a lot more higher up, isn't it?
See, this man was very close to Mamata Banerjee. I know that after this event, after the arrest by the CBI, Mamata Banerjee will disown him. But the reality is, the truth is that this man is very close to Mamata Banerjee. And Mamata used to call him Kesto, not even Anubrata Mondal, which is the pet name of Anubrata Mondal. And when his involvement came in different problems, such as when he prescribed to throw bomb towards police. Mamata came with the justification that the less amount of oxygen reaches to the Anubrata Mondal's brain. And that is a new theory given in the field of science, medical science, by Mamata Banerjee. So this is the relationship between Mamata Banerjee and Kesto Mondal or Anubrata Mondal. So I don't think Mamata Banerjee will be able to disown him so easily.
From our Bangla newsroom, and I'll ask you that yesterday we saw that the six ministers of Trinamool Congress held a press conference, and they said a statement which was quite meaningful. They said that all in Trinamool Congress are not thieves. So right now we see just after that statement, everyone is not thief, everyone is not bad in Trinamool Congress. That's what Firad Hakim said yesterday. So just after that statement, today we see another TMC man, TMC strongman Anubrata Mondal is arrested. What would you say on that?
So now ministers are coming out, TMC leaders are coming out in press conference, and they are saying by shouting that they are shouting that we are not thief, we are not thief, we all are not thief. But the problem is all are getting arrested. Those are Trinamool Congress leaders. So this is the scenario here, and if you see the increasement of the property of this man, not only the Anubrata Mondal, some other men are there, those are related to the Trinamool Congress. It is really huge, and as you know, the one PIL has been accepted by the Honorable High Court of Kolkata, in which 19 TMC leaders, some of them are now dead, except that some other. The court has taken that cognizance of that PIL. In that those people, their property has been increased several times within the tenure of few years, 5 years, 10 years. How is it possible without being corrupt? It is not possible legally, legitimately. It is not possible. So obviously they have taken some illegitimate path. So now ED is the party, and we hope for the best. If the Honorable High Court give the verdict that they should inquire about it, and then the truth will come. All the ministers of TMC are involved in this kind of corruption, and I hope someday the cabinet meeting of Trinamool Congress will take place inside the Alipur jail.
All right, Mr. Srikant Majumdar, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to go back right across to Kishale right now. Kishale, of course, this is a long journey, I think, to Kolkata. And give us a sense of what we're expecting once Anubrata Mondal actually reaches there. Obviously, there's going to be a medical checkup that's procedural, and thereafter, give us a sense of what will happen.
Well, yes, we can break right now that according to our sources, Anubrata Mondal will be first taken to Asansol. In Asansol court, he will be produced in the court because previously already there was medical checkups that was done, and already CBI has his medical records that I already pointed out before this, that CBI before entering his house had a huge amount of document which included his medical reports. So our sources are telling us that Anubrata Mondal is right now being taken to Asansol court, where he will be produced, and CBI will be asking for a custody of a certain number of days for interrogation, and after that he will be brought back either to Kolkata or to Durgapur CBI camp. That we have to see, probably to Kolkata. So right now it's a breaking news, breaking that Anubrata Mondal will be first, according to sources, taken to Asansol court. In Asansol court he will be produced, and there will be CBI lawyers who will be asking for his custody. So therefore several breakings coming right now. Anubrata Mondal is arrested. That's the first breaking. He is being arrested in the cattle smuggling case, and then he is brought to Asansol court. That's the second breaking. He is on route to Asansol court. He will be taken to Asansol court according to our sources, and there he'll be produced before the court, and CBI lawyers will be asking for custody, and then he will be probably brought to Kolkata Nizam Palace. That's the third breaking. So we are breaking back-to-back news first before any other channel here in Republic Network, Republic TV, and Republic Bangla. So Anubrata Mondal, the man who skipped CBI summon for 10 times, right now in CBI custody, arrested by the CBI and being taken to court, and CBI will be asking for his custody, and we have to see what comes up next. Back to the studio.
Now, Kishale, I also wanted to ask you, how difficult is it going to be for the TMC now to defend this? Because, earlier Partho Chatterjee was arrested and just the sheer amount of money and the visuals that came out was something that, India is not used to seeing anymore. So in that sense, with this new arrest, do you think it will be extremely difficult for the TMC now to defend corruption?
Well, exactly. As you rightly put, that Trinamool Congress has its several leaders under CBI and ED scanner. And what happened after Partho Chatterjee, what happened with Partho Chatterjee was that he was first of all questioned by the ED several times, also by the CBI. And when finally that Arpita Mukherjee link came out and we saw that huge amount of money, no one could deny that, and that arrest could not be evaded. Something similar is happening with Anubrata Mondal here, where we can see that a huge amount of proof and documents are already with the CBI. They have gone there with all of their preparations done. It was decided that Anubrata Mondal has to be arrested today. CBI's officers, highly placed CBI officers from Delhi, flew from Delhi to Kolkata. There were additional directors of CBI, Ajay Bhatnagar, he came from Delhi, and there were high-level meetings with doctors, with lawyers, with officials who knew about this case, and they decided that finally this man who evaded 10 times has to be arrested right now. And that's what we are showing on screen right now, how Anubrata Mondal was brought out of his house. First of all, a huge team of CRPF was there deployed at his house so that he cannot escape. He could not have escaped anyways, so that even one small animal cannot escape. That amount of security was placed outside his house. A huge amount of security force. After that, CBI enters the house, breaks the lock. It was locked from outside, breaks the lock, goes inside, takes Anubrata Mondal, comes out and takes him in this car, and right now they are en route probably to Asansol court. That's what our sources are telling us. He will be produced in the Asansol court, and then we will have to see that how many days of custody CBI is seeking for. However, it is very difficult for Anubrata Mondal right now to evade this arrest or to get relief from this arrest or custody, because the amount of evidence that CBI has against Anubrata Mondal, that amount of documents, that amount of proof that they have is undeniable. And especially after the arrest of Saigal Hussain, his bodyguard, there is undeniable link of Anubrata Mondal, this Mamta man, with the cattle smuggling nexus that happens between Bangladesh and West Bengal. This man used to help, Anubrata Mondal used to help, according to the charges, in this whole cattle smuggling case, and he earned crores of rupees out of this whole cattle smuggling business. And that's what we are being told, that this cattle smuggling case and then the post-poll violence case, both of these cases are so strongly built by the CBI that right now Anubrata Mondal has no way out of this whole case that is being built by the CBI. Priyanka.
Well, Kishale, to put that point further, push that further, we had been speaking about this entire investigation since morning, since we got the news break that he is being arrested, Anubrata Mondal is being arrested. But let's talk about the kingpin, let's talk about the main accused as well, because in the FIR, the modus operandi has been mentioned, and there is another person who is Mohammad Haq, who has also been mentioned. He had been arrested from Delhi. Speak to us about the roles of these people, because you're pointing out that the bodyguard had also been summoned. He had also been interrogated. So put this together for our viewers, put this into perspective.
Well, yeah, as Jawans said, that there was a nexus, this bodyguard who is already arrested, Saigal Hussain, and several other people, and a few officials from BSF, we are also told, and custom officials are also in the scanner of CBI. The whole nexus was done, and Anubrata Mondal was the political person who is to help in this whole process. In Republic, we have broken that first. We have broken how Anubrata Mondal was arrested first, and we will be tracking this story closely throughout the day from Bengal. We will be coming back after a short break on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa Club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th, late at night.
Welcome back. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Sharma and we are heading straight back into the big story that we are tracking this afternoon. Anubrata Mondal was arrested by the CBI a short while ago. This, of course, came after he was issued summons repeatedly by the CBI and did not answer them. He did not deign it important for him to go and answer questions by the CBI. I think Shavan Sen also joining us right now. Shavan, first to you. This has been a case which has brought to the limelight how someone in power can actually use all possible means, not just not to appear before the CBI, but also to provide, in a sense, false certificates to say that he was unwell and could not appear before the investigative agency.
Well, it appears to be some sort of a pattern among the Bengal leaders. If you take a look at what happened in Partho Chatterjee's case also, the moment he was basically placed under arrest, what happened was that he complained of certain illness. He made the effort of getting himself admitted at the SSKM hospital. It was only because the Enforcement Directorate was in absolutely no mood to entertain these what they called was excuses. That is the reason why they got the High Court They got an order from the High Court which basically enabled them to take him to another hospital. A medical board was instituted. Now, as far as this case goes, Anubrata, has been notorious when it comes to evading the questioning of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Over 10 summons. Now, that one would also, say that the agency perhaps has been a little bit more, had given him the long rope. And because it's very unlikely for any agency to perhaps issue 10 summons. Even beyond 3 summons, you would expect the agency to have already moved the court for a non-bailable warrant. But as far as Anubrata is concerned, it appears the strategy of the Central Bureau of Investigation was very different. They were willing to indulge Anubrata Mondal, and that is the reason why 10 summons were actually issued. And in all of it, the reason which was cited by Anubrata Mondal was basically that he was unwell. He wanted more time to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the last time that he was actually, that is day before yesterday, when he was called by the CBI, what he did is, instead of reaching Nizam Palace where the questioning would have taken place in Kolkata, he landed at the SSKM hospital. But SSKM hospital, remember, has already burnt their fingers in the Partho Chatterjee case, where the Calcutta High Court came down heavily on them, and also the Calcutta High Court had basically spoken about a pattern that basically emerged and made it abundantly clear that this is no longer going to be entertained. Perhaps that could be one of the reasons why that the SSKM hospital wasn't in any mood to admit Anubrata Mondal. But Anubrata, what he did was, then he straight headed towards his hometown, in fact his home district in Birbhum. Then he got certain doctors to testify the fact that he had to be put on bed rest. But that too seems to have backfired, because there was some sort of an audio tape that went viral. Allegations were essentially leveled that doctors were basically being pressurized to say that he should be put on bed rest. It turns out that the CBI this time was in no mood to relent any further, and that is the reason why you've had top officers, even the additional director rank officer landing in Kolkata, taking stock of the situation and looking at whether at all there are any options available before Anubrata Mondal. It turns out that nothing of that sort was available, and that is the reason why early morning around 5:30 this morning, over 200 to 250 CRPF personnel all moved towards Anubrata Mondal's residence in Birbhum, where the moment they entered, they were armed with two things. One, the medical reports, which essentially indicated that nothing serious, and there was absolutely no question why he should be evading. Secondly, they also wanted to carry out searches at the residence of Anubrata Mondal, which was essentially done in the presence of Anubrata Mondal. And finally, he was basically placed under arrest. That was roughly about, I would say, around 10 o'clock this morning, and Republic TV was the first network to have got a whiff of this news that Anubrata Mondal, Mamata's man, has now been placed under arrest.
Absolutely, Shravan, as you're pointing out, of course, it's been a long saga really of evasion in terms of not appearing before the CBI. I'm going to quickly go across, I think, to Kishale. Kishale, just give us a sense of what we're expecting from here on now. Obviously, he's going to be taken to Kolkata and probably lodged at the CBI headquarters there, and then perhaps questioned. But also, Kishale, very, very quickly, can you just, for our viewers, actually detail this cattle smuggling case?
Well, exactly. First of all, let me tell you that right now the convoy in which Anubrata Mondal is there along with CBI officers, that's in Ilam Bazar, and right now that's heading towards Asansol. In Asansol, there is a special CBI court. So according to our sources, either he can be taken to Asansol Special CBI Court, or there is a possibility that he will be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. So that's the first thing, that before bringing him to Kolkata, the CBI officials right now will either take him to Asansol Special CBI Court and ask for his custody, ask for extension of his custody, or he will be taken to Durgapur CBI camp and he will be interrogated. As rightly pointed out by Jawans, CBI officials, when they went to Anubrata's house, they were armed with two things. First of all, the medical reports, in which it was quite clear that he was well, he was not that sick that he cannot be brought to Kolkata or he cannot be arrested. And also we broke that how yesterday and day before yesterday there was this whole plot of how a doctor was was sent by the super of Bolpur Mahakuma Hospital after instructing him that you go to his house and write on a piece of paper that he is sick. So all this was pre-planned. So CBI also had that document and also had that audio clip in there with them. And also there were documents of further proof of this whole cattle smuggling case. As Shawan rightly pointed out before this, that in this cattle smuggling case, illegal cattle was smuggled from West Bengal through various border districts, which included Birbhum, the district of Anubrata Mondal, and that cattle was smuggled to Bangladesh. And in this whole process, Anubrata Mondal had influenced the process to be easier so that no law enforcement agencies like the police or local police officials interfere into the process or stop this process. In return, he got a huge amount of money, CBI officials are saying. That's the charge against him. And also in this case, several other Trinamool Congress leaders and several other people are involved. Officials are involved, government officials, police officials, and according to some sources, some BSF officials also are involved. Right now, we saw that how Anubrata Mondal was taken out, escorted out of his house by the CBI in the presence of a huge security force, CRPF personnel, about 250 or 300 in number, which included women personnel, so that there was a possibility, according to the CBI, that there was a huge contingent of Trinamool Congress workers who were women who could be brought in so that Anubrata Mondal's arrest could be stopped. So CBI took care of all of that, and then finally now he will be taken either to Asansol CBI court or he can be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. We are tracking his convoy. We are keeping a close track on that, and we will be updating every moment before any other channel. Back to the studio, Nupur.
Right, stay with us, Kishle.
Shawan,
if I could come back to you now. Shawan, is it becoming extremely untenable for political parties like the TMC really to defend corruption anymore? Because, just look at the stacks of cash that was found at Partha Chatterjee's homes and look at the kind of documents that the CBI has found. We were learning earlier that there were deeds of several properties that his bodyguard had, and one would wonder, how somebody who's working as a bodyguard could have access to that kind of wealth.
Well, Nupur, you're absolutely bang on, and that is exactly what the Central Bureau of Investigation indicated when Saigul Hussain was actually arrested before the court. And in fact, in the remand, they categorically made a mention of the properties that were basically amassed by a security guard to begin with. It was only during the custodial interrogation of Saigul Hussain is when Anubrata's name actually emerged. And I would say that's what nailed the role of Anubrata Mondal. Because who exactly is Saigul Hussain? And for our viewers outside Bengal to understand why this becomes very important, who's this man we are talking about? We're talking about a man who's actually not even contested an election, but wields immense amount of influence in the district of Birbhum. Now, what happened is that for a very long period of time, there was a well-oiled conspiracy in place. The cattle smuggling that was actually taking place across most of these bordering districts. What was actually happening was that cattle which was basically being transported from other states also were brought into Bengal, and from Bengal it was basically being crossed over to Bangladesh, through the ravens, and the entire modus operandi was had some amount of political support, if I may say so, because what happens in this particular case is that the cattle transporters also require some sort of a support, and that support was actually being provided allegedly by Anubrata Mondal through his guards like Saigul Hussain. And there was a large amount of money that he was actually getting, or what they call protection money. The protection money was being garnered by Anubrata Mondal. Now, whether at all other political leaders are involved or not, that is for the Central Bureau of Investigation to find out and perhaps comment in the course of the investigation. But what becomes amply clear is that if this kind of a racket actually existed, it couldn't have been possible without the kind of political support. Now, as far as Anubrata Mondal is concerned, remember, he's connected to several others. For instance, there is another character who goes by the name of Inamul Haq. One would say the kingpin. Then you also have a commandant rank officer of the border security force who has also been charge sheeted in this particular case. Multiple charge sheets have been filed, Nupur. In fact, back in February, the main charge sheet was filed in this case, and just about 2 days ago, you had a supplementary charge sheet that was filed. The supplementary charge sheet did make a mention of Saigal Hussain, a security guard of Anubrata Mondal. So all in all, if you really look at it, that all of this perhaps could not have been possible without the kind of tacit understanding that was in place, and the fact that there were political understanding that ensured that this cattle smuggling continues unabated.
Oh yes, absolutely. Shavan, stay with us. I'm going to go across very, very quickly to Kishale, who's still joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, you know, the other thing that everybody is talking about is this doctor's prescription that's almost become standard for anybody who's facing the heat from investigative agencies in West Bengal. And of course, the role of the SSKM hospital. Perhaps you can shed more light on that for our viewers.
Exactly, Nupur. In the case of Partho Chatterjee, we saw how he was taken to SSKM. He stayed there, and CBI officials, CBI lawyers in the court said that SSKM hospital doctors are trying to influence this investigation by not letting them interrogate Partho, or not letting Partho to come out of that hospital in spite of him being quite well and not sick. And day before yesterday, we saw how the audio clip became viral, where it was very clearly heard that the superintendent of Bolpur Mahakuma Hospital, Bolpur Government Hospital, Buddhadev Murmu, he was instructing his doctor, one of the doctors from that hospital called Chandranath Odhikari, that you have to go to Anubrata Mondal's house, you have to write on a piece of paper that he is sick and he cannot travel, and therefore there will be an official doctor's recognition that he is sick, and therefore CBI cannot summon him. And after that, Anubrata Mondal's lawyer went to CBI office in Nizam Palace and said that I need 14 days of time, my client needs 14 days of time because he is sick and the doctor says so. So therefore, this whole nexus, this whole business of going to a doctor using the machinery of doctors and hospitals in order to gain political mileage, in order to stop agencies from working, that has become the culture of Bengal now. That's what we are seeing right now. And however, CBI had all the records, medical records, and what CBI did was they went there, showed the medical records that he is not that sick, that he cannot be arrested, and right now he's arrested. Probably he'll be taken to Asansol in a special CBI court. He'll be produced there. That's what we are learning. We will be back with that story and more on Anubrata Mondal only on Republic after a short break.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Couples have one question. Couples have one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and we are continuing to bring you the latest as far as the Anubrata Mondal arrest is concerned. He was arrested by the CBI a short while ago from now, and Kishale has been tracking all those developments. He joins me from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, for viewers, who don't really know Anubrata Mondal that well, can you detail for us how important he is in the rank and file of the TMC? He, of course, has been with Mamata Banerjee and the TMC since its inception. He's from Birbhum, and, he does hold a very sort of a strongman image over there.
Exactly, Nupur. This Anubrata Mondal, the man who skipped CBI summon for 10 times now and then arrested, he's a very close aide, very close person of Mamata Banerjee, and Mamata Banerjee lovingly calls him as Keshto. And this Anubrata Mondal, who resides mainly in Birbhum, has a very strong political control over the whole district of Birbhum. There was one case where one video of Firad Hakim became viral before a few years back, where he was heard saying that Mamata Banerjee is somewhere controlled by Anubrata Mondal because Mamata Banerjee is so much affectionate towards him. So this Anubrata Mondal, who was in TMC from the very first day, as you rightly pointed out, is also like Partho Chatterjee, who was also there from the very first day of Trinamool Congress, from the very inception of Trinamool Congress, is one of the strongest political person in the whole Birbhum district. Birbhum, Bolpur, this whole area, all political decisions are being taken by him, and there are charges that just after the assembly elections in West Bengal, Anubrata Mondal, under his directions, there was large-scale violence that took place, and many people lost their lives who were mainly from opposition parties like BJP or other parties. These are the charges against him, and CBI is also looking at that case of post-poll violence, and Anubrata Mondal's name is also there in that case, apart from this cattle smuggling case. Anubrata Mondal has connection with several other Trinamool Congress leaders, most of them who are in Kolkata right now, who tried to defend him before by several means. Yesterday there was a press conference by Trinamool Congress ministers where they were heard saying that everyone in Trinamool Congress are not thieves, are not bad. But right after that press conference, today we see CBI goes to his house in the morning, early in the morning. There's a huge deployment of CRPF force, and then he is being arrested. So it is very clear that it's a blow to Trinamool Congress, it's a blow to Mamata Banerjee. The strongest leader in Birbhum district of Trinamool Congress is now in CBI arrest. He is being taken to Asansol court, and we understand that CBI will ask for his extension of his custody, or he can even be taken to Durgapur CBI camp. We will be tracking that story. We will be keeping a tab on that story. We will be tracking every move of Anubrata Mondal and updating our viewers. We will be coming back with that and more on Republic after a short break.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa Club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Couples have one question. Couples have one question, sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
And here's a look at the top stories we are tracking here on Republic TV. The CBI has arrested the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal in the cattle smuggling case. According to sources, further searches are underway at his residence. The TMC leader's residence was cordoned off by the CRPF and additional forces were deployed to secure the perimeter. In the wake of a high alert sounded by security forces over an infiltration attempt that may take place from the international border in Jammu region to disrupt celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day, security forces are now carrying out midnight search operations at multiple locations along the IB. The Indian Army foiled a suicide attack on an Indian Army base in Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. 5 terrorists were killed while the Indian Army troops 3 troops lost their lives. 1 officer and 2 Jawans were injured in the attack. Wrestler Divya Kakaran, who bagged a bronze medal in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games, tweeted earlier this week that she'd played for Delhi from 2011 to 17. Responding to that, Aam Aadmi Party's comment that she had not played for Delhi and had represented Uttar Pradesh. Kakaran also had to take to Twitter to say that she had received no help from the Delhi government, though she'd been living in the city for nearly 20 years.
Anubrata Mondal is arrested. Mamta's man Anubrata Mondal is arrested and he's being taken to Asansol court where he will be produced and CBI will ask for his custody. We will be keeping track on that story and a lot more updates are coming on Republic after a short break.
Well, here's the other news that we're tracking at this hour. Jagdeep Dhankar will take oath of office as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath. Dhankar had received 528 votes as the NDA candidate, defeating the opposition's Margaret Alva, who got only 182 votes in vice presidential election on August 6th. Hitting out at the freebies politics practiced in some states, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took a veiled jibe at politicians offering various freebies and added that the nation needs leaders with clean intent and not greed.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
Images from Gurugram depicting bouncers hitting customers outside of a bar for attempting to murder the bar owner and bouncers must be arrested. Brinda Adige offers her thoughts on what transpired. According to reports, Bounder assaulted patrons by punching and kicking them, even though women were also not spared. An altercation between patrons and a bouncer broke out outside the Casa Dansa club in Millennium City and it lasted for 15 minutes. She even alleged that the bouncers ganged up and sexually assaulted her. The incident took place on August 7th late at night, but no action has been taken as of yet.
And a roundup of news from across the globe. Production in a coal mine in the Luhansk region controlled by the Russian forces has been put in jeopardy after it suffered a loss of employees who had been conscripted to the front line. The coal mine was not damaged by the fighting, but its production was still undermined with the lack of modern equipment and conscription of its workers. The foreign ministers of Thailand and Malaysia met in Bangkok as the two South Asian countries seek to further boost their economic cooperation. Malaysia's Abdullah said that he wanted to see actual progress on transport infrastructure projects between the two neighbors in order to reach a trade target of $30 billion by 2025.
Greek authorities were conducting a major search and rescue operation for dozens of people missing at the sea east of island of Karpathos after a boat reportedly carrying up to 80 migrants sank during the night. Those rescued said that the boat had set sail from the Antalya area on the southern Turkish coast and it had been heading to Italy when it ran into trouble during the night. But with Greek authorities increasing patrol in the Aegean Sea and facing repeated and persistent reports of deporting new arrivals to Turkey without allowing them to apply for asylum, many are now skirting the Greek islands and attempting to take the much longer, much more dangerous route directly to Italy. Agency report, Republic TV.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question sir.
Varsha Raut appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries.
After a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, the CBI arrests Mamata Banerjee's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam. Another TMC Neta is under arrest. Will Mamata Banerjee act now? An unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. The CWG hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but the Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Furor over the Aam Aadmi Party MLA's remark over the CWG hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic TV's news break. After the Prime Minister's scathing black magic jibe, Rahul Gandhi is in defensive mode, now raises the issue of unemployment and inflation. And all eyes are on Jagdeep Dhankar as he is set to take oath as the 14th Vice President of the country. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you very much for staying with us. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Sharma. We begin with an update that we are getting on the BJP youth leader Praveen Nettaru's murder case. Now, the latest that we are getting in this is that 3 main accused have been arrested. Information has come in from the police about the arrest in Kerala, and the interrogation of the 3 accused is currently underway. Do remember that the accused who'd killed Praveen had fled back to Kerala. This case, of course, had been brought to light after there were protests that took place. Ashwin is bringing us all the details on this. Ashwin, good afternoon. Give us more details in terms of the arrests that have been made, and we are also learning that an interrogation of the accused is already underway.
Nupur, exactly. As per the information that we have received from the police sources, it has been confirmed that 3 individuals have been arrested in connection with the murder of Praveen Nettaru, which took place on July 26th. So the 3 individuals have been identified as Shihab Sulia, Bashir Elmane and Riyaz Ankatad. Now, these 3 individuals have been picked up as per the police sources from Kerala, and that's been taken for an undisclosed location. Now, remember, this case has been prolific not only because of the gruesome murder, but also there has been internal rife in the BJP, where the BJP party workers themselves demanded NIA probe, and even the NIA had come into this probe. So far, about 10 people have been taken into custody in this case so far, including the 3 members. Now, we are expecting the Karnataka police to also speak to the media today. A press conference is likely to be held today afternoon in this regard. But a major breakthrough for the Karnataka police in the murder of Praveen Nettaru, which took place on July 26th, and 3 people have been confirmed to be arrested as per sources.
All right, Ashwin bringing us all those details from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you for joining us. So a major breakthrough for the Karnataka police in this case. Well, the Income Tax Department has attached properties and assets worth about 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Jalna. On the 3rd of August, the IT department conducted searches at various locations in Jalna linked to an industrialist. About assets worth 390 crores were attached. 58 crores of unaccounted cash and 32 kilograms of gold was confiscated by the IT department. Alicia is reporting on this. She joins us live right now. Alicia, all right, we're going to just fix that link that we have with Alicia and go back to her in a minute. But about 32 kgs of gold was confiscated by the IT department, and the seizures that have been made include about 58 crores in unaccounted for cash. The Income Tax Department, of course, attached also the property and assets which were worth more than 390 crore rupees from an industrialist based out of Jalna. We are learning that the first raids were conducted on the 3rd of August, and the IT department, in fact, had conducted searches at several locations in Jalna linked to this industrialist. All right, Alicia joins me right now. Alicia, give us more details of this particular case, and just, the sheer amount of seizures that have been made are quite stunning, really.
Well, yes, sir, Nupur. It's a massive crackdown by Income Tax Department because getting in information over the steel businessmen, where Income Tax Department had conducted searches from August 1 till August 10. In between, the searches were conducted and the raids were conducted, and moreover, 390 crore of property assets that has been confiscated by Income Tax Department. What we have been told that 58 crore, that is 28 crore from a farmhouse where the raids were conducted, and 30 crores from a bank locker. Moreover, there are 32 kg of gold that has also been confiscated, worth rupees 16 crore, and what also been told that 300 crore of Benami property has also been attached by Income Tax. So this is the raid conducted in a steel company. We know that Sairam Steel, Kalika Steels, one cooperative bank, and there are financial and a dealer where the raids were conducted. Importantly, there were 300 300 IT officials who were present in Jalna during the raids that were conducted. And what also we have got to know from our sources that even the local police were not involved during the raids were conducted. The IT seek help after 3 days when the IT were conducting raids. Right after that, after 3 days only, where the local police were brought in during the raids that was conducted. So it's of course a massive crackdown. We'll still wait for an official detailed statement that is going to be released by Income Tax, because it's a investigation that has been ongoing, and even we saw in the pictures that the cash that has been recovered, it's a total of 58 crore cash that has been recovered in terms of 28 crore that is being seized by IT officials during the raid that was conducted in a farmhouse, and also 30 crores that was confiscated from a bank locker. So several multi-location raids that was conducted by Income Tax Department in Jalna, Maharashtra, and this was raid that was conducted from August 1 till 8th of August. In between there was raids were conducted, and the raids were ongoing for almost 4 to 5 days.
Yes. These are details that we are picking up, and there were many boxes, that are seen in the visuals. How much of cash has been found, and who does this cash belong to? Alisha.
Well, Niranjan, we have to wait actually who's this cash and gold that has been, is being taken from, because it's a massive crackdown that was carried out by Income Tax Department. A total of 390 crores of property assets that has been seized by Income Tax Department. And if I read out some of the important points that we managed to gather from our sources in Income Tax, which clearly mention that raids conducted at Sairam Steel, Kalika Steel, one cooperative bank, financier Vimal Raj Bora and dealer Pradeep Bora. In total, 58 crore cash that was seized. Moreover, 32 kg of gold worth rupees 16 crore and 300 crore of Benami property has been attached by Income Tax Department. We'll still wait, Niranjan, for an official detailed statement which is going to be released by the Income Tax Department, because it's a crackdown with the information they have reached to the location. And moreover, there were 300 IT officials that were present for the raid that was conducted in a multiple location in Jalna of Maharashtra. So we'll see whom actually this this steel company where the raids were conducted, whom it belonged to, and what exactly the motive, what exactly the scam was where the IT has conducted this massive crackdown.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Alisha, for joining us with those inputs. Alisha joining us with the details of the money that was unaccounted for and has now been recovered. It's a big income tax crackdown in Jalna, Maharashtra. Let's get you some more breaking news now coming in. And the big breaking news story from Bengal. Another top Trinamool Congress leader, his name is Anubrata Mondal, and he's been arrested by the CBI at about 10:20 this morning. Republic TV, about 10 minutes before the rest of the media even had a clue, told you that Anubrata Mondal had been arrested. He's been arrested in the cattle smuggling case. And Republic TV and the Republic Bangla teams are tracking every little movement in the case. Details on your screen right now. We'll go across to Kishore as well, joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom. And we have the full details on your screen right now. After Partha Chatterjee, Anubrata Mondal, another top leader, has been arrested. That's the big breaking news update right now. Staying with the details that we are picking up. Another top Mamata Banerjee aide has been arrested, and the BJP in its first response this morning saying that there will be more and more leaders who could be picked up, saying there will be more and more leaders who will be picked up in different cases of corruption. Partha Chatterjee was a Bengal minister, and he had to be sacked by the Trinamool Congress, sacked from party positions, removed as minister. And Anubrata Mondal, will he now be removed as the chief of the Trinamool Congress from the district where he's heading? Now, that's the big update this morning. In fact, Anubrata Mondal faced a CBI team when he woke up, and the CBI teams surrounded. Okay, Kishore is with us. Let me go across to Kishore. Kishore, what's the latest update? Where is Anubrata Mondal being taken? We saw the CBI arresting him. Where is he being taken? What's the update?
Well, Niranjan, right now, Anubrata Mondal's convoy is heading towards, actually he's arrested, that's CBI's convoy. He's being taken to probably Asansol CBI court where he'll be produced, and then CBI will ask for the extension of his custody. Otherwise, also we are learning from our sources that there is a possibility that he'll be taken to Durgapur CBI camp where he will be further interrogated about the whole case, and then he'll be produced in the court. These are the two options. Right now, his car is near Ilam Bazar, from where Durgapur and Asansol are equidistant. So either he can be taken to Durgapur CBI camp or he can be taken to Asansol CBI special court. We are learning that he will be taken to Asansol CBI court after some investigation, after some interrogation, and Anubrata Mondal will be asked several questions, including the questions which CBI today morning wanted to ask him in the last 10 summons that he skipped. We saw, Niranjan, how he skipped 10 summons. Mamta's man wanted to be free, he wanted to be out of this whole custody thing of CBI. But right now, CBI today morning went with all the documents, all the preparation. They had his medical reports, they had all the papers that were related to this case, and they had whatever they learned from Saigal Hussain, his bodyguard, who is already arrested by the CBI. So right now we are learning that Anubrata Mondal will be interrogated further, and then he will be taken to Asansol court where he will be produced, and then he will be brought back to Kolkata to Nizam Palace, and he will be taken into custody. He will be arrested, he will be kept there, and the investigation process will go on like that.
Yes. Back to this. And what is the Trinamool Congress saying in its first response? The BJP is warning of more arrests, more crackdown. What about the Trinamool Congress? Are they going to shield Anubrata?
Yesterday we saw a press conference, a very interesting press conference by Trinamool Congress ministers, where Firad Hakim, he's an important minister, and also he runs the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. He said that everyone in Trinamool Congress are not thieves. Everyone is not bad here in our party. So that's a very indicative statement that everyone is not thieves. Then some people are thieves, something like that. BJP also said that Trinamool Congress is clearly accepting that some some leaders of their party are thieves, are scamsters, etc. Right now, today, just after that statement yesterday, today we saw that Anubrata Mondal, his house was completely encircled by CRPF forces, and then CBI entered his house, and then he was taken into custody. So therefore, right now we could not get any Trinamool Congress reaction on this. However, BJP and other parties have reacted. They have said that this was going to come because Anubrata Mondal was deeply engaged in this scam, and therefore this arrest was quite evident. We do not know what's next, whether Trinamool Congress is going to defend him or whether there will be other people who will be coming into his to defend him, and his lawyers will be saying something or not. We are keeping a track on this case. However, Trinamool Congress is completely numb. They are not speaking right now. They have not given us any reaction on this case, Niranjan.
All right, stay with me. In fact, Anubrata Mondal after Partha Chatterjee. So the second top Trinamool Congress leader. How many more leaders are under the scanner? Because we saw the focus also on the current education minister. When the BJP says that there are more leaders under the scanner, how many more leaders are we talking about? And what are the different cases, Kishore?
Partha Chatterjee was, in fact, one of the leaders, one of the key Trinamool men who was in this party since day one. He was a very strong, very famous, very important Trinamool Congress leader. After that, we saw that this whole scam thing, this whole investigation reached to other leaders of Trinamool Congress as well. There also investigation related to money scam, recruitment scam, this cash scam which we saw, in which Partha Chatterjee was arrested, and then cattle smuggling case, and then post-poll violence case. All these cases were in fact given to CBI, given to ED, and they are investigating. And Anubrata Mondal is the second very important, strong Trinamool Congress leader who was arrested, and then he is being now taken back into brought back to Kolkata for further interrogation. I'll remind you, Niranjan, this man Anubrata Mondal was also there in Trinamool Congress from the first day. And Mamta Banerjee calls him lovingly Keshto. That's his nickname to Mamta Banerjee. And Mamta Banerjee is very close to Anubrata Mondal. So if something has happened, the opposition is saying it was in knowledge of Mamta Banerjee as well. They said the same thing about Partho, that Partho could not have done something without any knowledge which Mamta Banerjee had, or without any knowledge of Abhishek Banerjee. They must be knowing what their second man, what the most important person in the ministry is doing out there. So therefore Anubrata Mondal is also one of the very important persons in Birbhum. He's the strongest leader, and he is the one who influenced this whole cattle smuggling business. Therefore Trinamool Congress has a lot to answer. There are other leaders, including there are 19 names that has come up last day when a case was registered whose property sold after.
Cutting across to the live pictures coming in from the national capital, where Jagdeep Dhankar is taking oath as the new Vice President of India. Let's cut across to Doordarshan as well. Let's cut across to Doordarshan, where Jagdeep Dhankar is currently taking oath. Cutting across to the live broadcast from Doordarshan now. Cutting across to Doordarshan right now. Let's cut across to Doordarshan for the live broadcast. But just to tell you a little bit about Jagdeep Dhankar, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar is right now taking oath as the Vice President of India. Before this, Jagdeep Dhankar, who is now being sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India, is beginning, in fact, he began his day by visiting the Rajghat. That was this morning, the memorial of Mahatma Gandhi. And these are live pictures coming in from the national capital. Jagdeep Dhankar there, meeting the dignitaries in the national capital. He said he felt blessed, inspired and motivated to be ever in service of the country in serene sublimity of Rajghat while paying respects to Pujya Bapu. Jagdeep Dhankar's oath ceremony currently taking place in the national capital. These are live pictures coming.
आपको बता रहे हैं राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति को शपथ दिलवाने वाली हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर साझा कर रहे हैं आप लोगों के साथ, और हम आपको ये भी बता दें कि आज सुबह देश के नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर पहुंचे थे राजघाट। वहां श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किए, नमन किया बापू को, और अभी सीधी तस्वीरें राष्ट्रपति भवन से। एक बार मुलाकात और अभिवादन करने के पश्चात वापसी में आ रहे हैं, तो फिर से भी अभिवादन करते हुए जा रहे हैं।
मैं इसी चीज को नोट कर रहा था जी। देखिए, वो कुर्सी पर बैठ चुके थे। मैंने भी बहुत सारे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह देखे हैं और राष्ट्रपति भवन में बैठ करके देखे हैं शपथ ग्रहण, बहुत सारे मंत्रियों के, प्रधानमंत्री के, गवर्नर्स के। तो मैंने ये देखा है का शपथ ग्रहण देखा राष्ट्रपति का, कुर्सी पर बैठ जाने के बाद कोई उठ करके अभिवादन करने नहीं जाता। और यहाँ हमने देखा कि वो उस कुर्सी पर बैठ जहाँ से शपथ ग्रहण के लिए बुलाया जाता है, उन्होंने जब लोकसभा स्पीकर को आते हुए देखा और साथ में गृह मंत्री को आते हुए देखा तो फिर उठे। राष्ट्रपति जी को वो पहले मिल चुके थे और फिर राष्ट्रपति और उस पूरी लाइन में जाकर के फिर मिले हैं और राष्ट्रपति से लंबी बातचीत की उन्होंने, उस पूर्व राष्ट्रपति जी से लंबी बातचीत की उन्होंने, और अमित शाह जी से बातचीत की, स्पीकर से बातचीत की, और बातचीत करके मिलके फिर वापसी आते हुए फिर हाथ
और हामिद अंसारी जी से भी भेंट करते हुए।
हाँ, तो वो अब देखिए वापसी आ रहे हैं उधर, तो फिर सबको मिलते हुए आए। ये है सहजता, ये है व्यक्ति।
अगर प्रक्रिया की बात करें तो उपराष्ट्रपति पद का जब शपथ दिलवाया जाता है तो क्या प्रक्रिया होती है संवैधानिक रूप से?
नहीं, उपराष्ट्रपति की शपथ तो एक ही शपथ होती है, उनको उनका नाम पुकारा जाता है, राष्ट्रपति उनको शपथ ग्रहण करवाते हैं, बस इतना सा है। और सिर्फ कुछ क्षण का होता है। लेकिन ये मैंने पहली बार देखा है अपने जीवन में 40 साल की पत्रकारिता में कि शपथ ग्रहण के लिए जब कुर्सी पर आदमी बैठ जाता है, उसके बाद ये सहजता मैंने कभी पहले नहीं देखी। उठ कर जाना और फिर सबको मिलना, किसी जैसे लोकसभा स्पीकर आए तो उन्होंने आते हुए देखा तो उनके पास जाकर के उनको अभिवादन किया। तो ये बाद में भी कर सकते थे, शपथ ग्रहण के बाद भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने जिस प्रकार किया है, यही मैं कह रहा हूं आपको कि जब राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन के तौर पर वे काम करेंगे तो अगर कोई तनाव होता होगा।
और देख सकते हैं प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच गए हैं राष्ट्रपति भवन, शपथ ग्रहण स्थल पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी पहुंच गए हैं। सीधी तस्वीरें राष्ट्रपति भवन से आप देख रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री भी सभी का अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए और उन्होंने अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लिया है। और कुछ ही देर में अब उपराष्ट्रपति का शपथ ग्रहण होने वाला है। और जैसा कि हम लगातार आपको बता रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू उपराष्ट्रपति को शपथ ग्रहण करवाएंगी। सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं संसद टीवी पर। राष्ट्रपति भवन से शपथ ग्रहण का ये कार्यक्रम है और लगातार हम आपको बता रहे हैं कि जगदीप धनखड़ नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति का जीवन कैसा रहा, वो किस प्रकार धरातल से उठकर पढ़ाई करके और इस मुकाम पर पहुंचे हैं कि आज देश के 14वें उपराष्ट्रपति की शपथ ग्रहण करने वाले हैं। अगर बात करें उनके व्यक्तित्व की, बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व की, तो क्या बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व का धनी व्यक्ति ज्यादा कारगर हो सकता है इस पद के लिए, और विशेष रूप से जब राज्यसभा सभापति के तौर पर उनका कार्यकाल हो?
मैं यही बात करने वाला था जब प्रधानमंत्री जी आए कि देखिए, संसद राज्यसभा के अंदर और लोकसभा में भी हंगामा होता है। विपक्ष और सत्ता पक्ष में बहुत टकराव होता है, हर मुद्दे पर टकराव होता है, चाहे वो कोई बिल हो या कोई मुद्दा उठाने की बात हो, शून्यकाल हो या विपक्ष बार बार जो कार्य रोको कार्यस्थगन प्रस्ताव देता है। तो ऐसे में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका बन जाती है चेयरपर्सन की। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके काम करने वाले व्यक्ति हैं और ऐसे में विपक्ष के लोगों को बुलाकर, संसदीय कार्य मंत्री को अपने चैम्बर में बुला करके ये समस्याओं को बहुत बेहतर ढंग से हल करेंगे और मुझे लगता है कि पिछले कई रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे। मैं भविष्यवाणी तो नहीं करनी चाहिए इसमें, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं इनके व्यक्तित्व को जानता हूं तो इस नाते मैं कह सकता हूं कि राज्यसभा को एक बेहतरीन चेयरपर्सन मिलने वाला है।
और कुछ ही क्षण की देरी राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू वहां पर आने वाली, वो यहां पर पधारेंगी कार्यक्रम स्थल पर। शपथ ग्रहण का कार्यक्रम शुरू होगा और राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ दिलवाएंगी। और संभवतः वो समय, वो क्षण आ गया है, राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी पहुंच गई हैं, सब अभिवादन में उठ खड़े हुए हैं। आप देख सकते हैं वेंकैया नायडू जी को, उपराष्ट्रपति। अभी तक जो है वेंकैया जी उपराष्ट्रपति हैं
जी,
जब तक शपथ ग्रहण नहीं हो जाती है।
बिल्कुल अभी हैं। कल उन्होंने मीडिया को बुला करके भोज दिया था उपराष्ट्रपति के नाते उपराष्ट्रपति भवन में जी। तो आज के बाद हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति नए होंगे
जी। वैसे अन्य पदों पर देखा गया है, संवैधानिक पदों पर, कि कार्यकाल समाप्त हो जाता है तो उनके साथ वो डेजिग्नेशन जो है हटा दिया जाता है या नहीं लगाया जाता है। लेकिन उपराष्ट्रपति एक ऐसा गरिमामय पद है जहां पर जब तक शपथ ग्रहण नहीं होती है
तब तक वो पद पर रहते हैं,
बने रहते हैं। और सब इंतजार कर रहे हैं क्षण का जब राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू नवनिर्वाचित उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ जी को उपराष्ट्रपति पद की शपथ दिलवाएंगी। और कुछ ही क्षण में ऐसा होने वाला है। हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं स्टूडियो में हमारे एक और विशेषज्ञ पत्रकार चर्चा हम जारी रखेंगे और सीधी तस्वीर हम बता दें कि राष्ट्रपति भवन से देख रहे हैं आप और कुछ क्षण में उपराष्ट्रपति पद के तौर पर शपथ ग्रहण करने वाले हैं जगदीप धनखड़ जी। शादाब अहमद न्यूज एडिटर हैं राजस्थान पत्रिका के और एक अलग ही अनुभव है। सेतिया जी राजस्थान पत्रिका के लिए कार्य कर चुके हैं और आप वर्तमान में जुड़े हुए हैं। राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए लोग जो हैं आज अत्यधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो गए हैं। कितना व्यक्तित्व को जानते हैं आप?
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया, आदेश हो तो निर्वाचन आयोग से प्राप्त उपराष्ट्रपति जी के निर्वाचन का प्रमाणन पढ़ा जाए। यतः भारत के संविधान के अनुच्छेद 324 द्वारा भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के पद के निर्वाचन का अधीक्षण, निर्देशन और नियंत्रण भारत निर्वाचन आयोग में निहित है और यतः श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू की पदावधि का अवसान वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के 10वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 19वें दिन होने के लिए नियत है और यतः भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के पद को भरने के लिए संविधान तथा राष्ट्रपतीय और उपराष्ट्रपतीय निर्वाचन अधिनियम 1952 के उपबंधों और तदधीन बनाए गए नियमों और आदेशों के अनुसार निर्वाचन करा लिया गया है तथा परिणाम घोषित कर दिया गया है। अब इसलिए भारत निर्वाचन आयोग एतद द्वारा प्रमाणित करता है कि श्री जगदीप धनखड़ वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के 6वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 15वें दिन भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति पद के लिए सम्यक रूप से निर्वाचित हो गए हैं। भारत गणराज्य के 73वें वर्ष में हमारे हस्ताक्षर और भारत निर्वाचन आयोग की मुहर से वर्ष 2022 के अगस्त मास के इस 6वें दिन तदनुसार शक संवत के वर्ष 1944 के श्रावण मास के 15वें दिन प्रदत्त किया गया।
मैं जगदीप धनखड़ ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित
भारत के संविधान के प्रति भारत के संविधान के प्रति
सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा
सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा
तथा जिस पद को
मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूँ
उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा
उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, अगर आपकी आज्ञा हो तो इस समारोह की कार्यवाही समाप्त की।
Well, viewers, there you have it. We have the new Vice President in the form of Jagdeep Dhankar, who has just taken his oath as the new Vice President, along with Draupadi Murmu, the new President of the country. And now we are seeing Jagdeep Dhankar, in fact, going towards the dignitaries who have been present during the oath-taking ceremony. He has met with the Prime Minister, all the cabinet ministers, Amit Shah also being there as well, and he has met with all the dignitaries there, and we are seeing the visuals of the next Vice President of the country, that is Jagdeep Dhankar, who has just now, just a few seconds ago, taken the oath as the Vice President. And viewers, we have seen the kind of run-up to this oath-taking ceremony as well, the kind of visuals we had seen of Jagdeep Dhankar meeting with all the dignitaries, greeting them, and also then taking the oath as the Vice President. And the oath-taking ceremony has now culminated, which has given us, as a country, the next Vice President of the country, Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, viewers, we are also shifting our focus now next to some very heartwarming visuals that we are also getting of the Prime Minister. And today, of course, the occasion of Raksha Bandhan and how the Prime Minister has celebrated Raksha Bandhan. We are getting you all the details and the visuals as well. Let's cut across to those pictures as we get you the details as well, viewers, of this Raksha Bandhan celebration that has taken place at the Prime Minister's office. And we are being told that, in fact, the Prime Minister celebrated Raksha Bandhan with young girls today at his residence. And this was a special Raksha Bandhan, as these girls were the daughters of the sweepers, peons, gardeners, drivers, etc., the people who have been working at the Prime Minister's office.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. Now, viewers, welcome back. We are live and breaking, and of course, one of the biggest stories that we are tracking is that of Bihar. And just hours after Nitish Kumar has been sworn in as the next chief minister, we have seen the kind of political war of words that have continued between the BJP and the Nitish Kumar faction as well. And now we are seeing that Nitish Kumar, in fact, is also responding to the kind of statements that the BJP had been making. They had been calling him an habitual betrayer, along with several other words that have been used for Nitish Kumar. Let's listen in now as to what Nitish Kumar had to say.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी उपराष्ट्रपति एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया। पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी उपराष्ट्रपति एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Moving on now, viewers, back-to-back breaking updates that we are getting on one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you right now. And in fact, we are getting you all the developments from Bihar as well, viewers, where we are seeing political developments taking place in Bihar. And of course, just less than 24 hours back, we had seen Nitish Kumar taking in as the oath for the 8th time as the Chief Minister of Bihar along with Tejasvi Yadav. And we had seen how the kind of war of words had continued. We just listened in to Nitish Kumar as well, responding to the charges that the BJP had been making. The BJP had been calling him names and had said that he is in fact an habitual betrayer as well, and repeat betrayer, that he has betrayed the BJP a lot of times now, and that he is somebody who cannot be counted upon as well. Apart from that, they had also said that this is not the Nitish Kumar government, but this is something that is going to be run, a government that is going to be run by Lalu Prasad Yadav via Tejasvi as well as the Deputy Chief Minister. But now we are seeing Nitish Kumar also responding to the kind of charges that the BJP had been leveling. And he is, of course, also talking about how he had never been interested in the vice president candidature as well. And apart from that, of course, he's also responding as to how the Lok Sabha elections will be tackled with this Mahagathbandhan Sarkar that has now come to power in Bihar, and how the entire alliance parties will be kept together. The flock of Nitish Kumar, so to say, will be kept together. This was something that has been said by Nitish Kumar as a response to the kind of allegations, to the kind of statements that have been made by the BJP on Nitish Kumar. Let's listen in, viewers, once again as to what Nitish Kumar had to say.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी उपराष्ट्रपति एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
And now, viewers, we had seen the BJP leaders, the like of Nitin Naveen, in fact, who had also been stating that Nitish Kumar, in fact, had also always wanted to be the vice president. And to that, we just heard Nitish Kumar claiming that he never was interested in that candidature. And now BJP leaders have also said that Nitish Kumar had all the backing, but he betrayed the party.
Anubrata Mondal is taken by CBI to his meeting place where allegedly all the smuggling meetings used to happen, and that hotel is being raided by CBI with Anubrata Mondal with them. We will be keeping a track on that story and more on Anubrata Mondal. We will be coming back on Republic after a short break.
Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
Now, viewers, we are also shifting focus to one of the biggest political stories that we are also tracking with Basavaraj Bommai, where he has now rubbished all claims that there is any change in any kind of leadership in the state of Karnataka. In fact, he has stated that the Congress party is the one who's trying to confuse the people of Karnataka as well. Let's listen in.
See, I am really. It is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again, and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people. People of this Karnataka knows very well, and they know about my functioning, my programs, and they will not believe it. They have utterly failed. In fact, there's a confusion among the Congress. There are two views among the Congress about the tweet itself. Hence, I'm not going to give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I'm going to spend 2 hours more for the development of this state, development of the people of this state and building up my party. Thank you. See, I am really, it is amusing me. These people are trying to do time and again and they think that they can bring instability in the minds of the people. People of this Karnataka knows very well and they know about my functioning, my programs and they will not believe it. They have utterly failed. In fact, there is a confusion among the Congress. There are two views among the Congress about the tweet itself. Hence, I am not going to give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I'm going to spend 2 hours more for the development of this state, development of the people of this state and building up my party. Thank you.
And now time here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushan Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. And also getting you all the updates of how the CWG hero bags glory of India at world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Stay tuned to Republic, getting you details on the other side. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakkar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देखने एक और
viewers, we're cutting across directly to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you, where in fact 5 terrorists have been wiped out, 30 kg of IED has been recovered by the forces, and the forces are in an all-out mission mode now. Remember, these terrorists had been entering a Rajouri army base camp and the forces had been giving a befitting reply to these terrorists, and we had learnt about the terrorists being neutralized, and we are getting you the first shots, the first visuals of these terrorists, these infiltrators who had in fact been neutralized by the forces. Gursimran, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about the IED that had been recovered. The police say that a major tragedy that has been averted, and of course the officials are on the ground and in attentive mode, trying to find out if there are other involvement of other terrorists as well, isn't it?
Yes, a big success for the security forces in the past 24 hours as 5 terrorists, including the operational commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba (TRF), have been neutralized by the security forces, and a major attack on the vital installation of the Indian Army, operational base of the Army in the Pargal area of Rajouri's Darhal has also been averted. 30 kg of IED has too been recovered by the security forces from the Pulwama. This clearly hints at a larger plot of the Pakistani terror groups in Jammu and Kashmir to carry out a major terror strike ahead of the Independence Day. There are regular inputs with the security agencies that ahead of August 15, Pakistan will try to foment trouble in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir by carrying out multiple terror attacks at the army installation as well as the basic public areas. And keeping this in view, the forces were on the alert, and this is due to the alertness that the Pakistani plot of carrying out Uri-like attack has now been averted. And now the searches are on in the entire area. These 2 terrorists, important to mention, were also captured in a CCTV that has been accessed by the Republic, that their movement was there in the Darhal town, after which massive cordon search operations were also launched day before yesterday.
All right, Gursimran there getting us the details of the IED that had been recovered, and of course the forces on the ground attentive. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us all the details. Well, viewers, cutting across to some more important breaking updates that we are getting this time about Srikant Tyagi's bail application, which we are now learning. This is first on Republic Newsbreak that we're getting to you, that the bail application of Srikant Tyagi has been rejected as of now. And we are waiting to get you some more details as to the basis of which the bench has rejected this bail application that had been filed before the court as well. And of course, we will be getting you all the latest as far as the legal proceedings are also concerned. But as of now, this is the first on Republic Newsbreak that Srikant Tyagi's bail application has now been rejected. And of course, viewers, we had seen the kind of legal proceedings that had also gone on, and of course we are getting you the latest as far as Srikant Tyagi is concerned, the kind of demeanor, the kind of behavior, the videos that had come out, and of course we had seen the kind of repercussions of this kind of behavior of Srikant Tyagi, in fact, that had also come out, and the political war of words that had also transpired on this issue as well. But now we are seeing that Srikant Tyagi that had approached the court for a bail, that application as of now by the court has been rejected. And we will be getting you the latest as far as the pleas that had been made before the court as well, and the application and the prayers that had been listed in the application as well as to why the bail was being sought for and on what basis the bench has really rejected that bail as well. But of course, we are in fact getting you the latest as far as Srikant Tyagi is concerned, who had been held for abusing and assaulting the woman in Noida as well. And we had seen that video of some really questionable language that was also being used by Srikant Tyagi in that video towards this woman. That had also come to light, and now we are seeing that trouble mounting for Srikant Tyagi. Trouble mounting for Srikant Tyagi as the bail application stands rejected before the court. Anuj, my colleague, is also joining me on the broadcast. Anuj, tell us more about this bail application that now stands rejected. On what basis has the court rejected this bail?
Well, August 16 is the next date, what I've been told, and the bail application which was moved in by the lawyer of Srikant Tyagi has been rejected. Has been rejected by the Suratpur court, I have been told, and this is going to be the August 16 notice. Let me remind you that earlier this was the application which was given by the lawyer of Srikant Tyagi, and there Srikant Tyagi lawyer had put in the request in front of the court for surrender, but he was arrested from Martyred. And after that, let me tell you, there is the bail plea which was put in front of the Suratpur court itself, and now it has been rejected, what I have been told. And the next hearing will be on August 16, what I have been told. So the bail has been already rejected. And if you talk about the section, then 354 and 420 of the IPC, the section if you talk about on which has been put in on Srikant Tyagi, we do have seen how this video came in light when Srikant Tyagi was seen threatening a lady, was seen misbehaving with the lady, was seen abusing the lady, and after that he was on run. He was on run. 12 team was constituted by the Noida police, by the Uttar Pradesh police, and there the lookout was in Uttarakhand, was in Lucknow, was in Noida, and later he was arrested along with other three from Meerut, what we were told. And later we have seen in the visual, this was none other but the commissioner of Gautam Budh Nagar, who did the press conference after he was nabbed, and later he was produced in front of the court, in which the judicial custody has been given. The police has not. Judicial custody has been given. The police has not asked for the police custody. The judicial custody was given, and it was the bail application which was moved in the Suratpur court, but it has been rejected as of now. The bail application has been rejected, seeing the seriousness of the charges. Now the bail application has been rejected as he was absconding. And if we talk about Gangster Act, that too was implicated, what we were told, and now the bail plea has been rejected by the Suratpur court. This is going to be the 16th of August when matter will be held in the Suratpur court itself. Srikant Tyagi, who is under the judicial custody at this point in time, who was seen in the video abusing the lady, who was seen in the video threatening and misbehaving with the lady, was absconding. Later he was nabbed by the police near the Meerut along with other three. Let me tell you, if we talk about the total number of people who have been arrested in this particular case, then 6 was arrested earlier and 4 later. 4 was arrested when Srikant Tyagi was nabbed. Along with Srikant Tyagi, these were 3 other, and 6 were arrested earlier by the Noida police itself. So total 10 number of people are behind the bar. Gangster has been intact, what I have been told. On the other hand, this is going to be 16th of August. 16th of August is going to be the next date. We will see, wait and watch what exactly will be the legal points and what exactly will be the points that is going to be put in by the lawyer of Srikant Tyagi. But today, the bail has been rejected. The bail application which was given to the Suratpur court has been rejected of Srikant Tyagi. Srikant Tyagi, who has been arrested by the Noida police, is under the judicial custody. Srikant Tyagi, who was arrested from Meerut,
is under the judicial custody at this point in time. Yes, back to you.
Yes, Anu, just stay with us. If you could also run us through the action that's been taken by the Yogi government so far, and also one of the main questions that also remains unanswered at this point is what is in fact the political affiliation, if any, of Srikant Tyagi?
Well, if we talk about in total the kind of charges which has been framed, on the other hand, if we talk about the action that has been taken by the Yogi government, when we have seen bulldozer also running at the illegal construction of Srikant Tyagi, is being something which is also being noticed. On the other hand, let me remind you, the court on that very day, when it was the application which was moved by the lawyer of Srikant Tyagi for surrender, on that very day the court itself asked about the record of Srikant Tyagi, and there the commissioner, when did the press conference when Srikant Tyagi was nabbed, he has also made in everything clear what exactly has happened. And if we talk about the charges which has been framed and the past of Srikant Tyagi, prior to this, how many cases are there, everything has been looked up by the Uttar Pradesh government, and yes, of course, by the judiciary, because the matter is sub judice now. The arresting has been already done, so this is all going to be by the legalities. So before that, if we talk about the arresting, then UP police was in action, Noida authority was in action. We have seen UP police, there constituted 12 teams. We have seen the team in Uttarakhand. This was in Haridwar, this was in Rishikesh, this was in Tapovan, where searches were done by the Uttar Pradesh police. And later, he was nabbed near the Meerut. Even wife of Srikant Tyagi was questioned by the police officials who were investigating the same case, and the 12th team which was constituted by the Uttar Pradesh police to look deep into the matter what exactly has happened, and where, if we talk about the whereabouts of Srikant Tyagi as he was absconding, this was day and night when police has worked and police was searching and going through the locations and was tracking the same. Then after, we have seen from Meerut, nearby Meerut, Srikant Tyagi along with 3 others was nabbed by the Uttar Pradesh police, was nabbed by the UP police and the Gautam Budh Nagar police, and he was later produced in the court. And before producing in the court, the commissioner himself did a press conference. Commissioner there has made in everything clear how the vehicles were used, how the vehicles were changed, how the route was taken from Noida to Meerut and to the different places. Everything was noticed and was monitored by the Noida police. And later, finally, this was the Noida police, the Gautam Budh Nagar police, who nabbed Srikant Tyagi from Meerut. This was the place near the Meerut itself from where Srikant Tyagi was nabbed. And later, it was the press conference which was done by the commissioner of Gautam Budh Nagar. There every detail was shared. If we talk about the cases, if we talk about the past, so everything was looked up. 6, if we talk about the vehicles which has been taken in custody, is number. If we talk about that number, then 6 vehicles, 6 cars of Srikant Tyagi 001. The number of the cars is, every car holds the same number. So the kind of power he was showing with the people who were residing there in the society, and everything was noticed by the Uttar Pradesh police, and everything has been looked up, and all these points has been made in there in front of the court also. If we talk about the legal procedure, then finally today the bail plea has been rejected. The bail application which was given in the front of the Surajpur court has been already rejected. Now this is going to be on 16th of August. If we talk about the next course of action, that what exactly is going to happen legally, what is going to be the legalities that is going to be taken place, that has to be looked up on 16th of August. But yes, Srikant Tyagi, who was absconding, Srikant Tyagi, who first was seen in the video how he was misbehaving with the lady, how he was abusing and threatening the lady, has been arrested now finally, and under the judicial custody. On the other hand, let me also
stay with us. Just hold your thoughts there. We also have activist Brinda DK joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your quick reaction. We understand that a big setback coming in for Srikant Tyagi. No relief in sight, but the several questions that remain unanswered as of now. If there is any political affiliation, if at all, and second, what really, in broad daylight, the person that is under judicial custody abused and even threatened and even verbally assaulted this woman in his neighborhood.
In a way, it is good that his bail plea has not yet been accepted, and it is important for people like Tyagi to understand that bail might be a right, but he cannot get it immediately. And I hope the courts are strict about people like Tyagi, who not only misuse their political connections and power, but have the gall and impunity to manhandle and to assault women. This is a lesson that must go very, very strongly to such people. And I'm very happy the court has taken it upon itself not to immediately give that man the bail.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. That was Brinda Adige giving her response to the latest news that is coming in with respect to Srikant Tyagi, whose bail plea has now been rejected. Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in. What we understand is that the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has responded with respect to the viral video of a man smoking in flight. We understand that the person who was caught smoking while the flight inside the flight, we understand Balwinder Kataria had travelled from Dubai to the national capital by a SpiceJet flight. He landed in the national capital on 23rd of January 2022 is what we understand. Video, while we are yet to get more details on this, but as you can see in the visuals that we are putting on our screens of smoking aboard SpiceJet plane, where this particular person was caught smoking inside the SpiceJet plane. So that is the latest coming in. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but very shocking visuals coming in of how this man was caught smoking aboard a SpiceJet plane. We understand that the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has taken cognizance of this matter, saying that action will be taken by the aviation security is what we understand as of now. We have Niranjan also joining us for more details. Niranjan, if you could give us more details.
Okay, these are the details that are coming in right now. The video from onboard a SpiceJet plane. Details from onboard a SpiceJet plane, and this is the video we are told. This is a video we are told of a man called Balwinder Kataria. Balwinder Kataria, who travelled from Dubai to New Delhi on a SpiceJet flight. He landed in Delhi on the 23rd of January. So it's a video from January this year. And the video we are told is not available on social media, and action has been taken by civil aviation security. The Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has also told news agency ANI that this happened earlier and action has been taken in this case. But for the first time, a video emerging that shows the serious breach on board. Serious breach on board. And if you look at this video, he's lying down on the flight. He's occupied all seats, and he's even got his name imprinted on his pants. It says Bobby Kataria. You look at the trousers he's wearing. He's got his name embossed all over it, called Bobby Kataria. And Bobby Kataria's video, he claims to be a social influencer, but for the first time, such a serious security breach coming to light. Such a serious security breach coming to light. And as far as SpiceJet is concerned, the DGCA has acted in the past, and there have been several incidents that came to light. And DGCA had also earlier, about 7 days back, on the 4th of August. On the 4th of August, DGCA, which is India's civil airline regulator, had taken serious note of the unusually high number of air incidents that have plagued SpiceJet, the country's budget airline. And they had also said, the DGCA had said the airline had about 8 incidents of a technical nature in the last 18 days, including a cracked pane in a windshield, pressurization issues, door warnings, you had bird hits, you had malfunctioning of the fuel indicator, smoke in the cabin, and now this video that is now come in. And the DGCA had very recently, also deregistered a few aircraft of SpiceJet, and had in July put SpiceJet under watch. They had put SpiceJet under watch, and this is coming as a latest, sort of a shocker of what is happening on board, a flight. DGCA had earlier in July put SpiceJet under enhanced surveillance, had ordered the airline to operate half of its allowed flights this summer, and the DGCA had ordered SpiceJet to operate a truncated schedule, which is half of the allowed flights. and the airline had also been put under enhanced surveillance for about 8 weeks. This video is coming out now, but we are hearing that this video itself this incident itself was reported in January 2022. And in this video, you can see this man who's called Bobby Kataria, reportedly a social influencer. Nobody knows about him, and an MLA from Uttarakhand had tweeted this video, asking for the Home Minister to take action on this man. So, I think the fact that this video has emerged now is telling you the story of how airline safety is of paramount importance. How can you smoke on a flight? It's an international flight, but how can you smoke on a flight? That's in the passenger's cabin. In the passenger cabin, he's seated there, and he's smoking. He's occupying 3 seats, and he can be seen. And even if the incident was in January, the video itself has emerged now. Perhaps for the first time, it is shown because the DGCA and the Bureau of Civil Aviation has reportedly told news agency ANI that the action was taken by the Bureau of Civil Aviation earlier, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security earlier, and they've acted on this man. Now, about this man itself, his name is Balwinder Kataria, also called Bobby Kataria, and he had travelled from Dubai to New Delhi. On a SpiceJet flight. He landed in Delhi on the 23rd of January 2022. We are hearing the video was not available on his Facebook or Instagram page. But perhaps he took it down, anticipating the kind of trouble that he would get into. This action was taken by the Civil Aviation Security earlier, is what they have said. They have said in a statement to news agency ANI. Now that's the big breaking news update. And this is a tape where this so-called social influencer is seen lighting up a cigarette. He lights a cigarette and he's smoking. He's occupying all 3 seats like he doesn't care. And what's even more shocking is that there are people seated. If you look at this video closely, as the video pans, right? As the video pans, you will see that there are people actually occupying the seats in front. When the video pans from other seats to him. So he's seen, as other passengers are seen in the seats, occupying the seats in the front of the plane, right? And he's seated at the back somewhere towards the mid-cabin area, and he's lighting up a cigarette. So this is an exclusive video that has been accessed by news agencies as well, and we are trying to ascertain more details. But what it tells you is the kind of threat that you sort of face, in the air, and these are details that we are picking up. I'm handing it back to you for now. I think we are getting in more details of the other stories that we've been leading through the day of Anubrata Mondal being arrested. We should go across through that.
All right, Niranjan, they're getting us details of this very shocking incident coming to light, incident dating back to January 2022, where a man was caught smoking aboard a SpiceJet plane. So, the incident coming to light in which the man on your screen can be seen smoking while he is on a SpiceJet plane. He was traveling from Dubai to the national capital. As you can see, he's taken over 3 seats and seen brazenly smoking as well. Well, tracking more breaking news coming in. And this one in relation to Anubrata Mondal, the TMC leader who's been arrested by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case. In the visuals, you can see how he was arrested just a short while back. So after the sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, it's TMC leader who's now been arrested, Anubrata Mondal, in relation to the cattle smuggling case. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information. But what we understand as of now is that the close aide of Mamata Banerjee is now in CBI custody. Remember, he's one of Mamta's closest aides. He is TMC's Birbhum district chief as well. He's been with the TMC since inception, since 1998. So clearly trouble only mounting for Anubrata Mondal. Remember, he skipped CBI summons for 10 times in the past. And finally today he's now been arrested by the CBI. We understand that after the arrest, he's now being taken to the raid location. So that's the fresh update coming in. Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the raid location, what we understand. So the close aide of Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, has now been arrested by the CBI in connection to the cattle smuggling scam. What we understand is that Anubrata Mondal is now being taken to the raid location by the CBI as we speak. So fresh updates coming in. Clearly trouble mounting for another TMC leader. Earlier it was Partha Chatterjee, the former, the now sacked minister in West Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, who's been arrested by the ED in connection with the SSC recruitment scam, and now it's the cattle smuggling scam which has come back to haunt the TMC government in power in the state of West Bengal. So getting all the updates, getting all the fresh leads in connection with the cattle smuggling scam, Anubrata Mondal, who was arrested just a short while back from his residence, he's now being taken to the raid location. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more information, but remember, Anubrata Mondal is one of Mamta's closest aides. He's also TMC's Birbhum district president. He's been with the TMC since its inception, 1998 to be precise. He enjoys power more than many mantris in the state of West Bengal. Not just this, he was at the helm of TMC affairs in Birbhum. We have our senior editor Shravan also joining us for more details. Shravan, if you could give us fresh leads in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. We understand that Anubrata Mondal is now being taken to the raid location.
Good evening.
Well, if Shravan is still with us, Shravan, if you could hear us, if you could give us more details that you are learning with respect to the cattle smuggling scam case update.
Well, in fact, the details that we do have at this point in time, Samiksha, with regards to the searches that were basically carried out at Anubrata Mondal's residence. In fact, we are also given to understand that roughly around 6 o'clock this morning, when the CBI team actually reached Anubrata's residence, the idea was twofold. One was obviously that they had already made up their mind that they would go ahead with the arrest of Anubrata Mondal simply because of two counts. One, he hasn't really cooperated with the agency. He hasn't really responded to the summons that he hasn't responded to any one of them. That's what.
Forgotten the name of Khudiram Basu, Surya Sen, Netaji Subhash Chandra Basu, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, and so many people. So if with thumping majority, Mamata Banerjee is running the government, and if they say that the election of assembly will take place along with the parliament election in December, so they have to topple down the government or to make a shift. So I don't think so. This is Bengal, and the Trinamool party workers with all their total strength, support, honesty, they are with Mamata Banerjee and they are being led by Abhishek Banerjee. So what was possible in Maharashtra, it may not be possible, it will not be possible in Bengal. So in 24 we will fight only the parliament election, and in 23 Panchayat election will be there, and I am confident 98% of the seats will go to TMC because BJP don't have the infrastructure to give nominations along with their election agents, polling agents. So করেছে সিবিআই তার এতদিন অনুব্রত যায়নি, আমি তো দেখছিলাম ওকে চিকিৎসা চলছে আমাদের পার্টি মমতা ব্যানার্জি এবং অভিষেক ব্যানার্জি বলেছে যে আমরা কোনোভাবেই আমরা কোনো দুর্নীতি
So, a lot of reactions coming in with respect to the cattle smuggling case. CBI now tightening its moves against the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, who is now being taken to the raid location as we speak. So, fresh leads coming in with respect to the cattle smuggling case. Remember, Anubrata Mondal is one of the closest aides of Mamta Banerjee. In fact, we had a reaction as well a short while back from Shuvelu Adhikari, who questioned TMC government that is in power in the state of Bengal. Slipping into a very short break, we'll continue getting you all the big breakings on the other side. And slipping into a very short break, on the other side, another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan who sparks it up. And CW Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakkar, ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India, began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital. It's 1:30 p.m. viewers, and these are the top stories. After a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, CBI arrests Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it is Prashant Bhushan. CWG hero bags glory for India at world stage, but Aam Aadmi Party MLA seeks proof, tries to spark a divide. Furor over Aam Aadmi Party's MLA's remark on CWG hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic newsbreak. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Viewers, straight away cutting across to the biggest story that we are tracking for you this today. In fact, we have been seeing how Anubrata Mondal had been taken into custody. He had been arrested. Now, the update that we are bringing to you is that 8 officers have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the cattle smuggling case, is what we are getting. Jawans is joining me live on the broadcast. And Shavan, if I could come to you about this summons that have been sent over these 8 officers that have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Give us the details of the same.
Well, in fact, as well as the Directorate, it's
officers who have served in the Birbhum district at some point or the other between 2015, the time period that the Enforcement Directorate as well as the CBI they're looking at right now in terms of the cattle smuggling. Jawans has been summoned on the 22nd is what I'm being told, following which Koteshwar Rai has been asked to appear on the 23rd. Shyam Singh has been asked to appear on the 24th. On the 25th, Selva Murugan has been asked to appear. Rajiv Mishra is on the 26th. Tathagat Basu is on 30th and Bhaskar Mukherjee on the 31st. So we've got the full details. All the officers who've all been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Just to put this into perspective, this basically comes as a follow-up action that the Enforcement Directorate, after multiple arrests that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the cattle smuggling case itself. Now, the role of the IPS officers is essentially the fact that, remember, when the cattle was basically being smuggled, it was in connivance with the BSF as well as custom officials. But apart from that, remember the IPS officers at that point in time, serving at that point in time in this very district where Anubrata Mondal essentially had, it was considered his stronghold, Priyanka. There was this protection money that was being given so that the cattle can be transported, smuggled across the border. Now, there are 2 types of cattle that were basically being brought in. The larger breeds, which are obviously had they had the price of each of the cattle head was much higher. It was about 40,000 to 50,000. The smaller breeds were much lesser. But what was essentially happening is that these customs, when these auctions were essentially being done, they were being passed off as a smaller breed. The money that they were making out of it was large. There was a cut money that was essentially being given to the fact that the cut money that was being given, in fact, was much larger. And this was not only being given to the BSF, but also the custom officials is what I'm being told at this point in time. Thereafter, what's important to point out here is the fact that once the money was actually being given to the BSF and custom officials, it is also the police that came under the scanner. Now, as far as the police is concerned, this is not the this is not the first time that they've been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. They've been called in for questioning in the past too. But what turns out is that it's basically gathered much more momentum.
given the fact that you've had one of the prime accused, the kingpin, Inamul Haq, who was already questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. He was taken into custody. Then you had of the two Mishra brothers, one of them has also been taken into custody. So the Enforcement Directorate, if you really look at it, they've actually built upon this case over a period of time. Now, obviously, it comes at a time when the CBI has actually arrested the big man, or the big fish, if I may say so, in the cattle smuggling case, with Anubrata Mondal being arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But clearly, in West Bengal right now, this is going to have a huge ramification. First, you've had Mamata's close aide, Anubrata Mondal, being called in for question. He has been arrested now. And then, of course, you have the IPS officers who are now being called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate.
Shravan, also, if you could, expand upon these other people that have also been taken into custody. The main accused, as you had also been pointing out, that had also been taken into custody from Delhi in 2020 itself. And apart from that, of course, the several counterparts of Anubrata Mondal that had been called in by the agencies, they had been questioned. So if you could put that entire nexus into perspective as well, as far as the counterparts of Anubrata Mondal are concerned, and who had been questioned by the authorities already.
Well, not very sure who the counterparts would be, Priyanka, because here is a man who is largely considered to be extremely influential in that very area. When we say influential, it simply goes by the fact that this man has never contested a single election. But despite that, wielded enough influence. In fact, his house is considered as the Trinamool Congress's party office in the district of Birbhum. So one can easily gauge the fact that he was considered to be extremely influential. And what the agencies have essentially done is built this case brick by brick. What they started off was by arresting the close aides of Anubrata Mondal. One of the biggest clincher, if I may say so, was by the arrest of his security guard. Now, his arrest essentially led to Anubrata Mondal's name surfacing, and then of course the fact that they've also got corroborative evidence in the form of the call data records, then certain seizures that were made by the Central Bureau of Investigation. All that put together, they've now got a watertight case, because the challenge essentially that the Central Bureau of Investigation faces at this point in time is to also correlate this with the very period when the cattle smuggling was actually taking place and the direct involvement of Anubrata Mondal, because what they have right now is the involvement of his close aides. What they need to prove before the court is that all of these instructions that were basically being given, it was being given by Anubrata to his close aides so that this cattle smuggling could actually flourish in his district.
All right, Shravan Sen there getting us all the details as far as one of the biggest stories that we're tracking, viewers, is concerned, where Anubrata Mondal in fact has been taken into custody by the CBI, and of course more and more developments coming to light. Shravan, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. And now, viewers, shifting focus to some more shocking updates that we are getting of the DMK councillor's husband, who has tried to attack people with a machete after an argument. Now, this is a video that we're putting across for you. This is a viral video that has been circulated in the social media, where Vetrichelvan, the husband of DMK councillor Nithya, in Thathamangalam near Manachanallur in Tiruchirappalli district, can be seen running with a machete trying to attack 3 people. Now, of course, we will be getting you the details as far as this video is concerned, but this is a shocking video, really, viewers, that is coming to light, where the DMK councillor's husband is seen in this video. You can see that man, which is the DMK councillor's husband, and he is running around with a machete in his hands, and he is in fact chasing 3 people. You can see that very dramatic visuals on your screens right now, where this councillor's husband, this DMK councillor's husband, is chasing 3 people with a machete over an argument apparently that had been transpiring between them. And over that argument, he just picks up the machete and runs after them, chases them. This is the video that has come to light. And this is a video, in fact, that has gone viral. And we are tracking for you the details of whether or not the authorities have taken cognizance of this, because this is a DMK councillor's husband, in fact, who is openly in daylight, in broad daylight, is chasing people with a machete. Varshini, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Varshini, give us more details of this very shocking video that you have also brought for us. As far as this DMK councillor's husband is concerned, what are the steps taken by the authorities? Have they taken cognizance of this video?
Well, Priyanka, this whole scenario is definitely a shocking revelation to the people in the state, because the person seen in the video who's carrying a machete and chasing public people is a person who's a husband of a councillor, a DMK councillor from Tatamangalam of Manachanallur in the Tricharapalli district, in Trichy district. And this family, both the councillor and her husband, have been known for dealing with money of some financial businesses that they run. And we hear that Gunasegaran and two of his friends who've gone to meet Vetri Chelvan, the husband of the DMK councillor, to discuss regarding this financial issues that has been going on between them for quite a while. And we learned that it has grown into an argument where it has gotten ugly, and where the husband of the DMK councillor, Vetri Chelvan, is said to have been triggered because of the argument put forth by the other people. Therefore, that is when he started chasing the people.
Well, all right, Varshini there getting us the latest as far as this very shocking video is concerned. Varshini, of course, you'll be getting us all the updates as far as whether or not the authorities have taken cognizance of this video or not. Now, viewers, shifting focus to what really is going on in the entire country as far as the celebrations for the Independence Day is concerned. Heartwarming visuals really coming to light from Jammu and Kashmir. Let's take a look.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
And viewers, here are these stories from across the country in brief. In the presence of all the dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar becomes the next vice president of the country. Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, responding on BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the president or the vice president of the country. Further, he denied all the claims.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that the people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as Bihar's Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
इनका चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Reacting on Rajouri's terrorist attack, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today while revealing that the two terrorists were conspiring the attack. He said that they are looking forward to celebrate Har Ghar Tiranga campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. After the terrorist attack in Rajouri, Indian Army showcased the unique nature of boat rally. In the rally, locals and students had national flags in hand at Kashmir's Sopore area. The police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leaders Praveen Nethiru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of the arrests made in Nethiru's brutal murder reached 10. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar. Following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed flood-like situation triggering landslides and waterlogging. Meanwhile, Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team deployed at the spot continue to clear the mudslides. Due to the landslides triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, police has been deployed to clear the affected road. With COVID-19 cases rising in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing face masks mandatory in public places. A fine of ₹500 will be imposed in case of violations. And time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, furor over Aam Aadmi Party MLA's remark on CWJ hero. Demand for sacking grows louder after Republic news break. And after Prime Minister scathing black magic jive, Rahul is in defensive mode now, raises unemployment and inflation. Getting you all the updates of this on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Couples have one question. Couples have one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे।
देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
Now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are getting for you from Bihar now, where just one day after Nitish Kumar took over as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time, high drama has now ensued in the state with the Speaker claiming that he will not resign. Now this comes after Bihar Chief Minister sought for a floor test on 24th and 25th of August. Now sources say that Bihar Vidhan Sabha Speaker is to face a no confidence motion, is the latest that we are bringing to you viewers. Now, of course, there is a new government in place under the leadership of Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav as the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. And we have seen the political ramifications of the same as far as the statements and the counter statements are concerned coming from the BJP and Nitish Kumar himself. The BJP time and time again claiming that this is Nitish Kumar running away and once again betraying the BJP as well. But of course, let's first listen in to this exclusive conversation that my colleague Prakash Singh had with Vijay Kumar Sinha.
आप इस्तीफा देंगे या अविश्वास को फेस करेंगे? क्या करेंगे? अरे माइक नीचे कर लो यार, चेहरा तो आने दो इनका। क्या करेंगे विजय सिन्हा जी? बोल नहीं रहे हैं कुछ। आप अध्यक्षता करेंगे? क्या करेंगे? आप अध्यक्षता करेंगे या सदन में बैठ के भाषण देंगे? जो भी हुआ है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव फेस करेंगे। आपको मुख्यमंत्री ने चिट्ठी लिखा है कि 24-25 को सदन आहूत कीजिए। सदन आहूत किया गया है, इस बारे में बता।
सदन के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का पत्र आया है, आहूत के लिए हम लोग कहा है।
कौन से तारीख?
जानकारी हमारे सेक्रेटरी दिए हैं, फाइल आएगा, हम लोग देख लेंगे, कर देंगे।
और अविश्वास प्रस्ताव पर आप क्या कहेंगे? आपके
क्या इसकी जानकारी मिली है? क्या जानकारी है अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बाद?
जब तक इस पद पर हम बैठे हैं तब तक बाहर कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं होगी।
Taking a quick break now, getting you details on the other side as India gets the new Vice President in Jagdeep Dhankar. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Thakur is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Thakur at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Thakur was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Thakur, ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India, began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took the bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. At 2 p.m. after a 10-time no-show and a large-scale investigation, CBI arrests Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for India at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide. Furor over AAP MLA's remark on Commonwealth Games hero, demand grows for sacking of the AAP Neta after Republic newsbreak. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with our top story, this one coming in from the national capital, where the AAP Neta who had questioned whether the Commonwealth Games medalist belongs to the national capital has sparked a controversy, as several reactions now coming in, furor only growing by the minute over the AAP MLA's shocking remark on the Commonwealth Games heroes. The chorus now growing for sacking of the AAP MLA who made these shocking remarks, saying, and I quote once again, "Maybe I'm wrong, sister, but when I searched, I found that you have always been playing for Uttar Pradesh, not from Delhi state. Today, the whole country is proud of you. I pray to God that you go ahead." So that was AAP MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj, who had sparked a controversy by questioning and saying that Divya, the wrestler who won us a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games, is not from the national capital, and that she hails from Uttar Pradesh. Whereas Divya also took to Twitter, in fact put out her documents as well, saying that she's won 7 gold medals for the national capital. In fact, we have a lot of reactions coming in. Let's listen in to how the BJP is now demanding the sacking of the AAP MLA.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कांग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई। बस इतनी सी उनकी खता थी, इतनी सी ही गलती थी कि उन्होंने सच बोल दिया केजरीवाल जी से। इतनी सी ही मात्र गलती थी। देश का गौरव बढ़ाने वाली हमारी बेटी, हमारी बहन अगर सच बोल दे तो उन पर पूरा का पूरा आम आदमी पार्टी का पूरा सोशल मीडिया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस प्रकार से हावी हो गया, इस प्रकार से उनको ह्यूमिलिएट, इस प्रकार से उनको बेइज्जत, इस प्रकार से उनके ऊपर लालचन लगाना, और वो भी किसके द्वारा? आम आदमी पार्टी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता सौरभ भारद्वाज, जो कि एक विधायक है, केजरीवाल के बहुत क्लोज जो उनकी कोटरी है उसमें है। हर झूठ को बचाव करने के लिए, हर भ्रष्टाचार का बचाव करने के लिए अगर संभवतः कोई चेहरा सामने आता है पहले तो सौरभ भारद्वाज का ही होता है। वो आते हैं और कहते हैं हमारी बहन से, हमारी बेटी से, इस देश का नाम रोशन करने वाली महिला से, खिलाड़ी से, तू दिल्ली से है, मुझे तो लगा तू उत्तर प्रदेश से है। और फिर इतने दिनों से चल रहा है, परंतु केजरीवाल जी जो ऐड देने में व्यस्त है और अपनी मार्केटिंग करने में मस्त है, वो एक भी बार कुछ नहीं कहते। ये कई दिनों से चल रहा है मामला, इट्स बीइंग हैपनिंग फ्रॉम मेनी डेज। आखिरकार एक बेटी को, एक बहन को, हमारी देश की खिलाड़ी को सबूत डालना पड़ा, सर्टिफिकेट डालना पड़ा कि मैं दिल्ली स्टेट को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूं। उनका सर्टिफिकेट उनके ट्विटर हैंडल पर है।
It's not just Shehzad Poonawalla. Gautam Gambhir has also demanded the sacking of the AAP MLA who made these shocking remarks, coming down heavily on the AAP MLA for his remarks against the Commonwealth Games medalist, questioning and saying that she does not belong to national capital, whereas she hails from Uttar Pradesh. These are in fact the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA. Let's listen into that reaction of Gautam Gambhir.
Coming out in open and saying that she has not put any kind of support from Kejriwal-led government. How would you say that?
See, we've been saying that the government of Delhi has done nothing in the last 7 years, which is very unfortunate. Now at least the sportsmen are coming out in open, and a young girl who can accuse the CM of Delhi on his face that she hasn't got any support from the CM of Delhi, which is, if his conscience does not get awakened now, it will never get awakened in any ways. I think it's a shame that a CM of Delhi represents the people of Delhi, because whether it's education, whether it's health, and now the sportsmen, because we all know that in the last 7 years, not even a single sports university has been opened in Delhi. No single hospital, no single college, no single school has been opened in Delhi. All he does is big advertisements. So at least now he should start doing for the people of Delhi, because it's been 3 years now. He still has 3 years left, and 7 years is a very long time. So it's a shame.
Aam Aadmi Party is saying that she does not belong to Delhi, she belongs to Uttar Pradesh. Your comments on this bizarre defense which is now coming out?
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. They're very good in passing on the buck, and now this young girl will also have to face this passing on the buck thing as well. When we raise this issue about school, college and hospital, they say that MCD doesn't let them do anything, BJP central government doesn't let them do anything. Now because now they've started passing on this buck as well. She doesn't come from Delhi, she comes from UP. Irrespective where she comes from, if she's living in Delhi, it is the responsibility of Delhi government to help her out in every way. And forget about that, one question needs to be asked to them. In last 7 years, what initiatives have they taken for the sports or for the sportsmen in Delhi? Everyone needs to ask this question. More importantly, rather than us, you people should ask the CM of Delhi that what all has he done in the last 7 years when it comes to sports and sportsmen.
Thank you for speaking to the public TV.
Well, Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta has also responded to this controversy, saying that rather than splurging money on advertisements, the Aam Aadmi Party should give a proper platform to the sports persons.
ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि एक प्रतिभाशाली खिलाड़ी, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की खिलाड़ी जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में पदक जीतती हैं दिल्ली के लिए, देश के लिए, और दिल्ली सरकार की जो खेल नीति है जिसके कारण से उनको सहायता नहीं मिल पाई है। दिव्या काकरान 20 वर्ष से दिल्ली के लिए खेल रही हैं और उन्होंने 25 से ज़्यादा मेडल भारत के लिए, दिल्ली के लिए जीते हैं। वो किसी प्रदेश की रहने वाली हैं, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन अगर वो दिल्ली में 20 वर्षों से खेल रही हैं तो एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की खिलाड़ी को सर्टिफिकेट के लिए सरकार कहे कि सर्टिफिकेट दे दो, सर्टिफिकेट दे दो, और बार बार वो सर्टिफिकेट भी दे रही हैं। और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से उन्होंने गुहार लगाई कि हमें 5 लाख रुपए की मदद दे दो कम से कम, ताकि हम अपने जो काम कर सके, ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस कर सके और हम देश के लिए पदक जीत सके। लेकिन ये दिल्ली सरकार की खराब खेल नीति ये प्रदर्शित करती है कि एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खिलाड़ी को किस तरह से बेइज्जत किया जाता है, उसको डिमोरलाइज किया जाता है और इसका असर उसकी परफॉर्मेंस पर पड़ता है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हजारों करोड़ों रुपए एडवर्टीजमेंट पर लुटा रहे हैं, वो करोड़ों रुपए अपने विज्ञापन पर, अपने टूर पर खर्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या दिल्ली के अंदर खिलाड़ियों के ऊपर खर्चा करने की जरूरत नहीं है? अगर हरियाणा 1 करोड़ रुपए कोई पदक जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई जीते तो 1 करोड़ रुपए वो देते हैं, लेकिन वहीं दिल्ली सरकार चुप हो जाती है और जो जरूरत उस समय होती है खिलाड़ियों की, जब उनको प्रोत्साहन देना होता है, तब भी वो कोई मदद नहीं करते हैं। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
So, the Aam Aadmi Party there in Delhi facing massive backlash over these comments that were made by the AAP Neta, saying that the medalist from the Commonwealth Games, Divya, is from UP, whereas Divya there clarifying that she's won 7 golds from the national capital. Let's move on to more 1-minute reports coming in of landslide that's been reported in Jammu as a result of incessant rainfall.
Heavy rainfall in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has caused a massive havoc. Right now we are in the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, where a lane, one portion of the road that was coming from the Kashmir Valley to Jammu has completely been washed away and the traffic has been diverted. I'll request Sir Jeevan to show you this entire stretch. More and more machines are being brought here. The JCBs, the excavators, all are being brought here so that this area can be cleared at an earlier. Sir Jeevan is showing you the visuals of the men and machinery that has been pushed into the work by the administration here, so as to ensure that both the sides of the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, they can be resumed at an earliest. And Sir Jeevan is showing you these visuals. Important to mention that this is really a tricky place to stand on, as this area is continuously moving on that side because of the mudslides that have caused this havoc in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Now, getting in visuals of Tiranga boat rally taking place in J&K Sapor, these heartwarming visuals coming to light that send out a strong message as the nation celebrates 75 years of independence. Well, moving on to our top story that we are tracking this afternoon after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant. Now, Prashant Bhushan has attacked the top court, saying that judges effectively issue orders thinking about post-retirement benefits. So, very shocking remarks that have been made by Prashant Kishore, saying that SC by and large abdicated its responsibility and that it is lured of post-retirement jobs in judges. Adding that SC has rolled back civil liberties as well. These are the remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. We have a lot of reactions as well coming in. In fact, let's listen into what Prashant Bhushan had to say as well as what Kapil Sibal said earlier when it comes to running down the Supreme Court by these leaders.
We are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens. And as I said, one of the reasons for this is this lure of post-retirement jobs.
और 50 साल के बाद मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे इस संस्था से कोई उम्मीद नहीं। आप बड़ी-बड़ी अदालत के जजमेंट्स की बात करते हैं, लेकिन जमीन पे क्या हो रहा है उसको आप देखिए, उसमें बहुत भारी अंतर है। अदालत कुछ कहती है, जमीन पे कुछ और हो रहा है।
So, as you just heard, Prashant Bhushan there running down the Supreme Court, and this comes just after Kapil Sibal also made these shocking remarks, whereas Prashant Kishore now saying that the SC assaulted civil liberties, going on to mention that SC abdicated its role as guardian of civil liberties. These are the kind of remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan, going on to add that Justice Gogoi was made MP before retirement is what Prashant Bhushan also said, going on to add that let us see what happens post Zakia Jaffrey judge is given. Well, we have Vineet Jindal, a Supreme Court lawyer, also joining us. Sir, if I can get your response. Very unfortunate indeed the kind of statements being made by these leaders. First we had Kapil Sibal and now we have Prashant Bhushan, who's gone on to run down the topmost, the Supreme Court of the country.
Yes, if you see that there is a kind of trend has been started now. There are specific the people they have believing in some kind of ideology. I think they are trying to discourage our Honorable Supreme Court and discourage, not only discourage, they are targeting the Honorable Supreme Court judges for passing a remarkable judgments. If you see that recently the judgment which has passed by Honorable Supreme Court, that is an impactful and very there's a need of time, which is changing the whole scenario in field of law, investigation, and everything. But they are just because of their own specific reasons, the ideology in which they are believing, to follow that this ideology, they are trying to discourage and defame Honorable Supreme Court of India. I have filed a complaint for contempt against Kapil Sibal on his statement in which he's saying that the Supreme Court judges has been elected their own and they are passing a judgment as per their own without any constitutional this thing and from beyond the law things. So in the same manner, the Prashant Bhushan which he is saying right now, that is also in that particular ambit, and the contempt should be initiated against Prashant Bhushan, and that should not be taken the previous one. It should be a strong step. It should be a strong punishment should be given this kind of people who is trying to discourage and defame our Honorable Supreme Court of India and its judges.
Yes, sir, stay with us. Yes, we have Rhythm also joining us. Rhythm, if you could take the next question.
Yes, Samiksha, in fact, I do want to ask Mr. Jindal, you've also been moving the Supreme Court. You asked for contempt action. Now when you see Prashant Bhushan also talking in the same tone and tenor, is it not time for some law to be there to have a Lakshman Rekha in such cases?
Yes, definitely. Our Supreme Court judges are the highest constitutional post they are holding. They are passing judgments to safeguard the rights and constitutional rights of our citizens. And these people are specifically targeting some judges by specific naming the judgments which has been passed by them. So this scenario should be stopped. This kind of statement should be stopped, and the strong action should be taken. It is not only contempt. There should be some criminal action and criminal law should be initiated against them. Should be the central government and the Honorable Supreme Court pass such a direction in this regard, because this should be stopped. Otherwise, our constitutional, the Supreme Court, which is a constitutional powers, it has been they have been violating. They have been targeting every time. It should be stopped.
Well, we'll connect with Rhythm again. So we need Jindal there giving his response to these remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan. Remember, the kind of remarks that have been made are absolutely unfortunate with respect to the Supreme Court. Prashant Bhushan they're saying, drawing a link between verdicts and their retirement posts, going on to mention that SC failing to be guardian of civil rights. These are the remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan, and this comes, of course, days after Kapil Sibal also sparked a row by running down the topmost court of the country. In fact, Prashant Bhushan also going on to say that SC assaulted civil liberties, SC has rolled back civil liberties, and that SC judges lured by posts. We have Rhythm back with us. Rhythm, over to you.
I also want to go across to Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, who's now joining us on Republic TV. And, I'm going to get back to him, but viewers, the larger point here, it's become a norm in the judiciary now to have certain legal so-called advocates who are now trying to throw and besmirch the reputation of the judiciary. We've seen it happen in 2018 when there were impeachment proceedings that were supported by the opposition of a certain Chief Justice. We've seen it later on when a lot of brouhaha was made of a four-judge press conference. We're seeing it today on every judgment the Supreme Court passes. If the lawyers are not happy with it and they're on the opposite side, they come to the court. If they're not happy and if also the judgment is not something to them, they also speak about it. From N.S. Nappanai, advocate in the Supreme Court, joining us. Ms. Nappanai, this is not the first time we are seeing this lobby speak up. But what has to be the action to stop them? What should be their Lakshman Rekha?
Rhythm, the difficulty is this. One, that these are unsavory comments and they ought not to be made. All of us are in agreement with. And you already have laws which are meant to restrain these kind of sweeping statements, making accusations which are completely unwarranted and unnecessary, namely the Contempt of Court Act, etc. But if all of this is still not restraining such senior practitioners from exercising restraint, from ensuring that they stay within permissible limits, then it is not just law or enforcement that can ensure better conduct. It will have to be something higher than that. And what can be higher is something very difficult to tell, because on one hand, we don't want draconian laws which will stifle speech in any manner. But on the other, we have to protect the constitutional institutions from being defamed in this manner. We talk about the chilling effect when it comes to systems stifling individuals' rights. Isn't it the same chilling effect on the constitutional institution when senior practitioners make statements like this, fully intending to stifle the rights of the court to decide the way they deem fit? Merely because you don't like a decision, it does not give you the right to start making accusations.
Yes, absolutely. And this is something that we are seeing happening time and again nowadays. It's not the first time, Ms. Nappanai, that this has happened. But we really want to now, other than the outrage that is caused every time, try and understand how they can be stopped.
Well, we have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response to these remarks that have been made by Prashant Bhushan on the Supreme Court.
Sibal or Mr. Prashant Bhushan or Dushyant Dave. They are habitual offenders. Some of them have been also convicted under Contempt of Courts Act. They habitually make scurrilous, unsubstantiated remarks against the judiciary of the country because their only intention is to inject politics into the judiciary that would subserve their own ulterior motives. And whenever a judgment of the Supreme Court suits them, they are fine with the judiciary. If there is an adverse order against their client, then they will start casting aspersions on the judiciary. People of the country have full faith in the judiciary and zero faith in these people. And they have been answered time and again, politically as well as by the bar associations of the country. And they continue to make these remarks on the judiciary.
Yes, sir, stay with us. Prashant Bhushan even has drawn a link between verdicts and retirement posts, saying that Justice Gogoi was made MP before retirement, and also going on to mention that judges delivering favourable verdicts get government post. If I can get your response.
So, Republic, I just want to apprise all the viewers of Republic and every citizen of the country. The names on your channel continue to appear before the Honorable Supreme Court and the judges. And if these irresponsible remarks in public, then immediately, forthwith, stop appearing before these courts. About through I urge matter is that we're appearing before the Honorable judges of the Supreme Court or
all right, we'll try to connect with the audio of Gaurav Bhatia again, but let's once again listen in to these remarks that were made by Prashant Bhushan.
We are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens. We have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, as I said, one of the reasons for this is this lure of post-retirement jobs. But there are all kinds of reasons why the Supreme Court is behaving in the way that it is. We are seeing that the independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question. We have seen from experience that these kind of judges who always side with the government, especially in judgments before their retirement, are usually given some post-retirement jobs. Just like Justice Ranjan Gogoi, the Chief Justice, we are seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens. In such a situation, the role of the Supreme Court and the high courts, the higher judiciary in India, becomes even greater because it is really their responsibility and their power. It is their power, their duty, their responsibility to protect the rights of people who are whose rights are being trampled.
Kapil Sibal after Dushyant Dave, it's Prashant Bhushan, who is himself a lawyer in the Supreme Court, who has come down heavily on the Supreme Court, questioning the verdicts and thereafter facing massive backlash as well. And a quick roundup of all that's making news ahead of the 75th Independence Day. BJP organized an event in Surat's Tapi River. The visuals on your screen show numerous river boats sailing in Tapi River. The entire fleet of river boats was seen decked up in tricolour. To mark the 75th year of independence of India, the RSS Leader Indresh Kumar flagged off a Tiranga Yatra to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. He said that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is a moment of pride for all the people in the country.
समय भारत की स्वतंत्रता का उत्सव मनाने का है। आपस के अंदर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का नहीं है, बांटने का नहीं है, भड़काने का नहीं है, लड़वाने का नहीं है। यह तो प्रेम से गले मिलकर एकजुट हिंदू ना एक।
Days ahead of Independence Day, Telangana police organized a 5-kilometer run to mark 75 years of independence. The police commissioner said that a Tiranga Yatra had been taken out by the BJP leaders in presence of UP cabinet minister, and that the participants carried flag and chanted slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai as well. Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side, another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamata act now? And after Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation issue. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Thakur is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Thakur at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Thakur was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Thakur, ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India, began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Kapil sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel Top headlines at half 2:30 after a 10-time no-show and a large-scale probe, CBI arrests Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta act now? Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan. Commonwealth Games hero bags glory for country at the world stage, but AAP MLA seeks proof, tries to spark divide. Massive furor over AAP MLA's remark on Commonwealth Games hero demand for sacking Rose Lauder after Republic Newsbreak. After Prime Minister scathing black magic jibe, Rahul in defensive mode now raises unemployment and inflation. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. The big story this afternoon of Anubrata Mondal, who is a TMC leader who is now in CBI net in connection with the cattle smuggling scam. So that's the latest what you're learning. Anubrata Mondal, who has now been arrested by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case. Remember, Anubrata Mondal is said to be one of Mamta's closest aides. He's been with the TMC since its inception in 1998. He has been at the helm of TMC affairs in Birbhum district of West Bengal. So that is the latest what we are understanding. We have Kishli also joining us. Kishli, if you could talk to us more. We understand that eight cops have also been summoned by ED in relation to this scam.
Well, exactly, Samiksha. First of all, Anubrata Mondal, when he was arrested and then he was taken to, now he's right now on way to Asansol Court, Asansol CBI Special Court. We are also learning that Anubrata Mondal will be first taken to ECL Hospital and he will go through a health checkup, after which he will be produced in Asansol Special CBI Court, where CBI will be asking for extension of his custody, and then he will be brought back to Kolkata here in Nizam Palace, where he will be kept and further interrogation will be done on this cattle smuggling case. This is one case, one development that's happening, and also, as you mentioned, ED has also sent notice and summon to IAS and IPS officers in Bengal, all close to Mamata Banerjee, all close to the state government, and all of them are related to some kind of case, some kind of scam. Especially all these officers are summoned in coal scam. So all these scams, recruitment scam, coal scam, then this cattle smuggling case, cattle smuggling scam, all these are exploding here in West Bengal. Right now, the biggest breaking in Bengal is Anubrata Mondal, another person who is very close to Mamata Banerjee and a TMC strongman, is arrested by the CBI, and he is being taken to probably first to a health checkup in ECL Hospital, and then he'll be taken to Asansol CBI Special Court, where he'll be produced, and then he will be brought to Kolkata. That's what we are learning from our sources. Also, to point out that after the arrest of Anubrata Mondal, in different parts of Bengal, in different parts of Kolkata as well, all the opposition leaders, all the opposition parties are voicing their opinion. They are saying that this government is deep in its neck in scam, and right now there has to be more actions taken by the state government, more actions taken by Mamata Banerjee in order to remove ministers who are corrupt. Yesterday there was a press conference by several TMC ministers who said that in our party everyone is not bad, everyone is not thief. So the opposition is asking, why do we need to have a press conference where you need to clear that we are all not thieves? So are some of the minister thieves or what? That's what the opposition is asking. And very indicatively, just after that press conference, just the day after, Anubrata Mondal, another TMC strongman and the strongest leader in Birbhum district, is arrested today. He is being taken to Asansol Court, after which he will be brought to Kolkata. That's what our sources are telling us. Samiksha.
Yes, Kishli, stay with us. As you were telling us about Anubrata Mondal's, he's considered to be very strong in Birbhum district when we talk about it. If you could talk to us more about Anubrata Mondal, how he's considered to be a very close aide of Mamata Banerjee, and that we understand that he also campaigned fiercely for the TMC when it comes to the by-polls that were held.
Well, exactly. Anubrata Mondal, who has been close to Mamata Banerjee since a long time. Mamata Banerjee lovingly calls this leader Keshto. That's what his nickname is. Mamata Banerjee calls him with this name, and he is connected with several scams now. First of all, this cattle smuggling scam, and then we also have the post-poll violence case, which is also CBI is also looking into that case. And just after the assembly elections in West Bengal, where Trinamool Congress won the majority of the votes, when Trinamool Congress came to power, TMC came to power, there was a large-scale case of post-poll violence, and many of the political party leaders of opposition parties died, party workers died. And according to CBI charges, Anubrata Mondal had a key role to play in Birbhum district in this post-poll violence case, post-poll violence incidents. Also, apart from that, the cattle smuggling case, which has exploded now, is one of the cases which CBI is looking into. In this case, Anubrata Mondal is said to have influenced the whole process by not letting the local law enforcement agencies like the police department, like the local police, state police, to act in order to stop this whole cattle smuggling case. So Anubrata Mondal was in a way trying to influence and help in the whole process of cattle smuggling, and in lieu of it, he got crores of money.
Yes. So, Kishli, thank you so much. So, Kishli, they're getting us all those updates from the Bangla newsroom. Latest, what we understand is that Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the raid location where he will be questioned further by the CBI in connection with the cattle smuggling case.
Income Tax Department conducted searches at various multiple locations in Janla in Maharashtra. This raid is connected to an industrialist. Raids conducted in Kalika Steels, Sairam Steels, one cooperative bank, and there is a financial and a dealer as well. What we have been known that 58 crore in cash has been confiscated, out of which 28 crore that has been seized from a farmhouse, and 30 crore has been seized from a bank locker. Moreover, there are 32 kg of gold that has also been seized by Income Tax Department worth rupees 16 crore, and 300 crore property, Benami property, has also been confiscated by Income Tax Department. IT seeks help of local police only after the third day of the raids that were conducted and the operation that has been done by the Income Tax Department. With video journalist Sanidha Zalishanar for Republic TV.
Well, tracking closely to another big story, this one coming in from Punjab, where we understand that the Akali is facing a major party crisis. In fact, the latest news that is coming in, Sukhbir Badal, who's now called for a meet as well. So we understand that this is in fact said to be a very crucial meet, as Akali would be dealing with party crisis, and after this, particularly after the release of Bikram Majite as well. We'll go across to Amandeep, who's tracking all those updates for us. So an important meet that has been called by the Akali chief in relation to the party crisis that is happening for some time now. We have Amandeep with us. Amandeep, if you could talk to us more about how important this meet is, given the fact that the party has been facing a crisis for some time now.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. This is a very important meeting called by Sukhbir Badal, just because the party is facing the rebellion inside the party. And in fact, recently, few days back, a rebellion group has held a meeting in Amritsar against the leadership of Sukhbir Singh Badal as a party president of Shromani Akali Dal. And even soon after that, Sukhbir Singh Badal has dissolved the entire Shromani Akali Dal structure. And in fact, after that, this is the first meeting that was conveyed by Sukhbir Singh Badal. And again, the organizational structure will be discussed, just because from core committee to all organizational structures has been dissolved by the party president Sukhbir Singh Badal. Just because the rebellion group is straight away questioning the leadership of Shromani Akali Dal president Sukhbir Singh Badal. It was the time that Shromani Akali Dal was not able to perform in the elections, and even in 2022 Shromani Akali Dal was left with only 3 seats, and in fact that is the reason The party leadership and the senior party leaders, including Prem Singh Chandu Majra, Ravi Karan Kalon, Charanjit Singh Atwal, they all are sounding against the Sukhbir Singh Badal. And in fact, now this is the first meet, and this is very important meeting. And the question is that either the rebellions are going to join this meeting or not, just because they were the part of the core committee also, which was earlier constituted by Sukhbir Singh Badal and later dissolved after the rebellion. And in fact, either they are going to join this meeting or the rebellion voices will still sustain. And even after the release of Vikram Singh Majithia, who was a former minister and a senior Akali leader, and in fact this is the first meeting, let's wait and watch what is going to happen in this meet. Either the rebellion is going to turn down their voices or they will sustain with their voice against Sukhbir Singh Badal.
Yes, I was coming to exactly the same point that you mentioned. If you could talk to us more after the release of Majithia, has it emboldened Akali in some way?
Well, absolutely. Just because Majithia basically belongs to the family of Sukhbir Singh Badal. He is a brother of Harsimrat Kaur Badal. The entire leadership and the all senior post of the Shromani Akali Dal basically belongs to the Badal family. And this is what the rebellion group is not able to digest, just because they were contributing in the party since years. And in fact, when the party is not able to perform it, so now they are raising the questions. But let's see, either the Bikram Singh Majithia is going to play a very pivotal role in this, or the rebellion will sustain after this meet as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Amandeep. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Amandeep, tracking closely the meet that has been called by the Akali chief with respect to the crisis that the party has been facing. And a quick roundup of all of more news that is coming in. Heavy rains lashed Ramban area in J&K, triggering mudslides and shooting stones. Following visuals, that surface show how the National Highway number 44 also was affected as a result of incessant rainfall that also led to heavy traffic jam in the area. Due to heavy rainfall in several areas of Uttarakhand from last 2 days, the hilly areas of Uttarakhand witnessed several landslide incidents which resulted in blocking several roadways in the hilly areas. The visuals that surfaced show the national highway that was blocked due to landslides, and state administration meanwhile has deployed SDRF to clear out the debris. A cloudburst that was reported in the Kullu area of Manali in Himachal Pradesh. According to sources, 2 persons have been killed and 10 shops have been washed away due to flash floods in the area. Meanwhile, the Kullu administration has issued a warning and asked people to avoid venturing close to rivers. Meanwhile, the daily life of mountainous areas of Mandi in Himachal was disrupted and made more difficult as heavy rains continue to lash the hilly Himalayan areas of Mandi, making the normal life of people difficult. The local weather department, meanwhile, has advised locals to not venture out. Heavy rains also lashed parts of Jammu, leading to waterlogging and traffic slowdown in some areas of J&K. Heavy rainfall, meanwhile, continues to lash several areas in J&K, including Jammu, Ramban and other areas of J&K.
Well, Shromani Akali Dal President Sukhbir Singh Badal has conveyed a meeting after the rebellion group voice against the President Sukhbir Singh Badal for not performing the party in last 2022 assembly elections. This meeting is very crucial. Let's wait and watch what is going to happen. We are slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for more updates.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the And a roundup of more news that is coming in presence of all the dignitaries. Jagdeep Dhankar has now become the next Vice President of the country. Dhankar was administered the oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the national capital today. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar responded on BJP charge claiming that he has no intention of becoming the president, vice president or vice president or president or vice president of the country, further denying all the claims that were made by the BJP.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that people of Bihar are happy now. This comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as Bihar Chief Minister and Deputy CM respectively.
चाल चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Responding on the Rajouri terror attack, BJP JNK President Ravinder Singh lauded Indian forces for its all-out mission mode today. However, condoling the death of 2 Jawans who were martyred in this terror attack, while revealing that 2 terrorists were conspiring the attack, he said that they are looking forward to celebrate the Har Ghar Tiranga in JNK. After the terror attack in Rajouri, Indian Army showcased a unique nature of boat rally. In the rally, locals and students held national flags in hand at Kashmir's support area. The police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leader Praveen Nataru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests made in Nataru's brutal murder has now reached 10. In a shocking incident, a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar following the gruesome murder. Anger also fueled among the locals who demanded a proper investigation. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot. Amid incessant rains, Jammu witnessed flood-like situation triggering landslides in many areas. Meanwhile, Jammu-Srinagar National Highway remains blocked as team has also been deployed at the spot who continues to clear the mudslides. Due to landslide triggered by heavy rains, Chandigarh-Manali National Highway has been blocked. Meanwhile, police has also been deployed to clear the debris. With COVID cases on rise in the national capital, the Delhi government has imposed a fine of 500 for not wearing masks in public places, thereby making wearing of masks mandatory. Much more coming up on the other side. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta finally act? And another unrelenting attack on the top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan who runs down the top court.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath-taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August. And tracking closely all the updates coming in on the cattle smuggling case probe. Latest what we understand is that the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal has now been taken for a medical check-up. He will then be produced in the Asansol special CBI court according to sources. So source-based information that is trickling in. Anubrata Mondal, who is undergoing a medical check-up as we speak, and later he will be produced before the Asansol special CBI court. So a lot of developments happening. We have Kishle also reporting live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, if you could give us the fresh leads that you're picking up.
Well, exactly, Samiksha, as you rightly put, he's being taken to ECL guest house. Inside the guest house he is right now, and then there'll be a medical checkup, we are being told, in this guest house, after which he'll be taken to Asansol court for court production. CBI will be asking for custody, and then he'll be brought back to Kolkata. In Kolkata, he will be taken to Nizam Palace, where CBI headquarters are. He will be kept there in their custody, and there will be further interrogation, after which Anubrata Mondal will be then again produced in the court after a few days. We will be keeping a track on that story. We will be looking at that story very closely on Republic and more. We will be coming back after a short break.
Couple sir, one question. Couple sir, one question, sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes.
Searches which was essentially done in the presence of Anubrata Mondal, and finally he was basically placed under arrest. That was roughly about 10 o'clock this morning.
Anubrata Mondal, a very senior leader, a heavyweight in the Trinamool Congress, very close to Mamata Banerjee, whom the Trinamool Congress has for long shielded. He skipped summons at least 8 to 10 times, and he's been arrested this morning.
Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Superfast. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with a quick roundup of all that's making news this afternoon. In presence of all the dignitaries, Jagdeep Dhankar became the next Vice President of the country. Dhankar was administered oath by President Draupadi Murmu in the Rashtrapati Bhavan today.
मैं जगदीप धनखड़
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा तथा जिस पद को मैं ग्रहण करने वाला हूं उसके कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक निर्वहन करूंगा।
Prime Minister Modi congratulated the country on the occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. He celebrated Raksha Bandhan festival at his residence. This was in fact a special Raksha Bandhan as these girls were daughters of the downtrodden, and Prime Minister Modi there getting Rakhi tied by the girls. The Indian Army foiled an attack on the Indian Army base in which 5 terrorists were neutralized while 3 Army Jawans lost their lives. In fact, 1 officer and 2 Jawans were also injured in this terror attack. They've now been shifted to medical facilities for further treatment.
अपनी शहादत देकर के बहुत बड़े हादसे को अंजाम देने से रोका। अपने जान की परवाह न करते हुए जम्मू कश्मीर में 15 अगस्त के आसपास जो आतंकियों ने एक योजना बनाई थी उसको नाकाम किया। तो मुझे लगता है कि उन सेना के जवानों की शहादत बेकार नहीं जाएगी।
The Income Tax Department attached properties assets amounting to over 390 crore rupees from an industrialist in Maharashtra's Jalna area. Now this comes after the IT conducted search at multiple locations linked to an industrialist. In the major seizure, the IT attached properties worth 390 crore rupees including cash and gold. In a massive development, the Central Bureau of Investigation arrested senior TMC leader Anubrata Mondal after he repeatedly skipped the summons by the CBI 10 times in relation to the cattle smuggling scam. He's now been taken for the medical checkup as well. After the arrest of TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, the CBI has summoned 8 more officials allegedly involved in the coal scam case. Speaking exclusively to the public, the AAP leader Amantullah Khan said that the ACB has given false information and that he had provided every document that had been asked for. He further attacked the BJP and revealed that the agencies are being misused by the central government. In a massive development, the UP court rejected the bail application of abusive politician Srikant Tyagi, who assaulted a woman after having a heated argument. He was booked under IPC sections 354. After reports of a rebellion brewed, the Shiromani Akali Dal party chief Sukhbir Badal has called for a meeting at the party office in Chandigarh. And in more news coming in, a mega Tiranga rally that took place in the national capital as part of the celebrations of 75th year of independence. The Tiranga rally that took place in the national capital, the visuals on your screens which saw huge participants as well. In a shocking incident coming to light from Patna, where a priest was brutally murdered in Ram Janki temple in Bihar, following the gruesome murder, anger fueled among the locals demanding for a proper probe. Meanwhile, the police has reached the spot for further investigation.
गाड़ी मिले सुबह 6:45 बजे।
अच्छा, किसने बताया?
कोई बच्चा गांव के बताया, कोई आया था यहाँ पे, वही बताया है।
उनका कभी किसी से झगड़ा हुआ?
नहीं, 2 रोज पहले किसी से झगड़ा हुआ था, पर हम अभी नाम अपने ऊपर नहीं करेंगे उनका।
जी? तो ये बात बोलते नहीं ना,
बोलते नहीं, गूंगे हैं। हाँ, वो ऐसे बोलते हैं।
कितने वर्षों से इसमें पूजा कर रहे हैं?
मोटामोटी 25 साल से ऊपर है।
25 साल
ऊपर है, हाँ।
कितने वर्ष से पूजा कर रहे हैं?
25 साल से पहले, 30 साल समझ लीजिए, 28-27 साल से समझ लीजिए।
Meanwhile, the police arrested 3 accused involved in BJP leader Praveen Itaru's murder case. Meanwhile, the total tally of arrests that have been made in connection with the brutal murder has now reached to 10. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, while responding on the BJP charge, claimed that he has no intention of becoming the president. He had no intention, in fact, of becoming the president or the vice president of the country, further saying that all the claims that have been made by the BJP are false.
पूरी मजबूती के साथ बिहार के सभी लोग जो विपक्ष के हैं, हम लोग सब कोशिश करेंगे मिल करके एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ने का। इसकी चिंता मत करिए। आदि वाला भी एकदम बोगस बात है, हमारी कोई इच्छा नहीं थी। आई लोग भूल गए क्या? राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के दोनों के चुनाव में हम लोगों की पार्टी ने कितना सपोर्ट किया।
Meanwhile, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav said that the people of Bihar are happy now. Remember, this comes after Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav took oath as the Bihar Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister respectively.
इनका चाल और चरित्र उजागर है। आप देख नहीं रहे पूरे बिहार में कितनी खुशी का माहौल है। जो मुस्कान आम और गरीब के चेहरे से, आम आदमी के चेहरे से छिन गया था, आज वो मुस्कान, खुशी झलक रहा है।
Senior advocate Prashant Bhushan came down heavily on the Supreme Court at an event organized by the US-based advocacy group. Speaking by video link at this event, where Prashant Bhushan said that that the Supreme Court had taken back the civil liberties of the people and also abdicated its role.
Seeing that in general the Supreme Court has by and large abdicated its responsibility to protect the human rights and fundamental rights of citizens, and indeed gone further in some cases to even assault the civil liberties of the citizens.
Now, wrestler Divya Kakran, who bagged a bronze medal in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games, responded to Aam Aadmi Party's comment that saying that she had played for Delhi from 2011 to 2017. Kakran had taken to Twitter to say that she received no help from the Delhi government, though she has been living in the city for 20 years and has been training here. Addressing a press conference, BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla said that the Aam Aadmi Party has insulted the players, further saying that the Delhi government did not provide proper facilities to the players and also demanded the sacking of the AAP Neta.
2018 में भी जो बातें उन्होंने कही थी और आज वही वस्तु स्थिति आज भी है। ये 2022 में भी जब उन्होंने पदक जीता तब उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से ये बात रखी कि 2018 में भी यही स्थिति थी और 2022 में भी कांग्रेचुलेशन मैसेज तो आ गए, परंतु जो समर्थन मिलना चाहिए था, जो खिलाड़ियों के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए जो चीजें उपलब्ध करनी चाहिए थी राज्य सरकार को, वो नहीं हुई।
Gandhi Scion Rahul Gandhi took a jibe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, claiming that Prime Minister should abstain from talking about superstitious things. Going on to tweet, and I quote, "Does the Prime Minister not see inflation?" Further, his tweet said that to hide your black deeds, stop lowering the dignity of the PM's post by saying superstitious things like black magic and misleading the country, unquote. With COVID-19 cases on a rise in the national capital, the Delhi government has made wearing of face masks mandatory in public spaces, failing which a fine of 500 rupees will be imposed. Stand-up comedian and actor Raju Srivastava has now been admitted to AIIMS Delhi following a cardiac arrest that he suffered. He is currently on a ventilator system. According to sources, he is responding to clinical treatment. The actor had chest pain and collapsed while working out at the gym. UP Chief Minister also expressed concern over his health. Meanwhile, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma took a jibe at Nitish Kumar, who switched sides to join hands with the Mahagathbandhan and to form a government in the state of Bihar, saying that he is a guide for those who want to change parties in every 6 months. After boycotting the Niti Aayog meet, Telangana Chief Minister KCR will be chairing a cabinet meet. The agenda of the meet will be to discuss the mobilization of resources in the state in wake of delay in the state funds. Heavy rains lashed Ramban area in J&K, triggering mudslides and shooting stones incidents, following which the visuals also surfaced in which the national highway could be seen blocked as a result of landslides in the area. Due to heavy rains in several areas of Uttarakhand from last 2 days, the hilly areas of Uttarakhand continue to witness several landslides, and which has also resulted in blocking of several roadways in the hilly areas. The visuals that surfaced show the national highway that was blocked due to the landslides. Meanwhile, the state administration has taken cognizance and deployed the SDRF to clear the debris. In news from Himachal, where a cloudburst was reported in the Kullu area of Manali in Himachal Pradesh, according to sources, 2 people have lost their lives, whereas 10 shops were washed away due to flash floods in the area. Meanwhile, the Kullu administration has issued a warning asking people to avoid venturing close to rivers. The daily life of mountainous areas for those living in the mountainous areas of Mandi in Himachal was disrupted and made more difficult as heavy rains continue to lash the hilly Himalayan areas of Mandi district, making the normal life come to a standstill. Meanwhile, the local weather department has issued an advisory for the people in the area to not venture outside. Heavy rains lashed parts of Jammu, leading to waterlogging and traffic snarls in many areas. Heavy rainfall was reported in several areas of Jammu, Ramban and other areas of J&K. Meanwhile, traffic movement was also came to a standstill as a result of the waterlogging. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura starting August 27 to strategize the 2023 assembly polls. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party's office bearers in Tripura. And in yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor of crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts as well. And ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations, the BJP organized an event in Surat's Tapi River. Following the visuals that surfaced show numerous boats lined up that were all decked up in tricolour. To mark the 75th year of independence, the RSS leader Indresh Kumar flagged off the Tiranga Yatra to commemorate the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, saying that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is a moment of pride for all Indians.
ये है समय भारत की स्वतंत्रता का उत्सव मनाने का है। आपस के अंदर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का नहीं है, बांटने का नहीं है, भड़काने का नहीं है, लड़वाने का नहीं है। यह तो प्रेम से गले मिलकर एकजुट हिंदू ना एकजुट भारत और एकजुट भारतीय, एकजुट हिंद, एकजुट हिंदुस्तानी बनाने का है। आओ गले मिलें और भारत को महान बनाने की ओर तेज गति से आगे बढ़ें।
Days ahead of Independence Day celebrations, the Telangana police also organized a 5-kilometer run to mark 75 years of independence. The police commissioner was seen flagging off the event and said that the awareness was about this campaign should reach maximum households. A Tiranga Yatra was also taken out by the BJP leaders in presence of UP Cabinet Minister. The participants carried flag and also raised slogans saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The Gorakhpur Municipal Corporation flagged off 350 vehicles with tricolour to commemorate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Municipal Commissioner of Gorakhpur and Mayor of Gorakhpur was present to mark and celebrate the 75th Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav ahead of Independence Day. Visuals of iconic Charminar also emerged that was all decked up and illuminated in tricolour as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign ahead of 75th Independence Day. According to the Home Ministry, over 100 crore people will take part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to rededicate themselves to in service of the nation. And in news from across the globe, thousands of Argentine protesters gathered in front of President's office in the capital city demanding better income, state aid and a meeting with the new Minister of Economy. The organizers demanded the government grant a $150 bonus to low-income people and improve the quality of food supply to hundreds of soup kitchens run by social organizations. The sister-in-law of Peruvian president turned herself into authorities after prosecutors issued an arrest warrant for allegedly being part of an asset laundering criminal network. Paredes went into prosecutor's office while receiving support from dozens of people, including the peasant leaders. Hundreds of Bulgarians took to streets to the capital Sofia in Bulgaria, where they voiced their fears that the country's caretaker government should break with the policies of its pro-Western predecessor and revert to close energy ties with Russia. The first public statements by the current caretaker government appointed by President indicate that Bulgaria could restart talks with Gazprom to avoid natural gas shortages. China's Belt and Road Initiative, which was launched with an audacious plan to harness the juggernaut of the Chinese economy to the goal of Asian economic development, is on the verge of crisis as the BRI has become a burden for Beijing. Many projects, in fact, have failed to get off the ground and have produced very poor results. China placed a hold on a joint proposal of the United States and India to list Pakistan-based terrorist Abdul Rauf Azhar, one of the masterminds of the Indian Airlines Flight 814, under which the United Nations Security Council sanctions. Meanwhile, in more news coming in, a deadly fire that consumed at least half of the large oil shortage facility in western Cuba and even threatened to bring more power failures to the island's already fragile electricity system that was largely controlled on Wednesday. After nearly 5 days, the fire also forced officials to evacuate more than 4,900 people and shut down a key thermoelectric plant after it ran out of water, raising concerns about a new round of blackouts in Havana. US Vice President Kamala Harris met with pro-abortion state lawmakers in Nevada to discuss the political landscape in wake of SC's decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Harris also warned about the Republican lawmakers in conservative states passing laws that criminalize healthcare providers.
In many states, we're seeing an approach that suggests there should even be no exception in the cases of rape or incest. And I will tell you, having spent a large part of my career as a prosecutor, and I specialize in child sexual assault cases and violence against women, the idea that laws would be passed that after a person has endured such an act of violence, to not allow her to exercise the self-determination then to make decisions about her body and her future is...
A small Southern California wildfire sent off smoke and flames swirling in a tornado-like pattern. The Los Angeles County Fire Department was firefighting the blaze from both the ground and the air. Meanwhile, the department tweeted that the crews were making good progress on fire and that no structures were threatened. Anti-government protesters in Rhinetown were clashed with the police in the streets of capital as tensions only simmered over the rising cost of living turned deadly in the West African nation. In national broadcast, the vice president was quoted as saying that lives of both policemen and civilians was lost. He also announced a nationwide curfew in a bid to stem the violence. Rescuers were continuing to find survivors and bodies after a building collapsed in Nairobi, In Nairobi of Kenya, we understand that Red Cross Society's head of disaster management said that the number of people that had been trapped in the rubble was still not known. Meanwhile, officials have said that 3 fatalities have been reported so far. Tommy Paul recorded one of the best wins of his career, beating second seed Carlos Alcaraz at the Montreal Masters. Alcaraz had led by a set and a break and even enjoyed a match point of his own, but Paul was forced his way back. In fact, he forced his way back into the match and captured the win with his 5th match point. Nick Kyrgios produced a superb comeback to beat world number 1 Daniel Medvedev and booked his place in the 3rd round of Montreal Masters. Kyrgios has now won 14 of his last 15 matches, backing up his maiden appearance in Grand Slam final where he lost to Djokovic. And in more news coming in, table tennis gold medal winner Srija Akula won the mixed doubles gold medal with Ashanta Sharat Kamal in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham received a grand welcome at the Hyderabad airport is what we understand. Sports Minister Srinivas also gave a warm welcome to Srija Akula. Meanwhile, Serena Williams wore her game face as she crashed out of the Montreal Open a day after announcing retirement for lawn tennis. Switzerland's seed Belinda also beat Williams in the straight 2 sets. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Dhakkar is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Dhakkar at the Rashtrapati Bhavan around 11 a.m. And remember, Dhakkar was elected as the Vice President on August the 6th after he defeated the opposition's Margaret Alba. Jagdeep Dhakkar's ahead of his oath-taking as the 14th Vice President of India began his day by paying respects at the Rajghat at the national capital.
Kapil sir, one question. Sir.
Varsha Rao appearing at the ED office.
CISF Jawan injuries who took those bullets is dead.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulates the country on occasion of Raksha Bandhan today. Prime Minister took to Twitter to extend his greetings to the country. Court will resume Srikant Tyagi's bail hearing today. Earlier, court reserved its order on a bail application moved by Tyagi, who has been arrested for assaulting and abusing a woman in Noida.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री में उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri,
ये तिरंगा भाजपा का निशान नहीं है, ये तिरंगा हमारे देश का निशान है। सैकड़ों कुर्बानियां देकर ये नेमत पाई है। अपनी आज़ादी को हम हरगिज मिटा सकते नहीं। एक तेरे राहुल के चक्कर में हम इतनी बड़ी अपनी शोहरत गंवा सकते नहीं। उनको अगर लगता है कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चिन्ह है, तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गौरव है कि उनको तिरंगे में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिख रही है।
लेकिन नीतीश कुमार तो कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को कि अब 2024 में नहीं आ पाएंगे, इतना ज़्यादा विरोध।
देखिए 2024 में मुझे लगता है कि नीतीश जी वैसे तो आज़ाद हैं, आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में नीतीश जी भी कुछ भी करने को आज़ाद हैं, लेकिन मेरी दृष्टि देख रही है कि 2024 तक न वो घर के रहेंगे न घाट के रहेंगे।
A very short break amid a flurry of evaded CBI summons. CBI now tightens noose around Mamta's top man Anubrata Mondal as he's now been arrested by CBI. Another unrelenting attack on top court after Kapil Sibal and Dushyant Dave. Now it's Prashant Bhushan.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a two-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts. Let's move on to some stories in brief from across the country. All eyes on the oath taking as Jagdeep Thakur is set to be sworn in as the 14th Vice President of India today. President Draupadi Murmu will administer the oath of office to Jagdeep Thakur at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Kathua and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala and hold a key meeting with the party office bearers. In yet another milestone in the Gaganyaan project, the ISRO successfully carried out the test firing of the low-altitude escape motor and crew escape system from Andhra Pradesh. The crew escape system takes away the crew module of the Gaganyaan mission in case of any eventuality and rescues the astronauts.
A massive face-off that has erupted over the remarks that were made by the AAP MLA, following which Commonwealth Games medalist was forced to take to Twitter to prove she's been playing from 2011 till the 2017. She has 17 certificates to prove that as well.
If it is an individual stand, then Saurabh Bharadwaj will have.
Lines at 3:30 after a flurry of evaded CBI summons. CBI news tightens around Mamta's top man, Anubrata Mondal, as he's now arrested by CBI. Another mega scam, another TMC Neta under arrest. Will Mamta finally act? These are the first visuals that we are getting to you right now of the Har Ghar Tiranga, which is being celebrated at Prime Minister's residence, as well as the country marks 75 years of independence. The first visuals of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is now the celebrations of which is happening at Prime Minister's residence as under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. You can see there the children who are holding the tricolor in their hand, waving the flag. And this, as a country, marks 75 years of independence. So, colourful visuals there coming in from Prime Minister Modi's residence. As you can see, Prime Minister there celebrating the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign with the children there who are seen with tricolours at PM's residence.
क्या करोगे 15 अगस्त को?
झंडा लहराएंगे।
पक्का फहराएंगे? ये कलर कौन कहाँ रहना चाहिए? और ये कहाँ? और ये नीचे। गलती नहीं करोगे ना? पक्का? चलिए, बहुत खुश रहो।
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. For centuries together, the British looted India. The British stole India's resources and they looted us for centuries together. They took back so much with them, and we will never be able to put an amount to that. or try to quantify how much the British really looted us. But post-independence, and we're running up to the 15th of August when we complete 75 years of independence, until date, there is an attempt made to steal, to loot India's culture, India's heritage, steal India's gods as well. And Republic TV is getting you this exclusive investigative report. This is the story of the Parvati idol. Story of the Parvati idol that was stolen 50 years ago, traced to New York, but nobody knows where it is today. It hasn't been brought back to India yet. It's a Republic TV exclusive report. Take a look at this. India's artifacts, ancient idols from our temples, are worth millions. But to us in India, they comprise a part of our rich history, our faith, our tradition, and our heritage. But smuggling these idols is the harsh reality in India. These stolen items end up in the black market, in auction houses and warehouses across the world. New York is one such hub where just till 2012 there were 2,622 stolen artifacts found. Among the prize stolen artifacts are pieces from the Chola dynasty from temples in Tamil Nadu built between 850 to 1250 CE. One such piece is the copper alloy Parvati idol that is valued at over 1.6 crore rupees that originally inhabited the Nathanapureshwar Shivan temple. A complaint was filed by temple trustee K. Vasu, who approached the local police in February 2019, saying the idol was stolen 51 years ago.
12/5/71 நைட்டு ஒரு 5 சிலைகள் 2 சம்பந்தர் ஒரு அகஸ்தியர் ஐயனார் புஷ்கலா 5 சிலை போட்டு.
Hear how he says he's been writing about the idol regime after regime, but action came only now.
எல்லா இதுக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருக்கும் ராஜீவ் காந்திக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டராக இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருக்கோம், இவர் நரேந்திர மோடி சார் இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருந்தோம். இன்டர்ன் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து சிஎம் இதுக்கு நம்ம இதுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சு ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லி அவங்களும் இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆர்டிஐலையும் எல்லாம் இது பண்ணியிருக்கேன், ஒன்றும் சரியான அது ஆர்டிஐக்கு பதில் இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ வந்து இந்திராங்கிற மேடம் ஸ்டெப் எடுத்து இப்போ வந்து இந்த அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்குன்னு இந்த சிலையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பேப்பர்லெல்லாம் வேறு பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்திராங்கிற இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் தான் இதை முழு முயற்சி இது பண்ணாங்க. அவங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்க டிஐஜி ஐஜி சார் எல்லாருக்கும் எங்களுடைய என் சார்பிலையும் கிராமத்து சார்பிலையும் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம்.
We dialed the idol wing of the CID, who say they are working to retrieve every single item.
I actually approached the Nachiyar Koil police station, the local police station, and given a complaint way back in 1971.
Okay.
His claim is that in 1971, on the night of 12/5/1971, there was a burglary in the temple premises and 5 idols were stolen. And one of the stolen idols is this Parvati idol.
Okay.
Because there was no idol wing way back in 1971, surprisingly they had a picture of this Parvati idol. So immediately we took the idol, the picture of this Parvati idol. We started looking at the various museum websites around the world. We found that this idol was listed in Bonham's auction house, which is in New York, and they actually priced it at 1.6 crores there. But then we went to the experts, like from the archaeological survey experts, who look into those idols. There is the photograph of the idol which we have obtained from the Indian French Institute, and the photograph on the website of Bonham's auction house are the same, and they gave an opinion that it is the same idol. So we're planning to get back this idol from Bonham's.
Meanwhile, we tried to speak to the Bonham's auction house in New York, but they were cagey and are yet to open up about the idols. Here is how the conversation went.
This is regarding one of the idols, a 50-year-old idol that was reportedly put up for auction at the Bonham's auction house in New York.
Is this about the situation of the idol itself, or is this about similar to a possible interview or anything similar to documentation, sir?
Yes, this is regarding queries or interview. If we could get someone on record on this.
Hold on for a few moments. I'll try to see if I can get in touch with someone from our department. Might I place on hold for a few minutes?
Sure, not a problem.
Sorry for the delay, sir. I'm trying to get in touch with one of our heads of the Indian, Himalayan, and Southeast Asian art department. He might be able to have some more information regarding this idol.
Yeah.
He appears to be a bit busy at the moment. Okay, I'll put you through to his voicemail now. His name is Mark, and he'll be able to assist you once he's back in the office.
Sure, thank you so much.
Bonhams responded to Republic TV's email, and in their reply said, in 2018, Bonhams returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. It has not been on the premises of any Bonham sales room since that date. Bonhams takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonhams was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Fact is, the Modi government has committed to bring back the loot with over 200 precious idols brought back since 2014.
भारत से बाहर जाती रही, कभी इस देश में तो कभी उस देश में इन मूर्तियां बेची जाती रही और उनके लिए तो सिर्फ कलाकृति थी, न उनको उसके इतिहास से लेना देना था, श्रद्धा से लेना देना था। इन मूर्तियों को वापस लाना भारत माँ के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। साल 2013 तक करीब 13 प्रतिमाएं भारत आई थी।
The demand to bring our gods home is growing.
At least to bring back those murtis which have been seized, bring back those artifacts which have been seized by the various government law enforcement agencies, we need to have a system. We need to have a template. We need to have a central agency, because state governments will have to apply to the central government. They have to coordinate with the Ministry of External Affairs. They have to coordinate with the ASI and other law enforcement agencies. And the coordination will be really tough. So we need a central agency which will do all this thing and liaison with the countries in which our artifacts are found. Cambodia is doing a fine job on this. Vietnam is doing a great job on this. They are bringing back artifacts and antiquities regularly from various countries to which they were smuggled.
And the mystery of how an idol from Natanapureshwarar Shivan temple reached an auction house 13,594 kilometers away remains a big mystery. So where is the Parvati idol today? Can India find it and bring it to its rightful place in Kumbakonam? A Republic TV investigative report. And joining us on the broadcast this evening as we get you more details of this idol, this missing idol. In fact, you just heard the DGP of the idol wing of the CID speak to Republic TV's Varshini, and he said that it's been traced, but it appears that even though it's traced, it's not been brought back yet. They may have traced it, but it's not back. And what makes it even worse is the response from this auction house called Bonhams. And I have some Ratan Sharda joining us on the broadcast. Ratan Sharda, political analyst and author. Aarti Agarwal, author, researcher. Madhuvanti, political analyst and entrepreneur, also joining us. But the breaking news is that we tried reaching out to this auction house, and it appears that over 2,600 idols mysteriously land up in New York alone. And that's New York alone, and that's 2,600 idols alone. Now, how many of these idols are missing? And these are centuries old idols. Varshini is joining us live from Kumbakonam. In fact, she's live from the temple where this was stolen. Let me go across first to her and then, get in the latest. Can you confirm to us, Varshini, that this idol is not returned yet? Stolen 50 years ago, centuries old. Where is it? It may have been traced, but where is the idol?
Well, Niranjan, absolutely yes. We are in the Nadanapureshwar temple in Tandamtottam village, which comes under the Kumbakonam district. And this temple does not have the idol back yet. In fact, it is very evident since we went inside and saw yesterday, the whole place where these idols were kept have now been completely shut down. It has been sealed because, there has to be some sort of an idol that has to be put there when it was originally placed. Therefore, after talking with the locals here, after talking with a priest who comes down to the temple every day to perform pujas, it is we are absolutely 100% sure that the idol is not yet back in the temple particularly. And as we also spoke to the DGP, who is the idol wing DGP, he's also very clearly stated to us that they are in the process of going through all legal process to bring back the idol to India, and it has not yet been brought back to India, is what is very clearly made out of all the conversations that we had with different people regarding to this particular temple and the idols that are missing.
The breaking news right now, let me put out the first breaking news update. The first breaking news update is that Bonhams has responded to Republic TV when we tried. In fact, I tried several calls to all their representatives. So they have this section called India, Himalayas, Southeast Asia, etc. Several calls that we made went unanswered, and the one call that we put through went in, but nobody responded. Nobody was willing to come on the line, apart from, of course, the operator. We wrote a mail. They sent us an email. They claim in 2018, Bonhams returned a Tamil Nadu statue to the consignor. Very vague. They say it has not been on the premises of any Bonhams sales room since that date. Bonhams takes matters of cultural patrimony very seriously. At that time, Bonhams was not made aware about any claim on the statue. Now it's bizarre. Ratan Sharda, for decades, somehow mysteriously, these idols land up. These idols land up in New York, and we hear that New York is a big hub where centuries-old idols land up somehow, and they're allowed to go from here. They're allowed to be stolen from India, stolen from our temples. They reach there and they're bought for millions. In fact, we are hearing that the going rate for this particular idol of Parvati was anywhere between 1.5 to 2 crore starting. That's where the auction would have begun. Ratan Sharma.
These agencies, these museums and these people who do the auction know that the laws are very complex. It's not very easy to get them caught and get those idols back. But the responsibility also lies with the government agencies. As you know, India Pride Projects, which is one of the NGOs which is working for recovery of idols, had done much more than the entire SA for so many years. We know that stolen idols are going on for centuries or so. They are shown in a very proud manner in UK or USA and other European centers. In the name of fake antiques, hundreds of murtis go. I was reading a story of August 2008. One single person had a godown with 300 stolen idols. Police was after him. But unfortunately, during the Modi era, 200 idols had come before Modi. Only 13 idols were returned. So this total carelessness, irresponsibility of AS and all other agencies, including the embassies of those respective countries, is the reason why the numbers are so low. Now numbers are rising. Slowly government is taking very strong action. Unfortunately, these are all loose ends, and the law agencies who actually allow these to go out are equally responsible. The poor temple management taken over by the Tamil Nadu and other temple authorities who give scant regard to their protection are also much more to blame because they allow these to go out. The story where they are stolen, generally the temples go in repair and things suddenly disappear. So everywhere you'll find people who are supposed to protect don't protect. They take over temples, they loot the temples, but they don't take care of the temples. Then we have very lazy ASI laws and very lazy government agencies sitting outside India who require a lot of prodding by the NGOs and citizens who work on their own. So till Mr. Modi came, this was the condition. Slowly things are changing. But this brazenness of this museum needs to be exposed, and such people need to be brought to book and internationally ashamed, and this business will stop. If smaller countries can do it, why are we slow about it? That is my question.
Yeah, let me get in Madhuvanti as well. Madhuvanti, we spoke to the priest. We are reporting from there. They say that, each time, imagine this when you have a special puja or a ceremony, you bring the idols out, you lock them up once again because you're scared, And they say that many such idols have gone missing. You're from Chennai. You know how big the industry is, but it's sad that they are allowed to be stolen from temples. They're shipped out or flown to different parts of the world. And these are, of course, now with the Prime Minister, we see that the government has taken an initiative to bring them back. But the irony is that many haven't returned, like this Parvati idol.
Yes, I would like to add to what Ratan Sharda ji had to say, that the agencies have a very lackadaisical mindset. And this is not priority. For that priest, we just heard him speak. His entire life, his entire cultural fragment. His entire ethos revolves around that temple and that idol. And many such priests across Tamil Nadu, across the globe, even in America and other places where you have temples, these priests just completely align themselves with the gods and goddesses. So for them, that idol is their everything. It's their very breath. It's their very psyche. But for people who just steal them and, sell them off to these antiques and these showrooms and the most irresponsible way in which this museum has sent an email or has put some operator on the phone, I think is very, very, very sad to note. Yes, we are very happy that once Modi ji has taken over as the Prime Minister of this country, a lot of steps have been taken to bring back these idols. But then we are a country with a 5,000-year-old history, and these temples, these gods, these goddesses, they mean a lot to us. They are a very part of our lives and our very evolution. So it's not, you just can't take it so lightly. And it's very sad to note that they've traced the idol, but they don't know where the idol is. And they just seem to say that, we've sent back an idol back to Tamil Nadu. I mean, this is not a figurine. This is not just an idol. There is life to it. Puja has been done to it for several years. You call it avahan. You bring in the gods and goddesses into these idols and you pray.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a part of your faith. This is part of the Hindu Sanatana Dharma. This is not just a mere figure that you just export somewhere and then import back and put into the temple. Even now, once it comes back, there is a lot of process that will take place by the time the idol goes back into the sanctum. There are a lot of things that are involved when you work on these rituals. And these are not mere rituals.
No, is it possible, Aarti, also that all of these idols just disappeared without some sort of political / bureaucratic / agency?
No, I don't
inside?
think that's possible. Let's call it what it is. These deities have been smuggled out of India. We need to use the correct word, I think. We are not using.
Yeah, they were smuggled out.
And I would want to, pointedly mention here that HRMCE is an extremely corrupt organization which is in large part responsible for all these type of, smuggling of deities from India. Am I audible? Is my sound all right? I'm sort of getting an echo. Hello?
Okay. I'll just come back to you. We'll just fix your audio there. Varshini, I'm going back to you, Varshini, for a second while we fix that audio. Now, the other breaking news update is that, do they know where this is? Do they know where this idol is? Or when it will be brought back? How many more idols have been stolen, Varshini, over the years and decades?
Well, Niranjan, in this particular temple, you see there are 7 idols that have gone missing so far. In 1971, when it initially happened, in May month of 1971, there were 5 idols that were stolen. And immediately the next year, 1972, the people here tell us that again 2 idols were stolen. One was the Nataraja idol, the main Nataraja who's being worshipped here. And along with him went missing was the Amman, the Parvati idol. And those 2 important idols of this temple went missing in 1972. And that Parvati idol is what has now come to surface, that the DGP of the idol wing says that has been found in Bonhams in New York, with a picture that they found from the Indian French Institute would verify. It is that picture that verified that the same idol is now currently in New York. And that is how they found out that the idol is still somewhere so that we could bring it back. While the idol wing says that they are taking all their efforts, be it legally or through any other procedures have been done. The papers have been sent to the state government, which in turn has to be sent to the central government. And after that, the central government has to contact the New York government to bring back the idol. This is the whole process that we come to know that has to happen for the idol to come back. So this is what we are picking up here. And none of these 7 idols are back so far. And in this temple, the people still feel the emptiness. They still say that there is a void that the whole village here feels because the Tandavam Totem, the village, its name itself is from the Nataraja and Parvati idol who danced here, and that is how they want to describe the village itself, and that is the emotion that is linked to here. And it's been 51 years that the people in the village are living without their main gods that they worship every single day.
Well, this story is getting much bigger than we thought. We are hearing that 7 idols were stolen from one temple alone. Can you believe it? 7 idols stolen from one temple alone, and it does not add up. Because if today the DGP of the idol wing, CID, says that they've traced it to New York, to an auction house, and Republic TV reached out to that auction house, and they responded to Republic saying that in 2018 they had a statue which they returned to the consignor. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up because the statue has been traced now, and they're obviously in denial, maybe trying to sort of dodge the media on the obvious question, not willing to give out facts of what the truth is. But the truth is a 12th century Parvati idol, one of many thousands that have been missing from the state of Tamil Nadu alone, that have been traced to one city. In New York alone, can you imagine? In just one city in New York, over 2,600 statues have been traced to different auction houses, different storerooms, and they were all looted from our temples in India. And this one idol alone, the Parvati idol, and we are just breaking the information now that 7 idols are missing from this one temple alone. A story that we need to follow harder, because somewhere things don't add up, and this idol is not back. 75 years, we're going to celebrate 75 years of independence, and 75 years later, we are still struggling to bring back our culture, our heritage, our gods that were stolen from our temples. And they continue to be stolen in many such cases. I'd like to thank Aarti, Mr. Ratan Sharda and Madhuvanti at this point. Tracking the story continues to be one of our focus stories on the public. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, getting you that big story from Bengal that was broken on Republic this morning of a second arrest. Anubrata Mondal, senior Trinamool Congress leader, a heavyweight who was arrested this morning. Full details coming up.
The independence of the Supreme Court is today seriously under question, and that's the feeling of a large number of citizens in this country.
Threatening and the besmirching of the reputation of the judiciary, it's shocking that anything and everything is being said, laws are being spoken of, people and civil rights are spoken of by people who are known to be a lobby.
श्रीकांत के साथ 3 और लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
24 में प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे। देख रहे हैं एक और कंस्ट्रक्शन, पूरा का पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन धराशायी हो चुका है।
In the wake of the high alert sounded by security agencies about a suspected infiltration from the international border in Jammu, security forces have been carrying out night search operations at multiple locations along the international border in Jammu, Katwa and Samba districts. The infiltration likely to disrupt the celebrations of the upcoming Independence Day. In another search operation, 2 terrorists were neutralized while 2 personnel injured and 3 Jawans were martyred in an exchange of fire in Jammu and Kashmir. The suspected terrorists tried to enter Pargal camp of Indian Army, where a Har Ghar Tiranga program was celebrated. Meanwhile, further information is awaited. In a terrorist attack 25 kilometers from Rajouri, 2 terrorists carried out a suicide attack on the army company operating base, who were later neutralized. 3 soldiers lost their lives. Meanwhile, operations in progress. BJP National President JP Nadda will be on a 2-day visit to Tripura from August 27 to strategize the 2023 Assembly elections. Nadda is also expected to address a rally in Agartala
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. A story that grows broken by Republic TV about the stolen Parvati idol. A 12th century idol stolen about 51 years ago. Traced to New York, but nobody's been able to find where it is right now, bring it back, and the auction house involved has responded to Republic saying that they returned a idol in 2018, not talking about the particular idol in question. Thousands of idols stolen from our temples, culture looted, heritage smuggled out of India. A story that we've tracked very closely on Republic. It's an investigation from Kumbakonam to New York. Take a look at this story. India's artifacts, ancient idols from our temples, are worth millions. But to us in India, they comprise a part of our rich history, our faith, our tradition, and our heritage. But smuggling these idols is the harsh reality in India. These stolen items end up in the black market, in auction houses and warehouses across the world. New York is one such hub where just till 2012 there were 2,622 stolen artifacts found. Among the prize stolen artifacts are pieces from the Chola dynasty from temples in Tamil Nadu built between 850 to 1250 CE. One such piece is the copper alloy Parvati idol that is valued at over 1.6 crore rupees that originally inhabited the Natanapureshwar Shivan temple. A complaint was filed by temple trustee K. Vasu, who approached the local police in February 2019 saying the idol was stolen 51 years ago.
12/5/71 நைட்டு ஒரு 5 சிலைகள், 2 சம்பந்தர், ஒரு அகஸ்தியர், ஐயனார், புஷ்கலா, 5 சிலை போச்சு.
Hear how he says he's been writing about the idol regime after regime, but action came only now.
எல்லா இதுக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டருக்கும், ராஜீவ் காந்திக்கும் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டராக இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருக்கோம், இவர் நரேந்திர மோடி சார் இருக்கும்போது அனுப்பியிருந்தோம். இந்தியன் பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃபீஸ்லேருந்து சிஎம் இதுக்கு நம்ம இதுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சு ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்க சொல்லி அவங்களும் இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆர்டிஐலையும் எல்லாம் இது பண்ணியிருக்கேன், ஒன்றும் சரியான அது ஆர்டிஐக்கு பதில் இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து ஃபைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ இந்திராங்கிற மேடம் ஸ்டெப் எடுத்து இப்போ இந்த அமெரிக்காவில் இருக்குன்னு இந்த சிலையை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பேப்பர்லெல்லாம் வேறு பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்திராங்கிற இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் தான் இதை முழு முயற்சி இது பண்ணாங்க. அவங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்கிற டிஐஜி, ஐஜி சார் எல்லாருக்கும் என் சார்பிலையும் கிராமத்து சார்பிலையும் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறோம்.
We dialed the idol wing of the CID, who say they are working to retrieve every single item.
I actually approached the Martyred police station, the local police station, and given a complaint way back in 1971.
Okay.
His claim is that in 1971, on the night of 12/5/1971, there was a burglary in the temple premises and 5 idols were stolen. And one of the stolen idols is this Parvati idol.
Okay.
Because there was no idol wing way back in 1971, surprisingly they had a picture of this Parvati idol. So we immediately took the picture of this Parvati idol. We started looking at the various museum websites around the world. We found that this idol was listed in Bonham's auction house, which is in New York, and that it priced it at 1.6 crores there. But then we went to the experts, from the archaeological survey experts, who look into those idols. There is the photograph of the idol which we have obtained from the Indian French Institute. and the photograph on the website of Bonham's auction house are the same, and they gave an opinion that it is the same idol. So we're planning to get back this idol from Bonham's.
Meanwhile, we tried to speak to the Bonham's auction house in New York, but they were cagey and are yet to open up about the idols. Here is how the conversation went.
This is regarding one of the idols, a 50-year-old idol that was reportedly put up for auction at the Bonham's auction house in New York.
Is this about the situation of the idol itself, or is this about similar to a possible interview or anything similar to that documentation, sir?
Yes, this is regarding queries or interview. If we could get someone on record on this.
Hold on for a few moments.
एक वेतन आयोग बनाती है। 8वां वेतन आयोग अभी बनने वाला था। 8वां वेतन आयोग केंद्र सरकार ने कहा है कि अब हम 8वां वेतन आयोग नहीं बनाएंगे। 8वां वेतन आयोग क्यों नहीं, हर 10-10 साल में बनता है। 8वां वेतन आयोग क्यों नहीं बनाएंगे? कह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है, पैसे की कमी है। केंद्र सरकार के पास अपने केंद्र के कर्मचारियों का वेतन बढ़ाने के लिए भी पैसा नहीं बचा। कहाँ गया केंद्र सरकार का सारा पैसा? ऐसा केंद्र सरकार की इतनी बुरी क्या हालत हो गई है कि केंद्र सरकार के पास अपने कर्मचारियों को जो हर बार बढ़ाया जाता था, वेतन आयोग बिठाया जाता था, वो भी नहीं बिठा रहे। मनरेगा, देश के गरीब से गरीब आदमी जिसके घर में कुछ भी नहीं होता, उस व्यक्ति को सरकार साल में 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी का पैसा देती है। 100 दिन का काम देती है और फिर 100 दिन का पैसा देती है दिहाड़ी के हिसाब से। केंद्र सरकार कह रही है हमारे पास वो पैसा भी नहीं है देने के लिए। पिछले साल के मुकाबले इस साल उस पैसे में 25% की कटौती कर दी गई है। देश के सबसे गरीब, सबसे मजदूर आदमी, किसान मजदूर, रिमोट इलाकों में जो देश में रहते हैं, गांव में रहते हैं, वो लोग दिहाड़ी के हिसाब से साल में 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी करते थे और सरकार उनको गड्ढे खोदने का काम करते थे, कहीं कुछ सड़क बनाने का काम करते थे, उनको सरकार 100 दिन की दिहाड़ी दिया करती थी। उसमें भी कटौती कर दी गई है। सरकार कह रही है पैसा नहीं है। केंद्र सरकार जितना टैक्स इकट्ठा करती है देश भर से, उसमें से एक हिस्सा राज्यों को देती है। अभी तक ये था कि 42% उस टैक्स का हिस्सा राज्यों को देना होता था। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में ये भी घटा के 29-30% कर दिया गया है। राज्यों को जो पैसा केंद्र सरकार देती है उसकी भी कमी कर दी गई है। कह रहे हैं पैसा नहीं है। आखिर गया कहाँ केंद्र सरकार का सारा पैसा? 2014 में जितना टैक्स इकट्ठा करती थी केंद्र सरकार, उससे तो दुगना तिगुना टैक्स इकट्ठा हो रहा है आज की डेट में। ये सारा पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है? आज़ादी के बाद से आज तक 75 साल मना रहे हैं हम आज़ादी के। पहली बार एक गरीब आदमी की गेहूं और चावल के ऊपर टैक्स लगाया गया, खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे टैक्स लगाया गया है। कभी नहीं लगाया, किसी सरकार ने नहीं लगाया। सबसे क्रूर चीज है ये। एक बिल्कुल गरीब आदमी, एक भिखारी जिसके पास कुछ नहीं होता, वो भी मार्केट से जब गेहूं और चावल अब खरीद के लाएगा, उसको उस पर टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। किसी सरकार ने इतना क्रूर कदम नहीं उठाया था। गेहूं पे टैक्स लगा दिया, चावल पे टैक्स लगा दिया, गुड़ के ऊपर टैक्स लगा दिया, शहद पे टैक्स लगा दिया, छाछ पे टैक्स लगा दिया, लस्सी पे टैक्स लगा दिया, दही पे टैक्स लगा दिया, पनीर पे टैक्स लगा दिया। क्या जरूरत पड़ गई? क्या ऐसी क्या हालत हो गई केंद्र सरकार की कि गरीब से गरीब आदमी की खाने के ऊपर टैक्स लगाने की नौबत आ गई, जो आज तक 75 साल में कभी नहीं हुआ था। और केंद्र सरकार ने पेट्रोल और डीजल के ऊपर इतना टैक्स लगा रखा है, हर रोज बताते हैं 1000 करोड़ रुपए का, 1000 करोड़ रुपए की पेट्रोल और डीजल से टैक्स पे आमदनी होती है। साल में लगभग 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की आमदनी होती है केंद्र सरकार की पेट्रोल और डीजल पे जो टैक्स लगा रखा है। कहाँ गया ये सारा पैसा? और अब कह रहे हैं कि सारी जितनी सुविधाएं जनता को फ्री में मिलती हैं वो बंद